Yes, the daycare. They're in school, and the husband is doing his work. It's just me today, so I feel good.
Oh, see, okay, good. Okay. So you got some time to chill. I don't want to be up too long, because but this is I just had to recap because, me personally, I be trying to be a lady and all this other bullshit, right, on panels. But there's a lot of things that I don't get to say. And then when I be sitting back and I'm listening and following the conversation, I'm just like, okay, so I specifically said
Right,
XYZ, but this is what you took from it? Like,
right.
oh my God. Like,
And
it was
then
crazy.
yeah, yeah, it was really interesting to me because y'all up here pounding LA. What's y'all story? That's all I wanted to know. What's your story? How many baby mamas do you? Yeah, yesterday was cool.
Those were, you know what? Those were some awesome questions. Those were some awesome questions. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. And that's
Thank
one
you.
thing that I think is misunderstood, because, I think that you probably have like I guess like some type of like deeper relationships besides just to panels. Like, certain people like, on maybe like on a more personal level, right? Whether it be
Right.
a man or a woman, right? And I just feel like the men don't understand the positions that we get put in. You know what I'm saying? Because they be coming at us crazy as hell.
And this is
Crazy. And it's just like
yeah,
their answer is to hit the red X and leave.
right. And that's not how we were created. We are literally
No.
created to do the most.
But well, me personally, I just want to be heard. Like I said, I'm too small for all this shit. Like I ain't trying to fight no man. You know what I'm
Us.
saying? Like I'm a
This is apple
I'm
juice.
straight. Like I love me some men. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Drink to
hey,
that.
that's what I'm
This is
about.
apple juice, but I'll drink to that, girl. I don't want to
Ooh, and
fight.
the glass bottle is so good.
Yes, Central Market. Okay. But yeah,
Hmm.
I don't want to fight. I just want to be heard. I want you guys to understand that you are an XY. I am an XX. We
And
understand
there's
different. We see things different.
yes, and there's just differences. And one thing that I've kind of noticed, and I could be wrong, Tyranny, but it seems like both men and women seem to be a little resentful about their roles in this world.
Mm.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I do. I do.
And I've just put those air quotes up because it's more societal than anything. I think that you should be put into the position where you shine the best at. You know what I'm saying? Whether
Right.
you be because men and women have both masculine and feminine within them, because you need that duality to keep the cycle going. You can't always depend on somebody from the outside. Go ahead, hon.
Right. I was. What's the India Ari when she said,
Yeah.
"Back when maybe I was his husband, maybe he was my wife."
Yeah.
Yes. And at first I'm like, "What, girl?" But when you get into that
Hmm.
loving situation, I get it. Sometimes
Yeah.
his femininity, which is not feminine, you know what I'm saying, but his softness is what
His
I need.
vulnerability, maybe.
Vulnerability.
Hmm.
Yeah, his that softness from a man is what we need too. And sometimes us
Yeah.
men we wants to toughen up, you
It,
know. So
you know what? We all need to toughen up sometimes.
sometimes,
I
right.
definitely encourage when I talk to, and I'm sorry, thank you to everybody that's new in the chat. Hey, Cellulite, I appreciate you for pulling up. Saw your road trip. I'm glad that you got back home safe. Kaishan Wilson, hearts to you as well. Gurkha Legend, what's going on? And hold on, there was one more. Where are you at? What's going on, Brandon? I hope that you're having a good afternoon as well. But no, like that's why I'll be like, tyranny is kind of exhausting because like this is my vibe. Oh snap, we got Omni in the building. Everybody, please make sure that you don't forget to like the video. Put me back in the algorithm. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so. I'm trying to get to 500 so I can get that monetization. That's the only thing I'm missing. That's the only
Yeah.
thing I'm missing. I know y'all be watching. My watch hours are crazy now. I done seen the analytics, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just lucky I can't see you, but it's all right. You know what I'm saying? Go
Y'all make
ahead.
sure y'all send her some money. Money sign the LA
The
Lauren
LA
Adams
project.
project.
Mm,
Okay? Send some
yeah,
money. Because I
yeah.
see y'all
We
on
got
Fatty's
fresh in the
panel, Angry
building.
Man's panel. Y'all got the money. Send it. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Well, I ain't pocket watching. People
I
definitely
am. I see it. Okay.
you give where you want to, but at the same time, I'll be paying attention. Be like, people be bearing their heart
Exactly.
and soul, like we was doing last night, and they was just like, "Nah, bitch, sucker." I'm sorry, that's just my sarcasm. But no, this is just like this is more of my vibe, tyranny. You know what I'm saying? Like I've had great men in my life. You know what I'm saying? Who look just like us, and I try my best to include them in some type of way. You know, I've included, I had a panel about mental health month, kind of ran back some footage from what's his name? Young LA, who passed away. He was the rapper, but he did a therapy session like on film, you know what I'm saying, on camera. And like I talk about the levels of manhood and how people you shouldn't have a problem with separating yourself, you know what I'm saying, from other men if you know that you better than them. Like it's okay. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? And I try to
Let's
encourage more
ignite.
married people to come out of the clouds to give people advice versus criticism. But at the same time, when we go out into these panels, girl, we be getting
Mm-hmm.
beat up. Like that's not even considered. And I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
either you don't watch me or
Mm-hmm.
you just don't want to listen. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that next time we go back on DJ's channel for Ladies' Night is our night. Okay, we doing the questioning. Y'all know
He
because
called me a dictator because I was like, drop his ass. Like, no, you're disruptive. You're being a dictator. No, this is our shit. Like, come on. One time.
nah,
Oh,
for
we got
sure.
more love. Hey, Josh.
What's up,
Says, hey,
Joshua? It's
Tyranny.
my girl LA. He
Yes, yes, yes,
Sean.
yes. Thank you on both platforms. Y'all make sure to like the video on Tyranny's side as well.
And
But
send some
keep going.
money.
Keep going, boo.
Y'all need to pay us. We pretty. Now we don't have to show nothing just for y'all to
And
give us
honest.
money. Exactly. Should y'all be wanting to give the ladies that's doing good money versus the ladies that's doing bad? Why are you supporting them? Damn. Oh, and LA got mixed children. Okay. So I understand. We
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm like, I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if you knew that about me before, but
Mm-mm.
yeah,
No.
like I mean, I when I first came online, I didn't think that that was a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right. It's not
I've
something
known
that
lots
we
of
like.
mixed people, and I'm glad that everybody's here. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like, as long as we being productive members of society, like, shoot, ain't no mistakes.
Right.
Especially if you have a faith system. Like, that's another thing. Like, what are
Um,
people really saying? Go ahead, babe.
yeah, I wanted to tell you that too, with something about faith earlier. But okay, LA, I'm not a little racist. And it's not disrespectful racist. It's just that I know our history and I see when you're bringing that history into play. I'm not talking about individuals. There are great individuals. But I just wanted to say, I'm not going to hang nobody from a tree, but I just have my guard up.
Right.
That's all. Just want
Let
to
me
let you
turn
know.
the music down just a little bit because I feel like it's
Yeah, because you over there getting gangster. Hey.
hey, we got
Look at
yeah,
the tongue.
You feel me?
Ooh.
Let me get my soundboard. It's gonna be lit. I'm trying to tell you.
Oh man, that ooh will be a great soundboard for real.
That's what I'm like. That's why I feel like, come on, man. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand that the interactions might not always be what is expected or what is sought after, but it's genuine. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, like, if you come at people crazy, you say something. So what? You gonna
Yeah,
get that? You might get that little neck
facts.
jerk. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't blame me for that.
Nah,
We
nah,
got the
for real.
word in the building, 9%. Man, this dude be dropping
Money.
gems. Fuck.
Does he drop money? We don't want your damn. Let's send some money. Money
No,
signs at LA Project.
yeah, it's running on the bottom. No, this has been like some months since the word's been through, but you know what I'm saying? No, he you know what I'm saying, he be dropping, he's a conscious brother, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. All right, so let's see here. So when it came to last night, I really felt like and I could just be, this could just be me, but I just felt like, I mean, they was coming from all sides, like with with the attacks and like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. They're offended when you ask one of their fellow brothers a question. If I say you're average, he'd be like, "You average, bitch, and you look like a weasel, and that's why you got kids by a Mexican." I was talking about him. But I mean, yeah, they jump on you. Accountability is not.
Man, if you would have saw the back chat last night, were you looking at that?
I think someone else was in there that I couldn't see because somebody was replying. I'm like, who you talking to?
Me, probably. Jamaican Reese. There's so many Reeses in this space.
Reese Anderson.
Yes, child. That's what I was like. He was like, I can see through all your fluff, LA. I can see through your fluff. Fluff? God damn. Like, you don't know nothing about me. What's going on, Drobo Knot?
Like, no, but because you're a woman, they know everything about you and you're figured out. And you're wrong.
They're the special ones. You know what I'm saying? They're the only ones that can really like have certain circumstances and situations going on, you know. Like you said, how come you didn't marry your baby mom? Like, people don't want to get engaged and wait for years to have the you know what I'm saying? Unless you having the conversation, like I said so many times. Like I just feel like people just really like to highlight whatever they don't, whatever triggers them. But when we say, oh, you're triggered, then that's a problem. But you are, because you're negating and you're redacting everything else in black marker that I'm saying, and you're only putting certain things in yellow. So to me, I don't know, bro. Like,
I know it was a whole bunch of whining, just a whole bunch of whining. You got 2 boys, 2 girls, or a boy and girl?
No, I have 2 girls, and I don't regret them at all. That's why I'm just like.
But I was gonna say, like, if you had a boy, when you have a boy, because you never know. They whine.
Existence, child.
Boys whine. But when you do, girls are tougher automatically from birth. But boys, mommy, like, you guys are automatically whiners. So you need to understand, you need to grow up out of your whining. Where women are tougher, girls are tough. So we have to grow into our femininity. Okay, so we weren't just born feminine. We're a little tough around the edges too, man. But
yeah, like me personally, like my brother. Oh, do I have it? I don't think I have it. Damn it! I had this picture as an overlay. I used to end my show with it. It was me and my brother. You know what I'm saying, on Easter Sunday. Goddamn, when we was young. But like, no, like literally, I got my arm around him. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just squint from the sun, but you know what I'm saying, still trying to smile at the same time. But like, no, like we a year and a half apart. Like, anything that he had to do, I had to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I be like, I don't understand this whole, like, even like when my mom sometimes had to leave for like training and things like that for her job. Like, my dad had to do my hair. My dad had to cook for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have to learn how to swap, but it's about that treatment. You got to be with, they were 2 young Black people that wanted to be together and were together from teenagers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's different for me to be like, I tried. You know what I'm saying? I really did try, and things happen, just like things happen with these gentlemen, to why they're not with their children, and they're not with the, like you said, the mothers of their children and things like that. Things happen.
Yeah,
But for
yeah.
some reason, like us Black women, we get a lot of flack, man.
So
And
you
I
know the curses of Eve, right? And two of the
what?
three, the curses of Eve,
Okay.
and two of the three curses was to desire her husband and for him to rule over her. So, you know, they're our husband because we're out here sleeping with them, you know, not literally, but so a lot of us women can't leave because it's part of our curse that we desire you niggas. And we know that y'all be doing, y'all do crazy. It's a lot. Like I said, it's a lot being with a Black man. I know you had your thing with the Asian, but I have my thing with the Guatemalan too. These men, period. It's a lot to be with y'all.
I mean, honestly, that's why I'm just like, it's just kind of a general thing at this point.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
it's
Like,
general. I would agree.
but the motivation for me was never to be like, oh, it's because these people are better. And, like, no, like that's not what it is. But that's like how it's
Right,
always translated. And it's just
right,
like,
right.
okay. Like
There's
I said,
only
I don't
two
think
of
he's
us.
listening at all. Hey,
Okay.
Tiff. Hold on.
Two.
I might be just dropping this for the ladies.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna invite her
Because
up. Y'all should come
y'all are
on up.
showing out today. Hold on.
Hey, hey.
All right, we're
Send
gonna
some
play
money.
this back a little bit, but go ahead, babe.
Oh, I
While
was
I
just
get
saying,
things set
send
up.
some money. Okay. Money sign the LA project. Okay. Or
Okay, nothing came through yet. They just like again, they be dropping them 50s and them hundreds and them, in them other channels. But
yeah, $2.99. I'm gonna give this man the last thing I got just to make one. Why you can't give it to this supporting mother? Y'all niggas ain't for the community. It's for
at
yourself.
all, y'all don't care about these kids. You know what? It's something else that I noticed. It's like and I think the recent case, there was this young Black girl or woman, Sade Robinson, I believe. She went
Right.
out, but when
The
that happened,
alien.
she went out with the
Was,
white dude.
was that the alien girl? No, Sade Robinson. Oh no, that was Mexico.
Hold on, Riaz, right now, I'm just letting the ladies up because we're
Let
going
me ask.
over interracial dating. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can come back in a little while, okay? Thanks.
Yeah. Pull up.
Um, no, but when those types of situations happen, then it's almost like the Black girl deserved it or something. See, that's what she gets, for going outside and this, that, and the third. And it's just like, that's why I had to bring up last night, like how many Black men were lynched over just the accusation,
Right.
you know what I'm saying, of dealing with a white woman or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
were
hold on.
we there with them being lynched? Yes, we were. The Black woman was right there. So
Bruh, like it was crazy. Hold on just 1 second. I'm sorry, you guys. The link is just for the ladies right now. I'm gonna have the guys come up in a little while. You can chill in the back if you want to. But I'll pull you up after we get done reviewing some things. Okay.
right.
I had no, I had oh, fireworks tonight. Awesome. Sorry, I got a text. Just a mile away. Child, that's what I'm like. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. That's I'm like, I be doing it all. We live like maybe like a mile away from this nice park.
That's
And I'm like,
good.
they have live music, the food trucks, the free fireworks. You can put your blankets out, like all that good stuff. But anyway,
Okay.
for the 4th of July. But yeah, no, when it comes to like, like I said, when Black women seem to, like, I guess, find themselves in these types of situations, they get blamed for it when the Black men, like I said, have been literally lynched for years. When I one of the last shows that I did actually showcased it was a crime that happened in Valdosta, Georgia. And that actually was the place where Mary Turner, the woman who had the baby cut out of her stomach and then lynched, and
Ooh.
then they stomped the baby. Like this.
For
this
what though? That's what I'm saying. For what?
Because her husband was unlawfully lynched, and she didn't want to shut up about it. But we don't do nothing for y'all. You know what I'm saying? We don't fight for
That's what
y'all.
I'm
We don't
saying.
sacrifice for y'all. We weren't right there the whole
And
time.
we didn't go through
We went through
right,
everything.
and
That's
we
why I
didn't
feel
go
like
through
this is
mental
kind of like
abuse
low key
too.
insulting. Like it's kind
Yeah.
of low key insulting, like for real. Because we weren't just put into like a safe haven of the US, behind fortresses and kept, just safe. And no, we had to walk the streets. We had to still walk everywhere. We had the threats of everything, just like our men did. And it sucks because that's not appreciated at all. But girl, we gonna get into this damn video. All right. Because I definitely
Yeah.
want to start
But
like
like, can
with
you hear me? Because you're building on my end. Can you hear me though?
yes, I can.
Okay, you were boarding, but I don't think you're boarding now. But you can hear
Okay.
me.
Yes. Uh-huh.
It's
I
still
think you have
freezing
a
on my end.
delay.
I'm gonna come back out.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get
Yeah,
the
I'm
video pulled up.
okay.
Just come back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You heard Joshua. He said like, share, subscribe, and smash the notification button. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'll be putting myself out there, and I ain't got no problems with it because that's one thing. If you say that you've grown, what type of regrets are you going to have? What you gonna get mad at? You should be at terms and come at peace with whatever decisions that you have made in life. That's how I feel. I've never once the only thing that I complain about in terms of just being a single mom is just I wish, because I know the effect that a father has in the household and at least with just general interaction with his children, I wish that their dad was there more. That's all. That's the only complaint I have. Other than that, I don't complain. So I'm sorry, y'all gonna have to pick another baby mama or something like that. You feel me? to bang on because I'm fine.
Right.
I have.
Exactly.
That's why I really had no real problem with sharing my experience because it was just something that literally happened. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like my uncle, he went to the military. He has a German wife. You know what I'm saying? Like I have another uncle who has a processed kit in his hair and everything. Like he's definitely not really a self-loving black man, but he has a white wife. Like I don't understand, and they've been married for decades. This has been
Yeah.
going on for decades, so I don't understand what the problem is. Um, all right, let me see here. If my moderators, hold on, let me see really quick who's in the building. Who's got wrenches right now? Hey, Tiff, are you still here? If you're here, thank you, Roxy Hart. She says, I love this look for you ladies. Drop each other's link. Do this more often. Yes, for
Need some
sure, for
money.
sure.
You guys, we need some money. We
Tyranny
will
is
do
not
this.
playing with y'all, okay? You can't find it. I literally just put the link in the chat not too long ago. You didn't see it? You got to scroll up a little bit because I definitely put it in there.
Put it in the back chat so I can put it on my side too.
All right, give me a second.
Please.
All right,
Okay.
you guys, while we are doing just a couple housekeeping things like us women do, just give us a second. All right, this is me. But yes, if moderators on my side, if y'all could please drop Tyranny's link, I would appreciate it. I'm not even sure who's here.
Yeah.
Tiff through earlier. Damn, I might need to give some more wrenches out because it's like I appreciate it though. This is awesome. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get this pulled up. There you go. Appreciate it, Tyranny. I really appreciate that. Yeah, y'all please be nice in the chat. I guess I'm kind of multitasking right now, but I will drop, block, and straight your ass. Okay.
Let them down, open up shop. Hey.
All right, so let me get this pulled up. And I'm sorry, I love some of the production that that how the shows come out, in terms of Witch Doctor, man, that should be riding. But I just
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah,
start it from the beginning to kind of give people the premise of what I was saying, okay, instead of what they wanted to hear happening.
yeah.
So we
Right.
gonna start it from the beginning. Let me get it pulled up.
And if LA, you want me to leave, you can always
Huh?
let me know. I said if you want me
No,
to, okay, I'm just saying if you want to do it on your own, just
no,
let
you
me know.
good because you was there. You saw the whole thing, girl.
I just
You
seen you
saw
getting attacked, and I'm like, now this is not what we about to do.
chat. That's just what they like to do over there, and that's what I think a part of the whole lady show is like is trying to establish. It's just like that's not really like Witch Doctor is not Manosphere. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's not Red Pill. You know what I'm saying? But of course, from past affiliations, it's kind of like we just trying to
Put it in
scrub
there.
that part off. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna take a little work. I know. That's why I was like, I don't have a problem with what I'm sharing. I don't share things that I'm, what I'm saying, questionable about or ashamed of or anything. But I know
Yeah,
that you understand. All right.
for sure. For sure, I understand.
And that's why I was like, I was glad that you was up there. I didn't want to put you on the spotlight either. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, when we do something, it's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I
Okay.
do it. Fuck them. All right, let me get this pulled up. And I love our AI. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This is
it's really nice. It's pretty but smooth. It's galaxy. I can dig, and
mm.
it's pink.
Oh, my intro. No, I'm even talking about the one that I'm getting ready to play right now. So this is from Not for Humans last night. This happens every Wednesday. This is Women's World Wednesday. Okay. Hump
Yeah.
day, our day. So we're gonna go ahead and take it from the top. Let me just okay. Let me fix that. All right, there we go. Let's go.
Night TV.
Oh, hey, I'm trying to tell you. Production
Yo,
A1.
yo, yo, mic check, mic check.
All right.
Describe as better treatment.
All right. So let's take it
Yo,
back.
yo, yo.
All right.
Yeah, you see, I was right. It says, let me change it.
Guess we
Now we
had some
should be good.
technical difficulties.
Yo, 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 yo. Yeah, it's coming through my speakers now. I could hear that shit. All right.
It's coming through my speakers now.
Now I could hear it because it was sounding kind of low. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's the same because the mic is still good. It was just the output, the audio output. All right. Today we're going to talk about divesting. You know what I'm saying? And interracial dating. I just found out that divesting and interracial dating is two separate things.
We're definitely always needed, but you said looming. That shit is funny as hell, Travel One.
Travel won't be on the one.
I thought it was the same.
Oh, it is two different things because people kind of use it synonymously.
To me, I think interracial dating is like you're dating out.
See, because honestly, off the rip, like, just because, like I said, I have mixed children, Tyranny, I will be called a divester. I was just now learning what the difference was. Because I
Yeah,
don't prescribe to certain channels or know certain, YouTubers who talk about stuff like that.
yeah.
But, you will just kind of get roped in. Has that ever happened to you?
I've never been called a divester, but I've been called everything else. But I feel like you said, this conversation isn't just one race; it's men in general. Because I mean, it seems like in every race, a lot of men have the same. We go through stuff. We go through stuff as women. But
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah. That's always like kind of even like for the women who act like they don't understand what we go through. Just
right.
that's
And
a
then they
whole
get
different breed, but
that's a whole different pick me. I've never asked to be picked, so that's what that is to me. When I hear you agreeing with them, girl, you know what we go through. So that's when you become a pick me to me.
okay. Yeah.
Do you?
That's
Yeah,
for sure. I definitely classify that with like any woman who just like says things that go against her own best interest. Like,
yeah,
like how can you try to separate yourself from another woman? Like y'all in the same category. So if you advocate for another woman to get slapped or whatever, like you can't
exactly.
say that it's not gonna happen to you. Like
Yeah,
you going against your own best interest. Like that shit kind of crazy to me. Just to
yeah,
be accepted. Like
seen or something. I
nah.
guess. Nah. Young Reese
True.
talk about truth. Young Reese, you have no idea. You
Now these comments coming through fast. Say Roxy says, this is perfect. Tyranny is turned up. LA is more mellow. If y'all could control the ninjas on the panel while allowing everyone to talk and give their perspectives, I'd watch. Good luck, ladies. Hey, it's an experiment. We can't say that we ain't motherfucking try. That's one thing that you can't say. Uh, but I mean, I've got taken out my body a couple times. I don't like to be. You know what I'm saying? But it depends on what
right.
is being said to me, and I'm just like, I'm not used to this shit. I'm used to the school of saying what you mean and not just saying stuff for shock value or just to rile somebody up. I don't play the dozens because I normally don't like to insult people. You know what I'm saying? I like to
Right.
speak better words, positive words, you know what I'm saying? Have fun, have those types of higher vibrations. So like when I do interact with people on panels, it's alarming to me. It does throw me totally off guard and I can't help it. I'm sorry. But
Nah.
yeah, we on my channel, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we
Right.
can chill out. We can chill
Yes.
out.
And ladies, y'all can come up. Reese, you always in the chat. Bring your ass up here. You guys can come up here. We can all just talk. Have a fun ladies' night. Not ladies' night, but it's during the day.
And
But y'all know what I mean.
y'all can give me the real because like I said, I
Yeah.
see some comments down here. Give me 1 second. How long have you been knowing Witch Doctor?
As long as I have known Fatty. So
How long is that?
I met him over there. So maybe like a year and a half.
Okay.
Yeah. But I didn't really
And-
interact with DJ Doctor.
Right. See, that's the way that I felt. I've heard of his name. I went to his shows,
Yeah.
but in terms of like actually seeing him interact with with the guys like that, I didn't really see that. I feel like
Right.
he's pretty balanced. Like he doesn't always believe in like just the rigid talking
Right.
points.
Because
He actually goes back, at some of this
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
So
he's
yeah,
Jamaican. Like
someone was
he,
wondering how is DJ Witch Doctor not Red Pill Manosphere though? It's
yeah,
just because he sees the balance in things, in my
exactly.
opinion.
He's honest. I mean, he's gonna be honest because he grew up in Jamaica. That is not an easy life. Ain't no,
It wasn't no Jamaica, it's Guyana.
Oh, that's not in Jamaica.
No, that's it's attached to South. It's attached to Brazil. Actually, it's South
Oh,
America.
really? I need to
Hmm.
go down there. I bet the men up there are gorgeous.
Yo, he
Gorgeous.
said there's a lot of Indian people that live there
I
as
believe
well.
that too.
So I don't know, but it's definitely.
Sugar bumps.
Oh, thanks for pulling up, Sugar Bomb.
My
I think
bad.
you're on Tyranny's
Jamaican.
side, but appreciate you. And like, anyway.
Like,
Yeah,
subscribe, share, and send some money. Send some
yes.
money.
Definitely share because y'all watching. Y'all watching. But let's get
Yeah.
back to this because like I said, I put my little experience underneath the microscope for y'all, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I'm cool with it. I love my children. You know, they're smart, they're beautiful. Man,
Yeah.
they were wanted. That's the main reason, the main thing. I actually wanted them, so I don't resent nothing. And yes, one of them looks just like their dad, but I just be like, you look just like your daddy. Like it's not no resentful shit. And I'm sorry for the people who got that taken out on them. If you were raised, in a situation where you didn't have your parent, but you look like your parent, and your other parent took it out on you, like I apologize, you know what I'm saying? I feel bad, you know what I'm saying? But that's
Right.
that's not what it is over here, because you gotta want to be a parent. Number one,
Yeah.
you gotta want it. You know what I'm saying? And everything else is just like, shoot, as long as they healthy, come out 10 fingers, 10 toes, like shoot, we can deal with the rest.
Right. Right.
Hmm.
This is true. So that's why
outside you.
single.
Hmm. No,
No, go ahead.
you go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this is why single mothers really need to get a lot more credit. Because it's not easy. It's worth it, but it's not easy. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely not. Like, shoot, if people if people say that kids are not inconvenient, they lying. Okay? Like seriously. We all know that. They can be inconvenient as hell, and you know what I mean. But it is what it is. Like I said, if you sign up for it, you say that you want a legacy, you want a little you, this, that, and the third, then shoot, hey, you're gonna have to take the good with the bad. So we got
Right.
Quafino
Exactly.
in the building. What's going on, Quafi?
Narratives in Gala. What? That's his real name? Quafino. That's what
Quaf
it is.
Quafinino. Yes.
Oh, so he's African. Quafinino. That's why you be talking to me in the chat. Okay, I get it. What's up?
I'm not sure what his nationality is, but yeah, he a little something something. He got a little in there. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's just try to get to like exactly what my premise was before I get jumped on.
Yeah.
Your race, but divesting is like if you divorce your race altogether. Like I got the definition for divesting.
Oh, okay. Like those people that you've never seen with their own race of people, like in like dating and stuff like that. That's what you mean by divesting.
Yeah, it says divestors. Damn, it said divestors are typically black women who publicly choose to withdraw from dating, marrying, or building families with black men,
Let me speed this up.
often as a
So slow.
response. Excuse me, often as a response to negative experiences or perceived patterns of dysfunction in the black community. So divestors,
Oh
typically black
no,
women
this
who
is
publicly
bad.
choose to withdraw from dating, marrying, or building families with black men, often as a response to negative experiences or perceived patterns of dysfunction in the black community. You know what I'm saying? They advocate for dating outside their race, especially with white men, as a way to seek what they describe as better treatment. You know what I'm saying? And it also got something about more stability. The key traits of a divestor is to promote interracial dating, often with white men, use language like leaving the community, exit strategies, or divest from struggle love.
All right, so already I'm laughing because I can't identify with any of those things that is considered divesting activity, or what was considered to be a divester. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never X'd Black men completely out. I actually expanded my options instead of keep on turning down other races, because regardless of what other, and I've heard this online. I don't hear this, of course, in real life because I live it, but online they try to say that other races of men don't really find Black women attractive, and that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Like, I have turned down so many different dudes, whether it be Indian, white, turned them down when I was dating, specifically like when I was younger. So as I'm getting older, and I mean, to a lot of people who they think that, having a baby when you're in your 30s and things like that, that's too late. That's too late. You know what I'm saying? Well, sometimes you got to take your time, and I'd rather people take their damn time. You know what I'm saying? Like, make sure the situation is right, so that no resentment because of your have-nots are being taken out on that child. That's what I really feel like a lot of that stuff is from. So yeah, I don't down anybody for wanting to wait, or if they don't have children when they're young or whatever. Like, shoot, it's not always the time for you to have. The situation might not be right, and I would rather it be a good, healthy environment for the child. Everybody would, what I'm saying, in terms of just bringing life into the world, than just having kids. That's not what makes you a man or a woman. Like, fuck out of here. What's going on? They get on the see. See, there go Coffee Nina right there. Like, shoot, we know what it is. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. All right. Well, we're gonna get back into the review. Let's just look. Like I said, we got into the distinction. There is a difference between people who say they're divestors, meaning they don't want anything to do with their own. You know what I'm saying? They just know anything but Black man or woman, versus someone who just finds themselves clicking or having a connection with a person from a different race. There's a big difference. However, that wasn't what people really wanted to focus on last night. And I don't know, again, some of y'all gotta take a chill pill, you know what I'm saying, before I ill out this motherfucker, because all this projecting, and just because you ain't got no outlet, to express yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, hold on a second. Doesn't mean that you could sit here and punch down on other people and just take your frustrations out. And we gonna hear somebody else a little bit later on. Like I said, this nigga been hiding in the bushes for months, and he just decided to pop out and show me for whatever reason. But let's get back to it.
Frequently associate Black men with violence, abuse, or economic instability. Where is Reese? There's Reese in the chat yet? Let me see, because I had to leave the. Yeah, you checking? You like?
Where Reese at? What's going on? Be giving hell. I love it.
Shout out to Zyrex in the building. Appreciate you for joining us. All right, let me see. I don't think Zyrex is a divester. You know what I mean? Let me see. They may criticize pro-Black movements, and often. What? Okay, they're often on platforms like TikTok and Twitter/X, right? Important notes: not all interracial dating Black women are divestors. What separates divestors is the intentional reject of Black men as a group, the public often aggressive rhetoric towards Black male identity, and a belief that divesting is a part of a larger liberation or survival strategy.
Lord Jesus.
Damn. So that's the key. That's some important notes to pay attention to, right? This is what separates divestors from interracially dating Black women, right? One, the divestors intentionally reject Black men as a group.
Mm-hmm.
Two,
The rhetoric.
They have the public aggressive rhetoric towards black male identity, and they believe that divesting is a part of a larger survival / liberation.
Okay, so it's already been established that divestors are shit, and I feel like the paper, yes, is right here. I wrote it down yesterday. It's the intentional rejection of your own race. It's the harsh rhetoric towards your own race, and divesting is also seen as some type of liberation strategy. So whether it be moving up in classes, financially or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So that's the difference between people who, that's what a divester is. Okay. So
Well, I divested.
I'm not sure. I probably was just talking. I'm not even sure what's going on right now. What's going on, Frida Green? Good afternoon to you. You back, Tyranny?
Yes, I am. Just eating my noodles, so I didn't want to be eating on the screen.
No, you good. So we just getting down exactly what a divester is, and that's definitely somebody who is
a football player.
Yeah, yeah, definitely has very strong opinions about their own.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like black athletic men are divestors. They literally jump in the other pool. But black women, we divest. We've divested, but we're not a divester. Okay, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, difference, right?
Right.
But yeah, they didn't want to see that shit last night, man. It was like, oh my God. Did you see when Reese got up there?
What happened when Reese got up there?
He was like, so if you get approached by 1 million black men, you telling me that you can't find one person to 1 million? If I tell you that I'm in a relationship for 5 years, why would I be looking at anybody else, dumbass?
Like, a lot of these men start talking like they were talking to other women. Like, oh, dude, man, I ain't been single for 20 years. But if I was
women, I'm sorry. If they were women, they would definitely be hoes. But go ahead.
No, because they hoe as men. They soul. But yeah,
they don't believe that they could be. That shit funny as hell.
Exactly. Nah, that was it.
We got Hustler and Muscler up in here. Salute, player. I know, child. That's why I be like, why is it a problem if a woman does it? And like, why were you like coming at me the way that you was last night? That shit was crazy. Right. That shit was crazy.
And then DJ talking about they're new to this space tyranny. No, they're not. They've been here. They know what's going on.
Well, Old Man Low and Chef, they are new.
Oh,
they are like he knows them, I guess, like in real life or whatever, and brought them to the show. So they're kind of like confused by a lot of this stuff that they do here. You know what I'm saying? But
I gave them a hell of an introduction then, huh?
Well, hey, it is what it is. Sometimes you just give them you got to give them a welcome to YouTube type shit. You know what I'm saying? Let them know what they getting themselves into. But let me try to find where this shit went left. Let me see here. Because again, that's all I be telling them. Like, y'all are welcome, motherfuckers. Like, shit, don't ever get it twisted. Because we don't have to tell you what the truth is ever, or what our truth is ever. But we still choose to. And it's just like, I don't know, this shit be crazy.
Exactly. I loved it. It was fun for me.
Child, right? Because when you assume, you make more of an ass out of you than me. Oh God, they brought up Color Purple. I don't even want to talk about that.
Color Purple. Oh my God.
Saying, I got an answer for things like that book was written when I was born. Like, what do y'all want me to do? This
But
is
what
what
about the
Crockett.
movie?
What more do you want from me?
What more do you want?
What
That'd
more
be
do
like
you want?
that Denzel Washington movie where he cheated on his wife and had a baby, and people were like, "That's a good movie." No, it's not. No, it's not. To me, it's not. I'm not gonna stay with no man that had a baby on me. I can't. I can't. I can't. I'll never trust you.
That ever in life.
I
Let me
can't.
see.
I
Let
hope
me
not. You know what? I love my husband, but I hope not. I pray I won't stay. I don't want to stay. I want to leave. So I don't want to be with someone that cheats on me because,
straight up.
yeah.
Like straight up. Yeah. Like before anything in terms of cheating, bodily harm, or whatever, I'm leaving. Like, just let me go, please. Let me
Right.
go. You know, because it's not that serious. It's never that serious. Hey Zyrax, good afternoon, love. I'm missing y'all in the chat. I'm so sorry. But sometimes I gotta ignore y'all, okay? Because it's from all different sides of the cranium at the same time. It's crazy. All right, let me see where we at. Wait.
Cops more often. They're not being targeted by cops. They're not being hunted down like animals.
Play the video. Yeah,
Wait.
they're downing black men. Oh,
Wait a minute. You got me. Wait a minute. So,
sorry.
Lauren,
Oh, well, this is where I dropped the bomb. Damn, I'm good. Let's go.
ladies and gentlemen, Lauren has mixed race kids. You know what I'm saying? And I believe the children of the future. You know what I'm saying? You know the song. I believe it. You know. You know what I'm saying? Damn. So Lauren is a divester or interracial dater.
I was an interracial dater.
I thought you was a divester though. When you a divester?
No, I get called a divester online once people hear that I have mixed children, but that came from the one and only outside, like interracial like relationship that I ever had. Dating never had. Like, it's been black dudes all the way up until I was damn near 30. Okay, so I just established it's the only interracial relationship that I've ever been in my life.
Right.
I had my first child when I was 29. I waited for y'all niggas. I tried.
For sure. That's around the same age I had my firstborn, and it was with the other race.
Child.
29, 30.
Well, my mother's, reaction was she was just happy. She didn't care. And I'm glad that I come from that type of family because, come on, man. We can't sit here and blame black women for aborting the most babies and all this other stuff. What would you have wanted me to do? That was my first and only time I ever got pregnant. And if I always told myself if I did get pregnant, I'm not that type of person.
Right.
I signed up for this. I'm grown. You feel what I'm saying? I'm going to take care of it. So, but I guess that's wrong. And my daughters are literally a year and a month apart. So it's not like it was awesome. Sat there and okay, we waited 2-3 more years and then I made them. No, it was kind of like, bam, bam type situation. Bam. But I love them.
You sound so familiar. So familiar. Because I'm going through hell with my ex-husband. He's an asshole. Okay. No, my uncle was like, well, men love different. No, you can't love like an asshole. You lost her. You lost her. You lost me. You lost me. Keep it pushing. But now you've been asked. But my children, they're a year.
That's what I got. And they trying to tell me that I'm wrong.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, Tyranny. Go ahead.
No. You gotta trust him. I know.
This shit crazy. So you said, okay, so when you were married to your ex-husband, right?
Yes.
I don't want to get into like the reasons of why.
I ain't tripping. He was physically abusive. We can talk about whatever, we can disagree about whatever. But when you snap and then you want to snap on me, boy, okay.
No, I feel you.
Okay.
And they think that that's like always the extreme situation, but statistics are statistics. I don't understand why we have stats, and then they want to be like, "Oh, that's just 1 in a million. Like, what? Like, it's pretty common, actually. Some
Actually,
people just don't report it. Some people stay, and kids usually up the ante. I don't give a damn who you talking to.
ugh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So it might happen more than once, but shoot, eventually, yeah, it's like it's time to go. Like, and nobody should be blamed for that, you know. But it's just like it seems like with Black women, like we're expected to just hold all of our mistakes and be identified them for the end of time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, doesn't everybody start somewhere and then end somewhere else? You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because we don't always have the support that we need. We go through things,
Mhm.
you know, whether you're like um in college, and we know how the college environment is. It's not always the safest, right? Let's say you
Right.
happen to go through something like that. There's just not a whole lot of support. Like I remember, like I said, my father passed away, and we didn't get like weekly phone calls from uncles or, you know, people who were just checking on us.
Right.
It was like, okay, the funeral's over, everything. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't
Hmm.
support each other, and
No.
people make their own decisions and they process life the way that makes sense the most to them, you know, in between
Yeah,
time.
you know what? A lot of what you're saying, it sounds like our parents. You know, look, I didn't ask for it to go this way. Don't come at me. Like, I don't know. My mom, regardless of the things that my ex-husband and I have been through, my mom's just like, if you would have listened to me. But it don't always work like that. Hey, you know, how you gonna tell someone
Yeah.
that you better not be in love with them, or you shouldn't have married them, you shouldn't have had kids. That's just not how it works. That's not even how it worked with you and my dad.
Hmm. Right.
Um,
Yeah. I mean, we
so,
romanticize a lot of different things, and even feel like it's even you know, when it comes to different races, like I literally have family members who I've never known them to have a Black girlfriend.
mm,
Never. You feel me? Like my my brother calls my cousin the milkman. You feel what I'm saying? Like
the
seriously. So it's
milkman.
like, no, I'm serious. Like, because there's certain people who are just like, they just don't want to, but that's not what we were talking about. You know what I'm saying? This was situations that just ended up being like compatibility more so.
Right.
But they
So,
just happen to be a different, you know, a different race. Like again, should I say no because he's not Black? Like that's kind of racist. No, I'm just playing.
I mean, LA. So, like, I think you get an outside perspective, or you get an inside perspective because you are around, white people often, right? Because you're mixed, so you
No,
could.
I'm not mixed.
Oh,
I grew up in the suburbs. I mean, I get labeled that, but no, I'm not mixed at all.
oh. Well, see, okay, because I know, like, if your mom or dad is whatever, white or whatever, you get to experience their side more, So
Hmm.
you're gonna be like, I don't see what's the problem. I hang around, my other side of family all the time. But with other people, we don't. And so some of us, it's just like, maybe we shouldn't. Like I said, it's not that the Caucasian person individually is a bad person. It's just overall, it's just been some negative history. So to avoid that, that's why some people say, maybe you should just stay with your own.
Hmm.
No. So I understand, I don't know. But now that I have mixed kids, they're going to date another race because they are another race. It makes sense too. So I can't
Hmm.
tell them to be with a Hispanic because they are half Hispanic.
Right, right. I mean, yeah. I mean, most of my daughter's friends have locks and braids and, you know, darker skin. You know, my kids are more used to like my side of the family,
Hmm.
but they don't look like it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Right.
I just
Right.
try to explain to them, like, hey, this is what it is.
Mhm.
You know, I'm black, but you know what I'm saying, your dad is not, so when you go out into the world, just let people know that you're mixed. You know what I'm saying? Because I
Right.
know like, they identify more with black because that's what they hang around. That's what they know, right?
Right.
But that's not how they're going to be perceived.
Right.
So
Exactly.
just keep in mind the struggles of your friends and how how different it's going to be for them. You know what I mean? And just
Yep.
let people know, like, shoot, don't say that you black. I don't want to hear you saying that N-word. Like, just I'm not trying
Yeah.
to police you, but like, don't take it there. You know what I'm saying? And I
There's no
don't know.
need to anyways. It's a vulgar word. I don't even say that word in my house. I
And
mean, I don't know why we walk around.
your kids
Huh?
are still young, right?
All five of them, yes.
Like little. Okay, yeah. So yeah, mine,
6 and under.
girl, my youngest one, she's going into middle school this coming up year. So now I'm gonna have 2 middle schoolers.
Okay,
The
middle
conversation
school.
will change a little bit, but yeah.
My son's going to be in the first grade next year.
Oh, first grade. Jeez.
First grade.
Ready to start.
Man.
Hold on. Okay, I think I might want to open it up a little bit more. This is getting interesting. But let me just pull up Reese real quick.
Okay.
Child, I know. I hate to show myself in rare form, but
Okay, I'm coming back up because I finished my noodles. Those are some good noodles.
you're good. All
Got
right,
that little
let me,
Creole sauce on there with some paprika. I mean, the parsley. Oh my
hey,
God.
little tahini on there.
Is that, ooh,
Little rock.
tahini? I've never had tahini in my noodles.
What? It's like a little chili pie. Okay, never mind.
No.
I feel you, Reese, but like I said, man,
I bet.
like shoot, when you don't look black, that's why I be like, you can't go outside and say that shit. They might knock your top off. You feel me? Like, because they don't know your mama is black. So just know how to read the room. Know how to read the room. Okay. Let's pull up, yeah, because he had his little workout avatar on. Hold on. Let me pull it up. He thought he was flexing.
Who did?
Reese, hold on. How come you can't see it? Okay, let me see here.
I just want to let you know, LA, at and like at 1:30, I'm gonna go live about P. Diddy.
Oh,
yeah, I think it's a lot. Yes, I'm going to cover how this P. Diddy stuff is really a homosexual ritual. That's what I'm going to cover. It's too many jokes about baby oil. Because when you think about baby, but that's what that's what's going to be. I'm just letting you know in 45 minutes. So.
No, you good. Because I'm telling you, I brought this up my last damn live. This person, this is one of Puffy's former producers, one of his hitmen. His name is Mark Curry, and he wrote a book called Dancing with the Devil back in 2008. He's been talking about this shit for years. So he's known Stevie J's, and he was around for the Misas and the Kim Porters. Yeah, he was there. He was there. So yeah, I had just brought that shit up, man. So okay, I'll be there. I'll check you out. I'll definitely check you out.
I'm pretty boring, you know.
Whatever. How you gonna be turned up on everybody else's panel but your own, child?
Oh my God, look how fat I look. Oh my gosh. You're gonna have to cut me out. I look so fat. I gotta lose weight.
Give me some.
I gotta start my Zumba. Huh?
All right.
No.
I said you're just a baby. Okay, fine. Let me make it smaller.
Shit. I'm huge. I gotta work out. I'm gonna start my Zumba class online. Y'all can work out with me, but I got to get back.
All right, let's hear what his criticism was to me, and then I'll open up the panel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. those are the different things that we ended up talking about that was different. Because, like I said, you know, when I was 19, I was engaged to a black man, and the engagement just lingered on, and we never had conversations like to the depth or the severity that I did, you know, with this other gentleman.
And I'm assuming that's your first Asian guy?
My first interracial anything, yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you probably had like 1,000 black men approach you in your life. Am I safe to assume that?
I mean, maybe
Oh, my bad. I said 1,000,000 at first. He said 1,000. My fault.
approach. But again, like I said, if I'm in a relationship from the time that I'm 17 so I'm 22, take 2 years break, and then I'm in another relationship with 3 years, and then I'll take another 2. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a relationship type of girl, so I might be approached by them, but when I'm in a relationship, I'm loyal.
Okay, wait a minute. So you're saying you only been in 2 relationships your whole life?
So again, he's already not listening, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, he only heard 2 relationships in my whole life. I mentioned 5, 2, 2, 5. I've been in 4 relationships. Like, oh my goodness. I don't know how many people y'all be running through, but I try to keep it light around these parts. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Look at all the women in the chat talking about tyranny. You just had a baby. That's why you're fat. Nah, man. I got to. LA, I don't like this. I'm about to go.
No, I'm serious. Like, I don't know, man. That was when I felt the best. Oh my God.
But it might feel good, but
right after that baby, man, I was like, I can feel my back move a little bit. Like,
that part though. No, for sure. My baby gave me that,
man. Like,
yeah. Dang. I don't want to get to her like,
shoot. You see, I'm glad that I just make the affiliations that I make, you know what I'm saying? Because the fortunate ones, smart ones, they gonna reap the benefits. I'm taking everybody with me. I'm serious, man. That's why I be like, shoot. Yeah, you're not fat at all, child. Like, it's okay. You just don't feel like yourself.
Look at this. This is a thing. Oh no, my shoulders in the way. Y'all see how skinny? Look at that. That's how I want my arms to look.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm just saying, because like one, if you eat, you get sick one day or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like that little bit of weight that you might lose, that shit make you look crazy. I'm telling you, like you look healthy. You're fine.
Healthy is fine. Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Help you be happy that little mama's in the world, man.
Yeah, she's great.
4 total.
Oh, okay. So the other 2, they were black men?
3 were black, 1 was not.
So what happened to the other 2 guys?
Like I explained before, they were more in the music industry. They were up and coming. I dig what really attracted to them was their passion for the craft. Okay. Me definitely going to see them, rock out, and them having, asking me to come.
You see, this is kind of defeating your argument a little bit, because you picked 2 black men.
What argument?
Wait, no, wait.
I'm not
being combative. Okay. I'm not being combative.
She's not arguing anything.
No. Okay.
I should just be.
Wait.
And for the record, I mean, I was an individual that was in and out of studios and recording music. I'm on a couple of CDs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I put in my work. So, in my opinion, dealing with somebody who was in the music industry was more of like I said, something that we had in common. That's one less thing that we have to argue about. You know what I mean? Like, I understand the late nights. He understands the late nights. He understands the affiliations. You flow around, and you know how to act, versus someone who might be an executive and they're dealing with someone who's in the music industry. They're not gonna really know how to deal with everything. It's probably gonna be a lot of conflict, and there might be some problems. So for me, that's just how it worked. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it worked for me. So I can understand where he's saying, "Oh, okay, well, you're pulling a black man, But like I said, I've had interest in quote unquote good men. Like I said, aerospace engineers, IT people, like people who actually like did executive type of work, but at the same time, they don't go to the club. they don't drink, they don't smoke. I'm not saying that that's like something that they need to do, but I'm not trying to rub off on them. Have you ever
Right.
let a guy go because you just was like, baby, you ain't ready for this. You ain't ready for this. Like, I'm gonna fuck you up. Like,
No, for sure. Yeah.
I
But
might
those
mess
are the
you up.
ones,
I wish more men would hesitate, but anyway, go ahead.
right. Those are the ones that tell us y'all need to give him a chance. No. No, he be all right. Let him go find someone on his level. You being with me is not gonna work for you. Trust me. Especially who I used to be back in the day. I used to be a player. Man, I'm trying to tell you, I used to be a player. These men think they know how to play. Boy, please. Oh my gosh. But
Damn. See, like I said, ever since I've been, out of high school, like I pretty, of course, like I said, I would take breaks, but I was, like my high school sweetheart. I thought I was going to be following the same footsteps as my parents, who were, my mom had just graduated. She was just getting ready to turn 18. And my dad was 19, getting ready to turn 20. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they made it work,
yeah.
like, but it wasn't bad. It was good from what I saw.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I said, like they don't want to believe that us Black women want those types of things anymore. Like we never tried. Like shoot, I had to stop doing certain things because even if I was dating someone and I wake up before them, which is usually 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna wake up before them, right? And
right.
and I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna pick up. I'm gonna take the vacuum cleaner out. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do some shit that might seem more like this is what a wife should be doing. But I'm just like, this is just what needs to be done. And it's never appreciated.
Right, exactly. That part too.
I always find out it's not appreciated when a motherfucker get mad. That's how I be like, I'm opening up my I'm sick of this shit.
So right, yeah,
I'm sick
man. When a
of
woman
in the streets, folks trying to clown you because you up and coming, but I'm like, nah, babe, you got fucking talent. Like I said, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna help you design these goddamn labels for your mix CDs. We gonna put them in the tin tower, it was like a copier machine or something where you would put in 10 blank CDs or whatever, put in the master one, spits it out, right? Take off the label. I'm doing all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm running money through the machine. I'm banding the shit up. Like I'm doing it like, damn, I believed in you. Yeah. And now since Rick Ross and Neo and Ludacris and everybody else is showing you the opulent life, I'm not good enough. That's what made me open up my options.
Mm-hmm.
Because I support it. You know what I'm saying? Like I could have told you nothing, but I pumped life into you. I motivated you to get to be somewhere else. And it happened twice, Tyranny.
Man. That's what I'm trying. I got that same mentality. I want to, babe, I can get you here. Now let's get you here. And then you want to go there?
Exactly. Come on, you got this quality and you might not recognize it, but I know what you can do with this.
Right. Potential. Remember you said that word last night? That's that potential. It messes us up.
That's what every time Black women fall into. We fall into, but I know but see, honestly, the modern Black women, they're not going for that shit no more. And I think that's what people are really like pissed off about.
Afraid of.
Like, for real. But come on, like, I'm sitting here, like I said, bearing my soul, and I'm getting knocked from left and right. I'm saying that I'm not letting 1,000 niggas approach me. I'm focused on my one because I'm dedicated and I'm committed to that one, regardless of what his intentions are. I'm in it for the right reasons, but it's still not enough. You feel me? Oh, you stepped out. Like I said, so I asked him later on. So if I would have been 34, 35, single with no kids, waiting for that Black man, then what would you say? Oh, bitch, that's why you ain't got no man. Like, I get tired of this shit. Like, it's ridiculous. I've never told a Black man what to do or who to be with.
Right.
Be with who
it's not even about not having
the same thing.
Exactly. Be with who treats you well. It's about having a partner. It's not about having no man. Who is you? We went to daycare together, probably, both wiping our nose. Like, who is you? But when you become my partner, when we can become as one, then you will get all that extra stuff that you're asking for. Like you said, I'm doing all this for a boyfriend. I better be doing this for. And Odo said he had her waiting 7 years. Well, I knew when we got together. 7 years? Nah.
Right. I think there was one person, and that was the other guy. Something Smoke was in his name, but that was a new person. I never seen him before. I think he's one of Doc's friends or whatever. But that I think he had waited only a short period of time before he got married. And that's why I was like, what was the difference? You know what I'm saying? Like, what makes certain people just want to drag it out? And that's when they were talking about, oh, well, I have to make sure my finances are together and blah, blah, blah. I just feel like there's always going to be an excuse if that's not what you want to do. But I could be wrong.
Right. Yeah. Nope, you're right. Nobody's forcing a ring. Look. It's
Right.
not forcing a ring. It's forcing.
Roll up.
Yeah. Okay. You're going to give me my title. Okay. I'm doing everything that you want in a title. You don't get to just do what thou wilt. This is not Aleister Crowley and it's not the whole of the law. Okay. Y'all want us. You need to treat us like what we are. And we're far beyond rubies. Okay. Ladies, don't let these men stick you for too long. Get your commitment. I'm just letting y'all know. My last name is something else. Yeah, if the relationship don't work, okay. But I still rather be a wife, because a lot of you hoes to my 3 baby daddies. No, I don't. I still rather be a wife than a baby mama. It's just right. It's just right. It's about foundation. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's real. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it feels like, well, for me personally, I'm more concerned about the quality of a person's marriage versus just like saying that you are. But I mean, definitely when we talking about bringing children to the world, and like you said, just having that original foundation in those formative years, it is definitely preferable to be married.
Right.
Regardless of what is said. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if you find something that you personally can deal with. You know what I'm saying? That you can ride with, you can work with, whatever the situation is, you know, like
exactly.
It's definitely
my husband
like a preferred route. Yeah.
Right. You're embarrassing me in these streets. I'm his girlfriend of 7 years.
Child, that's all. I was just like, damn, I didn't even really get to know you for real. But I was just like, okay, well, she's got some children, and okay, like, so what? Like, like, shit happens. Shit happens. Like, I was with my ex until they were like 3 and 4. So it's like, usually it's, when things get a little hectic or, get to be too much or whatever, sometimes that's when things fall apart. But it wasn't always like that, you know what I'm saying? So it just, again, it was just crazy, the assumptions that were being made about just what I said about my own goddamn situation. Like, that shit was crazy. I'm just like, okay. But I feel like it's been a while since I've seen him on panels, but he's just a contrarian. He's not very positive, and I don't know what his problem is.
Drop him.
Yeah, like, drop his ass, okay?
And then we abusing the power. You gave us the power, now we're abusing it. No, drop him.
That's just what he got to say is okay. No, drop his ass. And you just you just pull that trigger and it's gone. You feel me? Out of here.
Let me land. I'm getting there. Come on, we sailing. We cruising right now. We cruising. So you're saying the two black men, they were in the music industry, right? And the one,
2 of them in particular, yes. 2 or 3, yes.
And that one you was engaged with, what did he do? What was he doing?
Sports.
Okay. So you had 2 black men in the music industry and one that was in the sports industry.
And the one who's, I mean, he was a high school student. Yes, lots of us played sports in high school, but then he went on to college. He was trying to figure out what he wanted to do. And then, but initially, that's what he was doing. It wasn't like he was pursuing to be like oh my goodness. See, I don't know. That kind of sounded like low key jealousy. I can't lie. Damn. Are you mad because I got two niggas from the music industry and a nigga from the sports industry? Like, are you mad?
Right. They know they
You
can't
sound
touch
mad. Like,
Right.
he sounded mad. I'm just like I said, that first one, that's from high school. Which we all trying to figure out our way. We wasn't doing nothing. I wasn't doing anything. I ran track. You know what I'm saying? At the
Right.
time, I wrote the newspaper. But does that mean that's what I was actually doing? No. Like, I mean, I was still going to school and trying to figure out myself. Like, I just
But
felt like
y'all-
he was there to argue.
But the ladies in the chat, that's why y'all need to come up. Because I don't feel like reading. Look, y'all talking about a forced ring doesn't work. It's not a forced ring. I don't,
No, that's coffee.
we don't, look. Oh, yeah, but it's Zyrax and coffee. Look, y'all, it's not a forced ring. It's forced commitment. And yes, I will force you, not, you gotta commit me. But I'm saying, like, I'm letting you know commitment is what I want. And I want it in this fashion, which is a marriage. If you can't provide that to me, you're wasting my time. I'm not going to be your girlfriend for 7 years. I'm going to look. I'm different. You're going to see that you lost something good. I'm not going to stay and hope that you figure it out. No, I'm gonna leave. I'm a breaker upper. I'm a divorcee
Okay, like shoot, I would tear this house apart on this
for
plan.
sure. Tyranny don't get broken up with. I will leave you because
Coffee,
I know you're
let's
not
come up here, please, because we ain't got time. We
read
ain't
the
got
other
time.
stuff.
We
Yeah,
don't
what
have not
I'm reading.
10 comments and no cash apps. You understand me?
No.
Like,
Okay.
anyway,
You know what?
we gonna keep
The
going.
things, yeah, they okay.
No, what were we gonna say, Tyranny? I'm sorry. Before
Nah.
you
Y'all-
have to go, because I don't want to waste your time either.
We don't want you to send money. We want you to support via Cash App. That's it. That's
Mhm.
it. Let us know that we're doing a good job. Fuck you, me. Okay, go ahead, Lauren.
That honestly, that was so well said. I swear to God, because like that's all, man. Like that is all. Like
That's all.
support. Let me know that like these extra sometimes 5 hours that I spend with y'all going back and forth and talking about stuff that like that doesn't affect my life. Like, yeah, let me know that you appreciate that while I get you through your work day, your work shift, things like
Mr.
that.
Watson. Yeah.
Okay, so we got somebody in the bizag. We still gonna be reviewing this messy stuff, but you are more than welcome to hang out. Let's go. We got Riaz in the building. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good though. I'm just enjoying my summer my summer holidays basically though. I've only got like a few months down to September. Then I'm gonna start that new thing though. Like remember I told you about I finished college recently though. 5 years of going, I'm done now. So I'm on to something else.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. Definitely enjoy your time off because it's just gonna be a whole nother cycle, a whole nother routine shortly, in September. So yeah, definitely enjoy. Because you deserve it. You know what I'm saying? You worked hard and
Absolutely.
courses. So that's what it's about. I'm not sure. Did you get a chance? Did you catch the show last night on DJ Witch Doctors? Well,
I
not for
have
you.
to, yeah. I have to, yeah. Very much. I woke up early in the morning, basically. Sometimes I wake up early to either catch people's streams or just watch to support them, though. Sometimes I wake up 5, 6 a.m. in the morning, though, or sometimes I just wake up a bit late. I don't know. Sometimes I ain't consistent, though, when I go to sleep, though. No. Sometimes when I sleep or wake up, I don't know. I'm not that consistent. I do whatever I want to do. Since I'm younger, that's just what I gotta do, man. Anyways, though, I did catch the show, though, to be honest. I was kind of there.
Okay. I personally I had to ignore the chat so I could stay focused on what the hell was going on. So I'm sorry if it seemed like I was ignoring folks, especially you. I apologize, but I had to focus on the actual the actual show and commentary.
Okay. Okay, on that though. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sorry. It's just this is just a review. It's gonna get a little spicy or whatever. This is when Reese was telling me about myself, in terms of the reason
I'm
why.
sorry.
Huh?
Right. I was gonna say I'm sorry for my spice, you guys. I got free last night from the kids, so I got a little spicy.
Okay. I mean,
No, I feel
that's just what makes you unique, to be honest. Though you're just real, though, and I respect that.
hmm
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just it
Come
was
on, let's
weird.
address it. No,
What I'm saying?
Ryan.
I'm not used to being told like what my motivation was, what I did this for. He was like, I'm talking about this motherfucker was going off in the back chat. Like I looked down and there was like 14 messages back there. I was like, I'm not opening that shit.
What?
Man, Allah.
Yeah, he was like, I can see through your fluff, LA. You just dealt with him because you thought it was better treatment. And but I was just like, what? Like I'm sitting here. No, he said I put him on a pedestal or something. And I'm just like, honestly, that's what I think that black men do to other races of women. They'll take the time to learn the other languages, the other cultures, and all kinds of shit. They won't do nothing for Keisha that lives down the street. You understand what I'm
Hey,
saying?
man.
They won't bring her
Come
not
on,
one
man.
flower
Come on,
because
man.
why you gotta bring
Or
bring
cash out.
That's just for the other races of women. You know what I'm saying? I noticed that. I peeped that shit too. They open up the doors and all that shit. But when it comes to, like I said, Keisha, she gotta run outside and open her own shit. You understand me? Like to protect her, like she gotta protect her own stuff. That shit crazy.
Well,
For real.
well, wait, Benny, I was gonna say earlier, to be honest, the same guys though basically tried to silence me though. Literally, I'm balanced perspective. I can see it from both sides though. And when I actually put up the mirror to them though and tell them what they're doing though, man, they try to silence me the same way. But I'm like, nah, man, I don't play though. I'm saying you're not gonna cut me off though. I literally let them have it though, because I used to just say whatever. And I don't care. But to be honest, I'm not playing no more. Just because I'm nice, you're not gonna play with me like that.
Let's go. Fuck that shit. You not gonna keep man. I feel you honestly, man. Because no, I heard that, and that's what I was trying to say when I emphasized that most, like, unfortunately, men of our, in our community, they're not marriage minded young, right? They want to wait until they get their money up, their finances, whatever the case might be. A lot of them, probably get married or feel like the right age to get married is like in their 30s. So it's like, how can the blame be so much on the women? You know what I mean? And now her youth is gone and all this other bullshit, right? When y'all could have been building together from the start. But let me bring somebody up. Long time no see. Let's go. We got Kasim in the building. Long time no see. How you
Come on.
doing?
What's up, LA Tyranny? How are you?
Hey, what up, man?
We good.
What's up? Yes, how are you? Now, I've
I'm
been
cool. I'm cool.
trying to get
Alhamdulillah.
some work done, but listening at the same time
Awesome.
about what's going on. I did last night when I was in bed before I went to bed. I did log on a little bit to DJ Witch Doctor and the conversations that was going on. I didn't stay on, for very long, but I got a little bit of gist of it, and it's unfortunate the way that it went. Right? It's
I'm
unfortunate
sorry.
the way. No, but it's unfortunate the way that it went because I think it's important for men to, hear the women's perspective and their point of view. And I think that's where it was lacking in most relationships, right? You have to really listen to what she's saying, but you also have to take the time to know how women think and how they put things together, right? So you can kind of dissect what they're saying and make it make sense for you and also for the relationship. And I don't believe, a lot of men have really developed that skill, which is an important skill for relationships, so that therefore there's not a disconnect in what the goal is and how he's trying to communicate that goal. The same way sometimes women have to kind of, look underneath the hood with men to try to figure out exactly what we mean, even though we're quote unquote logical. But a lot of men really don't know how to articulate that and to make it make sense. And one of the big things that a man has to do is he has to be able to have his plan to speak to her in a certain way that she receives it, right? And must be willing to go along with it. And once she starts to go along with it, they'll see better results. But I'm starting to see more and more that a lot of men haven't really developed that relationship skill that's important for them to be successful. Because from what I hear, I don't think a lot of men have experienced really good relationships like you have spoke about LA, how things are nice and how everybody gets along and how it's peaceful and how joyous it can be for men and women when they are together. But I think if more voices stand up and speak about that, then I think they're going to get more results.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
part, I guess, about it last night that you said you wish it would have went a different way?
I don't think it was necessarily fair for them to dogpile you because you didn't find a quote unquote black man, because there's so many black men that are out there. Yes, there are plenty of black men out there, but you have specific certain criteria. And just because you're black doesn't necessarily mean that I'm automatically supposed to go with you, right? If I'm in a different place in my life and I have different priorities, where I'm not necessarily prioritizing the race of the skin of the individual. I'm prioritizing, how well they think. Can we get along? Is there cohesive? Is there peace? And not more times than not, those elements are going to be more important in the relationship dynamic than what freaking skin color they happen to be. If they happen to be the skin color that you prefer, great. But if not, I don't think you should sell yourself out, right? And missing out on a great opportunity to have someone in your life that you really love and you guys get along.
Mm.
And that's what I had to follow up with. I was just like, damn, so hypothetically, if I was 35 or 40 and single because I still didn't find that man, then I would be down because I don't have a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always going to be something. That's what I'm saying. Like, why limit yourself? Because I was actively turning them down. You know what I mean? In solidarity, because I'm like, shoot, I want brown babies. Like, shoot, I want a black family. Like, I grew up seeing this my whole life. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, of course, that's what I want. Why would I want the opposite? That's why it was important that we separated divestors who are just adverse, you know what I'm saying, and
Mhm.
totally just opposed, versus the people who just happen to find themselves in an interracial relationship or marriage. Is a difference,
Mhm.
because I'm not trying to design my kid. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to do anything like that. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's how I felt, Kasim. I was just like, these niggas is not listening to anything that I said. Like, if I'm committed to one black man for 5 years, and of course I'm not paying attention to any other man. So it doesn't matter if 1,000 black men approach me or whatever. I mean, of course I had to go out into the world and work and interact with people, but that's not what I was doing. And it's just like, I don't understand what they want. That's why I felt like him in particular, he just wanted to argue with me. I think
Well,
for some black men, it really pisses them off when we quote unquote give up the goods to somebody else, but we're supposed to just wait forever.
wow.
Hypothetically. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Anyway, so for me, though, in my school experience, the only girls that mostly approached me were the white and black girls, though, basically, though. That's just what what I attracted though and stuff like that though, and I was okay with that though. I was just like, look, I told them the truth in the beginning. Look, I'm not looking for a relationship at the moment. I'm focused on myself. That's why I remain pure right now. Because I'm just focused on God right now, focused on me. When the time comes, time will come, no. Because look, I'm not afraid of rejection. I can take rejection. I'm just basically didn't feel ready because it's like the peer pressure situation type of thing, you know? Because the peer pressure thing though in the school though, you know? And I don't want to basically, even if I did do it though, I don't want to basically be like those men sitting up there complaining, you know, about that. Nah, man, I'm trying to be better than that. And if it takes for me to wait till marriage for the right person, then I'm doing that.
Yeah. LA, I think what it is that men, we have this perception that just because there are other men out there and we know like our spouses, I know my girl, she's very attractive, right? We're here in New York City, and in her profession, because she's a photographer, right? So she photographs men and women, and she photographs some attractive women and some attractive men. But I think men kind of have this presumption that when they go out, they're just constantly fighting off, all of these guys that are trying, to get with them, and they have the assumption that if the right guy approaches them, that then they'll really be entertained with that. But that's purely individual. There are some women that really hold it down and are really loyal and dedicated to their men, and it doesn't matter how many other guys are approaching them. They say, "Hey, I choose to be committed in this relationship. We have an agreement or an internal agreement that when I'm out here, he's expecting me to do the right thing and vice versa. When he's out doing his thing in his profession, because I know Kasim, he's in this profession. I know he got a lot of girls out there, but wholeheartedly, I'm expecting him to do the right thing, just like he's expecting me to do the right thing." So there are people out there like that, Lauren. It's just unfortunate it's not enough.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's why I never took the stance that was just like, okay, this is not an option anymore. You know what I mean? It just, like I said, if I make a decision, I'm just more of a, okay, this is what we riding with until I can't ride with it no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which I think is a good thing, right? Where you're able to commit and actually like adjust where needed, and all kinds of things. But I mean, there was just different things, like I said, that I just I appreciated. Like that's when my health got better, and I switched to veganism, literally, like wasn't eating no meat, anything, like everything was just better. Like I journaled so much of that, and I can't wait to put that out. I'm telling you, it's amazing.
Also, another thing you mentioned about the relationships.
Hold on just 1 second, Riaz, and then you got it after Kasim, okay?
I think another thing that I heard from that conversation about relationships, there are certain parameters in the dynamic that you would call a relationship. There's certain criteria that you have as an agreement that's made, like, hey, me and you, we are in a relationship. And for me, that counts as a real full relationship. Not someone you guys are just in the kicking it or dating stage or the kickback stage where y'all just kind of getting to know one another, and you come to find out that your values are not the same, your ideals are not the same, what you want in the future is not the same, and there was really no agreement to be monogamous. I wouldn't call that a relationship. So if you look at it from that particular standpoint, a lot of individuals can take off a lot of situational shit out of what their life is, and then when they really narrow down to really full-fledged relationships with those particular criteria, it's going to be much lower. So for you to be in relationships more often than not, in committed sort of long-term relationship, obviously, you're not going to be out there as much. And yes, you can say I have like 5 relationships. However, these are the time frames of this relationship: 5 years here, 4 years here, 3 years here. So It's totally different than just being out in the streets.
Right. Go ahead, Riaz.
Okay, I was gonna say what too. I know though I'm just a Muslim virgin, but I'm gonna say this as well though. To be honest, I kind of agree as well. It also comes down to good communication, what you value and what you attract as well. Because what type of energy you put out is the same thing you're gonna get back. That's why I always say what you put out is what you get back. What goes around comes around type of thing. It's not just in a spiritual aspect. It's also what you value and what you attract as well. Because people can feel your vibe, people can feel your energy, and depending on what you really value, not just here and there, basically, is what you're gonna get, basically. So just because whoever in a relationship, just because they're different, don't mean no, like that person ain't for you. It's just it. I don't know. It's just complicated in that the way I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is basically though, if you find someone who you love and who you attract, it is what it is. I don't know how to explain that bit, but it is. I don't know, man. All I'm gonna say
No,
is what you put out is what you get back.
yeah,
It's
no, it's
what
all
you
good.
value and what you communicate. That's the cut it
Mhm.
short. What communicate and what you value.
I
Riaz, let
agree.
me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Riaz. When you
Go
say that
ahead.
it's important for you um, to you get back what you put out, I think what's really important to that is awareness. Do you believe that people are aware exactly as far as the measurement that they're getting back, as far as what the other individual wants to put in? Right? If a person's giving you all of these particular things, right, and you're not open and receptive to receiving it, could you not be doing yourself a disservice?
Good question, actually, though. I probably feel like deep down inside they actually are aware of it and they're subconsciously aware of it. It's just basically they could not bring themselves, some people can't bring themselves to consciously, be aware of it, in a physical way. Because, the way us humans are made, though, right? We're both conscious and subconscious beings. So basically, subconsciously, they might have the awareness deep down inside, they just choose not to use it. Some people, though, everyone's different, though.
I think awareness is something that has to be cultivated and trained. First thing you have to fully know yourself and recognize what's going on around you. And I think that a lot of people don't know how to recognize that awareness. In my profession, right? I manage a lot of people and I do performance reviews with people and I talk to both men and women about their results, about the way that they handle themselves and the emotional intelligence, that they have. So, and I had to fire some people and I hire people. So I just look at things like from a different lens. And from what I've found out is that many people don't have that awareness, and that awareness slows them down when it comes to reading the room, when it comes to regulating their emotions when they're experiencing at that particular moment, suppressing that emotion, right? And then injecting a little bit of logic. And I think that's where most of the issues, come through with men and also with women. Just knowing that awareness, and recognizing what's happening to you in that moment.
Mm, Probably,
Yeah,
yeah. You got a
for
point on
sure.
that, though. Yeah. I get you on that though. That is true. I kind of agree with you on it. I guess with me as well though, since I'm neurodivergent though, Kasim, basically it's mostly about the emotion parts though. Like basically, if you actually meant, oh, well, I'm not gonna say it. It's hard to say it though. It's easier to get to me in a way. Like I shouldn't allow that though. So it's basically like the mental type thing. If you can get inside my head and stuff like that, it's easier to do. And I ain't wishing the worst case, but it's true actually though. You know.
Mm.
Yeah, but that was my point, Riaz. It's when you know it's in your head and you recognize it, you see it like, uh-oh, this is something triggering for me. This person just took a jab at me. This person just said something and it's got me in my feelings. That's where that awareness comes in at. Once you recognize it, then you're able to kind of handle it and saying, hey, do I need to respond to this or do I just let it slide? Even
Mm.
if you let it slide, it doesn't mean that I didn't pick it up. I picked it up, but I chose not to speak on it. And that's where that real true
Mm.
maturity, emotional intelligence comes in. And if we do a better job of working on that, we can have way, way better dynamics between people.
True, true. I agree with you though. Yeah, I get you on that. One other example, when I was in the school though, I was I kind of had the awareness though. Like basically, the girls wanted to date me and stuff like that. Okay, I felt what they were feeling, but at the same time, I actually couldn't bring myself to bring. Anyways, though, you're right. Though, anyways, sorry, we'll forget about that.
No, I'm saying you was a player, like they was choosing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, because it's also
you gotta
being a
let them
player
like
type of thing.
they wanted to be my girlfriend, but I was like, I ain't ready for you, shawty. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I gotta.
it's not just that only though, Ellie. Because look, I just had that. Had good energy, good character, good vibe. The way I look and everything. Basically, that's just what attracted them to me. And I was like, okay, look, I feel what they feel, but at the same time, I can't act on it. It's not just a faith thing, though. It's also me, basically. Because look, I don't mind if it naturally happened, it happened. But basically, both they tried to persuade me. Like it's like a peer pressure type situation. I felt that though. So I kind of had the awareness or something like that to notice what was up though. Because look, and I also told the truth though. I prefer being honest and telling the truth rather than basically leading them on. Okay, look, I say yes, but then at the same time I meant no though, and they can actually feel that, and I don't want them to actually feel upset though, or basically hurt their feelings. I'd rather just be straight up honest though. When you're talking about the awareness type thing though, yeah, that's just one example of me trying to actually do that though. I had that type of awareness though, deep down inside though. I just basically, made myself consciously aware of it. And when I said no, I said it in a way that they understood though. The way a person's tone matters though as well. You know how basically when you communicate, yes, communication is key though, but at the same time, the way a person comes across as well, the tone matters too.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, Riaz, after a certain point, that's a them problem. Okay.
Yes.
Like, shoot, you
I'm
can't
trying
be
to do
worried
it
about
now.
everybody's feelings and all that shit, man. You can't not be, especially if you know
No.
that it's justified. You got a level head. You break yourself down well. So with you just knowing that, like that's a them problem. But I just really quick wanted to shout out some people I've been kind of behind in terms of my moderation on my own. Let me give a quick shout out to Miss Allen, Lady Zyrax, and Witch Doctor for your cash apps. Thank y'all so much for your support. Y'all the reason. Let's celebrate you, baby.
We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle. And you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason. 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 You the reason.
All right. Appreciate all of y'all for your support. If anybody else wants to support the channel, it is $ the LA Project. All right, let's get back to it. I don't know if I mean, I know that you guys watched it. I can continue to replay it, or if you guys had, or especially because like if you had any questions for me, maybe, because I know a lot of people don't get, but you are always welcome on the Lady Show.
I don't have time like that. LA, Lauren, my schedule has changed. Like last year, it was really nice for me to like work from home. Right?
Yeah.
But now my schedule, we're getting into the summertime, so now it is changed, but probably next week I'll probably jump on some panels because I have a little bit of free time. Next week I think I'll probably be working from home during that time because everybody here is pretty much gone. So probably next week you'll probably see me on a lot of different panels next week. So y'all seeing this, y'all gonna see me pull up on a bunch of panels next week.
They be pulling up for LA. I love it. Thank you so much. We miss you though. Like I really, I always appreciate your commentary.
Yeah, let me ask you this, my dear. Can you name the top 2 things that really got under your skin and made you to go against the grain the most from last night's conversation? Like, what was one thing that really got underneath your skin that kind of threw you off a little bit, and you didn't like?
I guess just the accusation that either I was insinuating or I said that I don't like I don't prefer black men at all. Like that to me, that's I don't know. I don't know if it's possible, and that's maybe another topic on another day. Can you be pro-black but have mixed kids? For
Yes,
me,
you can.
I get mad as fuck, you know what I'm saying, when certain things happen. You know, like I just talked about Kendrick Johnson from 2017, young 17-year-old high school student that was, you know, down in South Georgia. Like there's certain cases, but it's about black men. Like that's the part I think that gets underneath my skin the most, because like I was telling Tyranny, like I try to keep it very, very mellow over here. You know what I mean? Most of my actual audience is men. You know what I'm saying? Like that's who watches me. And I hope it's not just because of this, because if that's the case, I'm down. Like I want to be known in my mind. Like I want y'all to listen to what I'm saying, you know, because I'm an actual woman who is giving it to you. You know what I'm saying? Instead of assuming or trying to speculate what we want, what we think, who we are, I'm giving it to you. You know, I'm working on myself and I'm learning as I'm having these conversations, but it's not appreciated. And I just think that like my level of pro-black is just different. Like it just makes me feel like, why do I even try, Kasim? Like, why do I even, I mean, of course, if I encounter a you make it easy. Look at him, he makes it easy.
Yeah, but Lauren, it took. You forget I'm an old head. You know, I'm 54 years old, so it took many years of experiences and a lot of years of soul searching and accountability on myself to work on the things that I need to work on to be this way. I think a big help was the therapy that I went in, but also being in retail luxury management. There are a lot of different courses that I had to go through, right, in order to lead people and to problem solve and to conflict resolution. So good old luxury retail in New York paid tens of thousands of dollars for these things, you know, to help me in my profession. But I started to turn it around and saying, hey, I can use this in my personal life as well. And it has gotten me the same results in my professional life. So, you know, but again, that just comes with knowing that you're not perfect and you got some work to do and into getting on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It just feels like it's just so lopsided because like I've had biracial cousins, you know what I'm saying? They the same age as me. They daddy black, they mama white. You know what I'm saying? Like in Ohio, where my parents, like where my mom is from, and where I have my kids. Like that's why I wasn't even in a relationship when I lived in Ohio, because most of the black guys, they wanted the white women or the biracial women. They didn't want the black women. And that's what you saw. You saw a bunch of mixed kids running around. And I'm just like, I mean, if it just happens, I let people be. But it's just like, damn, when I see the rare occasions when black women are being appreciated by other races, you know, we're just, oh, that's not real. You're, you know, like black women are the least, you know, attractive in the whole, I guess, like when it comes to like, it's just ridiculous when I can show so many different like interracial Instagram pages, you know, white man helping his chocolate woman take her braids out. Like, stop lying to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop trying to just pigeonhole us and make us feel like all we have to deal with is the struggle. If somebody is going to offer us something else and they literally want to give it to us, then why are you going to shame us for it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. You know,
if it's genuine, Kasim, like I said, it's not a fetish or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
My ex-wife
Okay.
is my ex-wife is in Columbus, Ohio. You
Huh?
know, yeah, actually when I
Yeah.
was married, I was in Columbus, Ohio. You
Oh
know,
God.
and when I got divorced in 2000, that's when I moved here to New York City. So I'm very familiar with Columbus, Ohio, and stuff like that, and how it goes out there. Um,
I used to work
a
in
good
German.
portion, yeah,
So
a good portion of my family, there is a little interracial thing going on. I think on my mother's side of the family, they lived in Yamasee, South Carolina. So back then, I remember going to a family reunion down there, and I saw a lot of white people. I didn't. And somebody had to break it down, like, yes, this is your great aunt or something like that. So
hmm.
within my life, I have been exposed to interracial relationships. Some of my friends are in interracial relationships, and I see them just as happy and healthy as can be. And I think it's a win for men and women being together, creating that unity, being that light and the beacon of what men and women should be or can be when they're together. And it's a very beautiful thing. And I don't take that away from anybody, especially as far as when they're contributing to relationships and the health of relationships.
Mm, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, also that as well. I have a family member, right, on my dad's side of the family, and basically, I think he married a white lady. Basically, he married white though, and I've got one cousin though who's half Pakistani, half Bengali though. So basically, kind of like that though. I literally told everybody. Everybody knows what I really want though, and I'm hoping I get that.
Yeah,
I
I'm pulling
mean,
up.
Riaz,
Go ahead.
it's a matter of I believe preparing yourself for that person, right? Getting
Yeah.
your particular attributes together and in line. That person is out there, and just as though that person sees you, that person sees you and probably recognizes something within you, but they understand that that part of you has to mature more. So that person will probably bypass you or look you over, and vice versa. You may see some women that you might be interested in, but you kind of look at like, like this person needs some growing and developing to do based upon what I'm looking for. Right. I don't believe that everybody is
True.
out there coming to you perfect. Right. There
Of
is some
course,
little
of course.
imperfections that they have
And
that you guys can kind of learn through together. But it depends on the criteria that they meet to say, you know what, she ain't perfect, but you know what? She's got enough attributes that I can, have her to come into my life and my experiences.
that is true though. I can agree to that though. I agree though, yeah, fully, yeah. I get you on that though. I'm just basically, being positive though, and I just know if I give positive energy, I get positive results. Of course, I gotta do the work, and I do the work, then I'm getting there. I'm on the journey to get there, though, of course. And basically, the criteria, I can tell you what criteria I would want first. So I probably first criteria is the faith part, the faith, but practicing. The person has to be practicing. Then I think then the personality, then the character, then basically looks to a certain degree, but then also let me think what else though actually. That's it though. Actually, let me think. Okay, looks to a certain degree though. Probably say the intelligence, the determination. I also admire loyalty too though. I ain't expecting
Hmm.
perfection because there's no such thing as perfection in this world, to be honest though. I ain't expecting that though. Imperfection is bound to happen, and I'm willing to embrace that. I'm just basically being hopeful of what I really want, and I also know I have to do the work too to get there, though, of course. So I'm gonna probably volunteer in this community-based thing though for younger people, and what they're gonna do, they're gonna help me basically do the life skills thing anyway. They're gonna do more travel training with me though, because I've got to struggle with that though, basically spatial awareness type thing. They'll take me into town and stuff and show me how to basically cross the public. And I know how to cross the road public, but basically walk in the public street properly. When I get that sorted, and if I can actually show signs of improvement, then I'll slowly be allowed to basically be allowed outside my home by myself soon though. So step by step for me, because I'm neurodivergent. And I'm not using that as an excuse because I'm black. I'm not excusing that. I'm just self-aware that look, I'm capable of everything. I just basically work on a different level.
Right. That was well
Right.
said. Listen, Lauren, I have to go. I have a 3 o'clock. I'll try to come back on. Maybe if it doesn't end too or stay too long, but I'll try to come back after this 3 o'clock. It's always a joy, seeing you on panels and hearing you speak and stuff like that. So keep doing your thing. Just don't let it bother you.
Thank you. I
Okay.
will.
Thank you
Like,
for the
I
advice.
will
I
All right, you
take
guys.
into
Be good.
consideration.
have a great day. Thank you for
All right.
for
Bye.
contributing. Appreciate you coming up. Bye. All right, Riaz. I want to just show how, like I said, this might get a little messy, but this is what I had to deal with last night. And again, I don't regret my children at all. They give me balance. They give me purpose. They're wonderful, and I've always wanted them. So there's no regrets for me. But let's hear what Reese Anderson, Mr. Know It All, had to say. And you can stay if you want to, but I know it's going to get a little contentious. So if you want to drop, I understand as well.
Okay, I'll probably just listen for a little bit and maybe I'll drop when it gets, too much though, and then come back when it's finished.
Okay. Yeah, you might get upset when I start getting upset, but it's all good. Just know this
I'm just
happened
gonna
yesterday.
listen.
Just know that it
Okay.
happened yesterday and I'm fine today. All right.
Okay, cool. I'll just
All right.
probably just listen first and see what's up.
Okay, let's get it.
Industry.
I'm
That's
like a sports
basically
guy in high school. So
those are the
yeah.
stereotypical industries that black women pick black men. The music industry, athletics. Wait. Athletics.
Let him land.
Doc, you an asshole.
Entertainment. You see where I'm going with Stockton? Do you see where I'm going with Stockton? I see that
So
smile on your
are
face.
you assuming that I chose the
I see that
sports
smile on your face.
person?
We Stockton know where I'm going with this.
Are you
know where I'm going
assuming
with this.
that's
I know
how
where
that
you're going.
all happen? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but how?
Black
like I
women
said,
always pick black men in the entertainment
okay,
industry.
so in high
athletic
school,
industry.
we should be
Wait.
like, no, like, shit,
Wait,
you know
but
what I'm saying? You ain't
LA,
nothing yet. You're just doing a curricular activity.
LA, come on. There are
No, Reese,
black men.
come on.
Black men are not
Stop
monolith.
giving us so much credit.
Wait,
you know
if
what
we
I'm
would
saying?
stop
You act
talking
like
over, we would
women
actually
are
have a
just all
conversation.
omnipotent and knowing, but we don't know shit
All
at
right,
the same
okay,
time.
but let's have a conversation though.
Then let's
I feel like this is too fast. Give me 1 second. And what is the problem? Give me a second because I feel like the speed of I turned it up to like 1.25. Let me remove this and let me, because for some reason I'm trying to get the settings up and it's not showing. What you got, Riaz?
No, I feel you that. Wow. Okay, I can feel that projection from him, to be honest. But what can I say though? Anyway, I know I'm different though, and I'm self-aware of that. Though. I'm just multicultural perspective. I'm good. I'm just basically observing right now.
No, but that's what we're talking about. Like, I have multicultural kids, that have to grow up in this world. There's a lot of multicultural kids, and I'd even get into the especially the soldiers who were stationed in different, Asian countries and this, that, and the third for over a year. They had children, and then when they were sent back home by their country, they left them families high and motherfucking dry. Okay.
That's
And
sad,
so
to be honest. Oh, wow. I feel you on that. Though. I can also understand to a certain degree. I can relate a little bit, to be honest. Because, I'm a foreign national anyway. So I'm born and raised in a Western country, Muslim, basically a little different. I got different heritage also. And basically, what's the word? Harsh reality for me, neither side will truly accept me. Some British people think, nah, he's too different. And some born Pakistanis think I'm too different. Or some of them literally think I sold out, basically. Because I'm too westernized, though. So basically, I can relate to a certain degree. Because I will never be truly accepted on both sides. And now recently, I'm trying to create my own identity, basically. Because before, I used to want to be one of them on both sides. And then I started to realize I'm not that, though. I'm blended culture for a reason. I'm best of both worlds. And I also realized both want to be me, though. I know some British people, what they do? They go over to Pakistan anyway, and they dress in the clothes and they eat the food and they want to learn the language. They go over there. And some of them want to live there too, though. I ain't hating on that, though. But literally, I just know the ones who just act better want to be that. And I just know the Bonfix is also there who think they're better than me. They just want to come over here and basically have the same opportunity as me, though. They're just basically jealous that I have everything that they don't have, though. And I'm not hating, generalizing, or basically selling out. I'm just keeping it real, though, because I just know the harsh reality for me.
Well, I guess in this situation, it don't get no better for, like I said, for the people who decide to love who they love and, you know, create children who come up in these situations. You know, it's unfortunate. Like I said, I'm about to get messy for a second. Riaz, you want to drop down for a second, or you want to hang out?
Okay, just a little bit. Let's see. I just want to see what else the video has to say, and then I'm gonna drop quickly, though, because I just want to see a little bit more. We'll see what's up, though.
Hey,
I'm just gonna observe for a little bit.
Yeah, don't let them make you mad. Let me see. Hold on.
I'm saying.
The
Like,
fact
this guy
is,
says stay with Thuggo. Stay with Thuggo. Who the fuck is Thuggo?
I don't know who that is.
But I'm gonna hold you. A lot of times when I see some black women start dating outside of their race late,
It was one. Oh my god.
right?
Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure the guy that you was dating outside of your race, and you say it wasn't a white guy, it was an Asian guy, right?
Filipino. Mm-hmm.
Filipino guy, right? So the Filipino guy, I'm pretty sure.
My kids, I love my kids.
And shouts out to the baby. Shouts out to the baby. So the guy, and by the way, I'm not on the Dr. Umar game. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not here to chastise nobody for dating outside of their race, you know what I'm saying? But I do think is more logically, I think is more easier or more ideal for people to date within their race, even other races of people, like white people, white couples, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not against interracial couples. I just think culturally is more like ideal because of like raising. I just would imagine it to be, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not that interracial hater. I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
Zyrax, you know this nigga messy as hell. Yeah, it definitely don't help when DJ is being the damn cheerleader. You know what I'm saying? Like, shut your ass up. Like these guys don't need no help. They don't need no help. That's hilarious. I feel you, sis.
So the Dr.
Is that same advice? Is that same advice given to black men who are just like, you know what, bro? If you can't find a queen to treat you right, then go get you somebody else. Is that?
Yeah, if you can't find a queen, find you a vanilla.
That's what I'm saying. You know,
look at this. There's certain guys that I know.
They're not gonna bring you back to their mama. They're not.
Let me, and this is why I'm saying this, right? Because there's certain.
And I know this for a fact. I'm sorry. I know black men who had to let go of their relationships, in essence, with Latin women or, you know, South American women because their parents would not accept them bringing home a black man. It is what it is. Colonialism has hit the globe, honey. It's not just the Western world. It is the world. And I've seen it. And it hit them hard. They didn't understand. But it's a reality.
Certain guys that I know, black guys, that a lot of black women would consider them to be lame, right? And for them to get a attractive woman, they might have to, you know, venture out to get a woman who appreciate them. You know what I'm saying? Because look at this. Maybe they might not dress a certain way. Maybe they might not have a certain charisma when they talking, or they might whatever, you know what I'm saying? And shows out to Triple B.
Huh?
So I was just about to say, I can understand what you mean, no, and that's understandable and respect. I get that, though. I understand, no. Just, you know, I'm different. I just feel like I'm a little different. I'm open to keeping my options open, and it's kind of understandable when he says when he says it like that. You have a point. I get you on that as well. You just, you love what you love, I guess, and you know, and I get that though. And it meant by no regrets because it is what it is, though. So it's actually worked out for you, actually. So it's an understandable thing. Everyone's bit different, though.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes that's why I was like, at the end of the day, it just sounded like it was just, I don't know. Like, I don't understand how people can be jealous of people that they don't know, but since they fit the same group of people, it just, I don't know, Riaz. It was weird to get like as much misunderstanding, you know what I'm saying, from the panel. Not everybody was. Shouts out to, you know what I'm saying, the cook up, Old Man Low, shouts out to them. They were more balanced. But that's why I had to bring Reese up, because his line of questioning was just kind of crazy. But let me just, sorry, I like to speak to everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. DJ Music. I see you. Thank you.
Okay. You have a point then, yes. So I get you on that, though, of course. Yeah. That is understandable type thing, though. So, yeah.
You know what? Let me Riaz, let me drop you down for a second, because I feel like I want to cook for a second.
Okay, hold on. Actually, I was about dropping.
Yeah, just stay. Okay. Oh, never mind. Exactly, Royce. I don't hate. It just happened the way it happened. Like, if as long as anybody is not going out their way and saying that, like, you know, Black women are the worst because X, Y, Z. Black men are the worst because X, Y. Like, shoot, you just ain't found the right one. But if you try and try and try and try and try, and it don't work, yeah, open up your horizons a little bit. Like, what's the problem with that? You're still, I mean, you still gonna go hang out with your relatives and your loved ones and your cousins and all those people. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless. And they gonna still be Black, and you're gonna do Black things with your mixed kids, because that's what I do. I don't know what y'all be doing.
Be see you later, you know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes they might not fit the norm, you know what I'm saying? But if they step out, they might be seen as, exotic or different, or you know what I'm saying. So a lot of times they might step out because within their group they might gotta take the bottom of the barrel type shit, you know what I'm saying. So I would advise them guys, if you're dating outside your race, if you about to date you a white girl, you about to date you a Hispanic mommy, you know what I'm saying, you want to date you an Asian persuasion, you know what I'm saying, go right ahead. I don't knock it, because you just, you know what I'm saying, you gotta go where you appreciate it, you know what I mean. So I don't
See, and this seems to be something that only holds true to Black men. When a Black woman says, I just want to be appreciated, now all of a sudden that's a problem. Again, where are we getting these doctrines on life, right? Because at one point in time they said that just because you was Black, you was supposed to be, your place was underneath the heel of a white man. Now all of a sudden we want to flip it to say that women are just born to be XYZ and never, like, come on, bruh. Show me the proof. Show me, because I know everybody wants to feel special and exalted. But I think that most people need to accept their lot in life. All right. Women, yes, we are kind of responsible for where's he going with this? You know what, child? I don't know. Like I said, he just wanted to shame, blame, and explain the reason why. You know what I'm saying? The only two children. I'm sorry. I've been in a relationship since I was 17 years old. Never got pregnant at 29. I'm too small for birth control, so you got to use a condom. But it happened with one person, and they seem really mad about that. Let me run this back a little bit because Reese was really fucking mad. Like, he was pissed off to the highest level of pissivity. It was ridiculous. And I'm just like, damn, this nigga don't even know me. And like I said, was twerking in the back chat for hours because I dropped his ass. Fuck you. I don't have to deal with this shit. I don't have to talk about this at all. But I am. You're welcome. Once again. Us women, we bless y'all in these motherfucking spaces. Like, don't ever get it twisted. Don't ever get it twisted. Us ladies, we bless y'all in these spaces. Let's go.
It gotta be serious. And we got two gentlemen in the back chat, you know what I'm saying? We about to let them
I
up.
just
And
need one question at a time, fellas, please.
so you want to let them up one?
All right. So already, again, ladies' night is not for the niggas. What don't y'all understand about that shit? But there's something inside of your body that says, fuck that bitch. I'm finna do what the fuck I want to do. I'm finna twerk and moonwalk and do everything up on your like, okay, so you want to come up and you want to ask me questions? Fine. My request was one at a time. Let's see how quickly that was forgotten and it wasn't even altered. I asked this man for one thing. One question at a time.
One at a time?
I would
Or you
prefer
want to
that.
let them up together? Okay. All right. We had Reese first, and then we're gonna let up King Rooster. Go ahead, Reese.
Hey,
Oh,
what's up? What's
God.
up, everybody?
I'm
Peace
sorry.
to the chat. What's up? What's up, LA? What's up, Witch Doctor?
What's up, bro?
I'm like, shit.
What he said, what that mouth do? That mouth talk shit. Nigga. Let me tell you something. This mouth talk a bunch of cash money caca. This mouth talk.
And they mad because I talk cash money caca. Like, the fuck? Like, you not gonna sit up here and address me in a certain manner when you don't know me from Adam or Eve, okay? And start demanding, answers and demanding, like, nigga, get your motherfucking ass up out my face.
Bro.
Yo, it's been a while since I've been up
Hi,
here, man.
Reese.
It's been months. Shit.
Yeah, I thought you were staying away from my. I thought you got a memo to stay away from my channel like the
Nah,
plague,
man, I've
man.
been busy, man. Trying to get everything together, you know what I'm saying?
Let me let Tyranny to the stage too.
Hey,
Go on, mommy T. What's up?
Yeah, he gonna come on acting like I said, like he real copacetic, real cordial, real cool. Lies, just like the rest of y'all niggas.
Come on, LA, let's go.
Girl.
Tyranny
They
for
not even
president.
trying to hear me tonight. It's all
Tyranny
good,
for
though.
president. You know what I
Tyranny for
mean?
president.
Let me put
Hey.
you up.
Yeah, but I got a serious question. All right, so this whole interracial, swirling, divestment topic is very interesting. It's very interesting when we discuss these things. You know what I'm saying? Because it
Yeah.
really delves into the mindset of Black.
Shit. My bad. I was muted. Let me run that back because already, like I said, dude was on 10. Like, I'm not sure if y'all pay attention, but like if you pay attention to his voice, he was already animated as fuck. All right. Like he was already like, okay, well, this is a very interesting comic. No, you wanted to snap because it's one of your triggers. He must have got his bitch took, you know what I'm saying? Like by another race of man, and that's why he triggered. Like wasn't nobody coming for him. Reese, hold hold on just a second. Because Witch Doctor had dropped it earlier. Hey, give me 1 second. She says she had what? You got internet issue. Good there. Come on. Well, this one's still going on this side. You feel me? So this stream is good. Give me a second, Reese. No, but dude was already like animated. There you go. Thank you, Zyrax. I appreciate you. Okay, so yeah, he was already animated like a motherfucker. Like he was talking fast, like he wasn't calm. You see how Kasim came up here? You know what I'm saying? And really like, hey, yeah, I'm at work and this and the third, but it was easy breezy. You understand? Listen to this nigga right here. And that's why I told him later. I said, you're not even here for no genuine conversation. You here to blame. Like I said, who took your bitch? Juan took your bitch. You feel me? Who took your bitch? Who took your woman? It must have been a mixed race or a different race of man, because you are triggered, hunty. I'm talking about myself, but according to this man, I can't talk about myself. He gonna tell me about myself. So let's hear about myself.
Yeah, but I got a serious question. All right, so this whole interracial, swirling, divesting top.
It's not a serious question, but let's continue.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting when we discuss these things. You know what I'm saying? Because it really delves into the mindset of Black women and Black men. You know what I'm saying? So LA, first question. So you said you found all those qualities in that Asian guy, right?
What I said was that was the things that were different. The things that were set apart versus what niggas wanted to talk about. When I was younger and I dated Black men, it was about having fun, going with the flow. What's that dumbass saying? What's understood doesn't need to be explained. That's a whole bunch of stupid gray area. Y'all dumb. That's when y'all don't have a plan and you come up with this cat daddy, fake faux pimp bullshit. You know what I'm saying? To just keep a woman strung along. Period. So it's a little different. So his questioning is very surprising.
Those are just things that we happen to have in common. It was different. Can you hear?
And that's how I knew that he wasn't even listening to me. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. If I got somebody that like literally like, no, like, no, yeah, me and other black guys, we know we went to church, but he couldn't tell me about the stories. He couldn't spit the stuff out. He didn't live this shit. It's a difference. And maybe it just was in the severity because they didn't take it as serious as other ones did. You know what I'm saying? They absorbed and went to church out of routine and out of obligation. But when it came to actually applying it to your life, retaining the knowledge and all that, they wasn't trying to do that. So like I said, if I'm at a point in life where I want to have kids, yeah, I want to know what kind of God you serve. Like, shoot, I'm gonna take it back to church on your ass. What kind of God you serve? You know what I'm saying? We gotta serve especially the same one. But I guess that was a no-no according to Reese. He thinks the average Black man is talking about religion and their faith system and how they want to raise kids. And no, I'm sorry. If you want to be elevated to a different level, y'all gotta start talking, acting, and being on that level. Ain't my fault, shawty.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the different things that we ended up talking about that was different. Because, like I said, when I was 19, I was engaged to a Black man, and the engagement just lingered on, and we never had conversations like to the depth or the severity that I did, with this other.
Okay, so I just said I had a Black man who got down on his knee, bought the ring that he could afford, asked me to marry him. I said yes. Extra 4 years go on, and I still didn't have the same types of conversations on the severity or depth that I did with another gentleman. What is wrong with me saying that? It's the truth. He was worried about having fun. He was worried about getting his food, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the night. Okay, you gonna get left. Yeah, that's mostly okay, you gonna cook for me? You gonna clean for me? Okay, but are we talking about how we raising these kids? What faith system that we underneath, how we want to actually live? Like I went from Baptist to Seventh-day Adventist. I went from eating everything to being a vegan. It's a different level of conversation. And it's because it was backed with actual information and evidence. I had hours. I was on the phone with his father for hours about health. And I received so many DVDs and just information, books and everything about how to heal yourself and how to be healthy. It was a different level. Y'all need to step your game up.
Other gentlemen.
And I'm assuming that's your first Asian guy?
My first interracial anything. Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you probably had like 1,000 black men approach you in your life. Am I safe to assume that?
I mean, maybe approach, but again, like I said, if I'm in a relationship from the time that I'm 17 till I'm 22, take two.
See, I mean, he assumed a lot. He said that I must have had 1,000 men to approach me, but I mean, how many of them have teeth missing? How many have drug problems? How many cheat? How many are fucking like, are you kidding me? It's about quality, not quantity, my guy. Get into it.
Years break, and then I'm in another relationship for 3 years, and then I'll take another 2. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a relationship type of girl, so I might be approached by them, but when I'm in a relationship, I'm loyal.
Okay, wait a minute. So you're saying you only been in 2 relationships your whole life?
No, 4 total.
Okay.
So the other 2, they were black men?
3 were black, 1 was not.
So what happened to the other?
This nigga can't do math, man. Shit, I said 4 total. How many was black men? If I told you one motherfucker was not black, then you do the math. God damn it! Like what's the problem? What's the problem? What is the problem? And just like DJ Music, it's like, yeah, it's about the gotcha moment. Like I said, this nigga sound jealous. That's why he got a damn gym avatar to show his little beefy ass, because he probably actually lost weight. He probably was a fat boy, you know what I'm saying, that lost a little something, and now he feel a little something. But so what? Like I said, talk to your MGTOW bros. Talk to your passport bros. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me, bruh. Because black women, we go out the least. If you want to talk about statistics, black men go out the most. Fuck out of here. And they can't make them relationships last to save they ass. So yeah, they got the highest divorce rate. So go on somewhere.
The other 2 guys.
I'm sorry, D. No, I just had to snap a little bit because they try to get on my top, you know what I'm saying? About, people try to shame you because of your life. I love my children, you know what I'm saying? Yes, I had them with a Filipino man. That's the only interracial relationship that I've ever had in my life. But now I'm just, it's just another reason to sell. Oh, she's no good for the community.
Like I explained before, they were more in the music industry. They were up and coming. I did what
I did music. Okay, that is something that me and whoever that I'm with is going to be able to understand in terms of the schedule, in terms of the interactions, in terms. I mean, people in the entertainment business in general, they're more cordial, they're more congenial, they flirt a little bit more. You got to know your partner. You got to know the schedule. If they're a late night type of person, you know, because of the studio, then it's better for you to be with someone who, you know what I'm saying, who actually knows what you have to deal with. Like, it doesn't make any sense for me to be, you know, Haley Bailey, and then I'm dating, like, you know, some, you know, Jeff Bezos. Like, that shit don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can have some things in common, but in general, people who share the same commonalities, it works better because you just have less friction. You have less arguments, less, you know, misunderstandings. So yeah, I sang, I'm recorded, been around that shit. So yeah, that was the best pick for me. I didn't want to have to argue every night because the studio session is late as hell. I don't want to do that. I want to be with a man who understands what I have to go through. All right, for everybody that's watching right now, please make sure that you remember to hit the like button, share it out. Got 21 likes. Sheesh, it's a little low. It's a little light. I'll take it. Support the stream, you know what I'm saying? All major, let me see, at least a paying platforms, $ the LA Project. If you need any more information, just hit me up, let me know. All right, let's get back to this review.
What really attracted to me to them was their passion for the craft.
Okay.
You know, me definitely going to see them, you know, rock out, me, you know, them having, you know, asking me to come.
Ella, you see, this is kind of defeating your argument a little bit, because you picked two black men.
What argument?
Wait, no, wait.
I'm
not being combative,
okay.
LA. I'm not being combative.
You kind
picked,
of.
all right,
She's
right.
not arguing anything.
No. Okay,
I
wait.
shouldn't be.
Wait.
telling the story,
Let me
but-
land. I'm getting there. Come on, we sailing. We
A lot of people online need to understand that just because we are on panels and stuff together, I might be up here, I don't owe you shit. You can ask me whatever you like, but I don't have to answer anything. I don't have to submit to you. I don't have to treat you like your motherfucking girlfriend. I don't. And please believe, y'all men y'all let us know all the time, you ain't my bitch. You ain't, but shit, I ain't protecting you. I ain't protecting no random woman. Okay, so stop trying to correct what you're not willing to protect. I need everybody to shut up. Because what he's doing right now is not anything for my betterment. It's not anything for my good. He doesn't care. He just wants to make me feel a certain type of way. He's trying to prove a point. Because obviously, like I said, because these other races of women, they not bringing you around their parents, bro. They not doing it. They can't. And that made you feel a certain type of way. So now you want everybody to feel that type of way. That's not your job. It's not your job to make anybody feel no type of way. It is not your job to hold people accountable. I don't respect you. I don't know you. And you don't respect me. And you don't know me. So let's cut the bullshit. Keep it real. You trying to get your shit off. While I'm up here trying to have a genuine conversation, and shouts out to Tyranny, because I swear I don't be knowing where these conversations are gonna go half the time. You know, like I said, we up there. I know you're not a person who mince words. You know, you don't have a problem with saying how you feel. I really don't either. I might be a little bit more selective with my words, but we up here for genuine reasons, and these niggas be up there they want a punching bag. because it don't make no damn sense at all. Huh? What's going on, Nightish? Oh shit! Is this the first time? Well, I think you're on Tyranny's side, but I appreciate you. Hope that you're having a good early afternoon. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. We got somebody in the back. It's just the first timer. Holy water. All right, let me go ahead and get a peace sign real quick, if you don't mind. Just really, really fast. I gotta make sure it's the right person. All right, thank you so much. Let's bring you up, homie. All right, we got Hustler and Muscular up in the building. What's going on? That's like a tongue twister. What's going on?
Salute LA Projects. Respect.
Thank you so much. Salute to you. How you doing? How's your day?
I'm doing good. And you know who I am. You be on Auntie show a lot.
I'll be in the chat always. I'm gonna speak my mind, boo. But no, this is the first time that you've been on my channel. That's what's up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I am all over the place.
Well, it's okay. Hey, too low keys. But what you got on the subject? What you got something to say? I've been up here.
What are we talking? Divestors versus interracial dating. Why black men divesting? We talk about this in divesting.
Well, like I said, I have mixed race children, but ever since I've come online, I have been basically labeled as a divestor, even though it just was something that happened. I had dated black men all the way up until I had kids, which was right before my 30th year in life. So,
okay. So the current father, so the father of the kids, is he black or white? Well, clearly he's not black. What race is he? You don't mind my asking?
He's Filipino. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't always have to be white. It's not always Brad, but a lot of people be like, "Oh, you with the white man?" It's different.
So he's Filipino. Okay. I don't discriminate. I appreciate up in here.
Those the blacks today. I love the Blasians, so I was like, oh yeah, that's what's so crazy to me. I'd be like, what?
I think some fine ass looking Philippine women. So hey, who am I to judge?
Hey, but at the same time, I asked him, I was just like, you ain't how come you don't date Filipino women? And he just he always dated black women. I'm just like, okay.
I mean, come on, let's be honest.
He sounds like a divestor more than me.
Everybody got their own taste. I mean, some people prefer their own race. Some people prefer dating outside their race. Clearly, this man's okay with dating outside his race. So what's the problem? It's like we get on our high horse just because certain people want to go outside of their own comfort zone and date what's comfortable for them. Me personally, I don't care if you're black, Asian, Philippine, Japanese. Well, I don't give a damn. It's about who the person is on the inside. The best of all the races, well, most if not all the races anyway.
No, that's what I was just saying. I'm just highlighting. D, I totally agree. I just think that they just want to punch down on some. You know what I'm saying? We've been seeing this for decades. It's not like we've never met mixed race people. How you think they got made? You think it was all unfortunate circumstances? No. A lot of people were in relationships. They actually got along. They agreed and decided to grow a family. You know what I'm saying? I don't be understanding. It just was crazy because, in my opinion, I'm not sure if you actually saw the show, but it was more of I had 3 previous relationships, right? Of course, take some time off in between them to reset, right? But when I started getting to almost 30, And I was like, yeah, like why am I turning down? See, I was
Oh, I
turning
get it.
down.
You felt the wall coming.
No, it was no wall. It was no wall. It was literally I'm building up two different black men, you know, and now they're on BET, Source Awards, GQ magazine, all this stuff, and I'm not good for them anymore. Yeah.
I don't understand that. I
You don't
mean,
understand
I thought it
that?
was mostly the women that get on their high horse when men so-called divest. You hear all this stuff about women
Oh,
talking about
man.
men going outside their own race. Oh, you can't handle a strong black woman, so you want the less educated, the more the less intelligent woman. Get the fuck out of here. You know how many sophisticated, hardworking white, Asian, middle-aged women I've seen throughout my life. I know a female who's Jamaican and she's a supervisor at a what they call a real estate company. She's Jamaican, okay? But technically she would make her black, but still, she's outside the US of A and she's just as educated as anybody else out there that's hardworking. Come on. I've met white women who are educated. So come on, we can't put a race on someone's educational level ability to think for themselves. Seriously.
No, not on that. Not on the education, but that's what I'm saying. Like, but how can we sit here and try to say that one person that needs to be pretty much like, you know what I'm saying, excommunicated from the community just because like they created life. You know what I'm saying? And it just didn't happen to be like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like entitlement is a big problem, right? Like when we have a lot of these conversations when it comes to men and women, right? Online. And somehow, some way, nature and animals and lions and all these different things get put into play, right? In terms of analogies, right? But when it comes to the animal kingdom, the main rule is only the strongest survive. So why do human beings feel like every man and every woman needs to have a mate? You ain't strong enough. Everybody ain't supposed to reproduce. What's the problem? Like, I don't understand what the problem is with understanding.
Now you're starting to sound like JP, little monk ass, a few days ago.
Please don't do that.
Shout out to Jay Prince. I'm sorry, but that brother just full of shit. He has his narrative that he's better than men who are single and childless.
If you love me, I said if you love me, please don't do that.
Don't do what?
The comparison. I was like, hell no. Sorry.
I'm just saying. That's
what do you mean by that?
Huh?
I said, what you mean by that, though?
What you mean? I said you're starting to sound. I mean, I'm not saying you.
I'm following logic.
I'm just saying
I'm sorry. People pick and choose what they want, like the logic that they want to follow, right? If we're human beings, I don't ever understand why we compare ourselves to animals, but we do, right? But then when it's convenient, then we want to act like, I mean, does every lion get to mate? No. So I'm just saying, following the logic, people can't cherry pick and be like, ooh, this berry looks right. It looks dark. It looks juicy. Like, I'm going to take this one. You gotta follow the logic 100%. So when people start talking about human beings and then they bring in human nature, we going to follow that logic. So that's all it is. And in nature, only the strongest.
I got a phone call. Hold on a second.
Sure. Even little pups and things like that get eaten and they pass away under crazy circumstances. Like, yes. Yep. I do. They used to, I mean, I wouldn't take it this far, but
I'm back.
Back in the day, that's one reason why Black women actually joined the feminist movement, because we didn't want more sterilizations. We wanted more control over our reproductive rights.
Okay, my question is: didn't women always have control over their reproductive rights and who they procreate with? Nobody forced them to have. I mean, haven't women always had control over that? I mean, that's what I don't be
No, we
understanding.
haven't. Black women?
Women in general, well, not just black women. I'm talking about women in general from back in the day. Haven't they always had control over who they reproduce with and stuff like that?
No. For real?
I mean, we don't do forced marriages and relationships up in here no more. We don't do. The days of shotgun weddings are gone. So come on, man.
No, I understand that, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, we have plenty of and even that's a big problem even in our black community today, because I mean, you know, when it comes, like I said, black women have been right beside y'all. We've had all the disadvantages that y'all had, but on top of that, we were women, so that put us even lower than you. So we were black and we were women. You was a man, at least in a, you know what I'm saying, in a man's world, whatever, you know, but at the same time, just because of social constructs, it might not have seen that. I know they still had their gatekeeping and stuff like that, but I'm just putting it out there. But if we don't have, I mean, there's so many cases of like rape. Like, are you kidding? How many kids were brought upon this world non-consensually? And you saying that women have control and black women have always had control? Come on, bro. I know you're not saying that.
We're not. I am not referring to, you know, those SA cases or R cases where women are forced
What do you
to
think
do whatever. I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. That's a
They
big
ain't
string.
see us as human beings. They did whatever. Y'all don't want to hear it. But they did whatever. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was not referring to those kind of cases. Because that happened. Just about just saying. Nobody forces you to do something you don't want to do, at least not in the general consensus. So, fighting for the right to do what you want with your body, haven't they always had that power? That was just amplified.
But that's why I said no. You said, haven't they always had that power? No.
Shit.
No.
Because I'm pretty sure 50 years ago, females weren't just getting SA left and right, up and down.
Do you know how many grape kits are sitting on shelves across the country?
Do tell. I'm open to learn new things.
There's thousands. I mean, but honestly, I know when people are being genuine. If you actually want to know something, you look it up just like me. But let me just let somebody up real quick. Give me 1 second. What up, 18th?
What's going on, LA? What's the word, girl? How you been?
Salute, 18th letter, making life better, coming up here tougher than leather.
My boy, Hustler and Muscle. How you been doing, brother?
He did his own fade effect. That's awesome. Yeah, leather. I'm like, what's going on, 18th? What's going on, man? I'm just, you know, I guess just this is what our place is in these YouTube streets. The women's supposed to just get banged on.
No, I disagree with that. You know, I try to like, because people don't like, you know, my opinions on certain things, but I try to be non-biased. I just try to call things for how I see it. But I think, like, with that show yesterday, I think it should have just been mostly women up there, and then if anybody had questions, they could have sent them through the Cash App or something like that. Because more than like any time that it's ladies' night over on Witch Doctors and there's other people that gets involved, like outside of the women, the conversation get a little sticky. So
yeah, see, that's I'm like, we gotta step up security. I don't be having controls over the panel.
Understood that.
Or
like
the channel. You know what I'm saying? So I just gotta roll with it. It is sometimes it is like Russian roulette. Y'all don't understand how distracting it is sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So really just be chilling and be like, oh, okay, well we got that's like Victor in the back. They sure ain't got shit to contribute to nothing.
Yeah, like shout out to Zyrex. That's my homegirl right there. Shout out to Zyrex.
I know. I thought she was supposed to be coming up.
Zyrex is supposed to come up.
Yeah, she asked if she had to cam up. I told her no.
And it's just like, you know, what you were saying, because I got a chance to listen to some of the stream and everything like that. And yeah, it's a difference between divestment and interracial dating. Some people date based off of their where they live. And if I have a black daughter and I raise my black daughter in a predominantly white suburb, and she consumes a lot of the media. Let's say she grew up watching Twilight and different things like that. It's not going to be uncommon for me to know that she may have an attraction to young white boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. Now, the only thing that I would say be careful is due to the history. I'm not sure if they may be attracted to her, and I will have to vet those boys. That's any situation, but it's a little different based off of our racial history and stuff. But
that's a good point. No, to be completely honest, because like my upbringing was a lot of suburban. Even when I lived outside of Chicago, like I said, I lived in Homewood, Flossmoor. So like we learned about Ramadan. We learned about, what I'm saying, we had the Irish and Polish and all these different, what I'm saying, like we played with Indian kids and people who were straight from Africa, first generation. Like it was different, you know what I'm saying? So maybe that does it's just those little details that people just want to jump out the window. Oh, she must hate her own. No, I was surrounded by a whole bunch of different types of people. Like I was a Girl Scout until I was like 13 years old. My troop mother was Jewish. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when you could still have like meetings at the house. You know what I'm saying? She taught me, she made us artichoke, you know what I'm saying? Like just different types of like things that I've never had before.
And that's when you say that, the same thing, even though I grew up in the hood, it was at a point in my life where I was exposed to other cultures and everything. That's how I was able to understand. And then I was always interested in knowing about other cultures, just so you can know, so you can be versatile, so I can be versatile in my train of thought. You know what I'm saying? So I learned about, that's why, and you can tell the way people talk if they haven't been exposed to nothing in a lot of these spaces. And a lot of these spaces is just about people just going off of the perspective from being, narrow-minded and not understanding anything else outside of what they know. So there's nothing wrong with that. Now, divestment, just like the situation where
I found that a problem. So I agree with you there.
Because it's literally
it was like they were trying to turn my my circumstances into divestment when it really was just an interracial relationship. You feel me? That's what was pissing me off. Because I didn't I wasn't trying to design no kid. I wasn't trying to say that black men ain't shit. I wasn't trying to say anything. No,
it's just that's the person
I just clicked with a person and their family actually embraced me, believe it or not.
And that's where people get things twisted because of such a narrow perspective. I understand that. And as much as people try to say, I hate, black women in these spaces and I'm, this super red pill dude, which there's certain things I agree with and there's certain things that I don't. But I was here from the beginning of the divestment situation. And I don't know if people have short-term memory loss, but I remember all of the hatred that was being spewed. Like some of the most sickening things that, and here's where the double standards get in. Some of the most sickening things that black men would not be able to get away in this space was saying at the opposite gender, said about our gender. And then a lot of people, and the sad thing about that whole situation with divestment and a lot of that divestment rhetoric that's pushed out, we're coming into a time where a lot of people don't do research. It's a lot of misinformation on the internet, and people regurgitate that misinformation because they just absorb what's ever on the internet and take it for face value. And unfortunately, a lot of young girls was absorbing a lot of this divestment content, going out and meeting the wrong guy and ending up in a real bad situation. You know.
But see, that's I had to bring that up earlier. I'm just like, that shouldn't be the rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? Oh, see, you got dismembered. You shouldn't have been fucking around with, like, damn, like she got dismembered. Are you saying that because she did? But you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't.
But she wasn't. Yeah, she wasn't even the only one, and not just.
No, I'm just saying the response is disgusting. Like, me personally, I would never say that about a man who wants to, you know what I'm saying, who, even if he found somebody on a website and didn't even know them. If that's your choice, that's your choice. And I know people who did that and they regret it, but hey,
did what?
Now.
I stepped away, so what I missed?
Oh, we're just talking about preferences in the end, you know, at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between people knowing or having the type of opinion where they're just like, they don't like their own versus I just happen to like who likes me. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's more of a preference thing.
Because I even seen a video, and see, this is what I'm like, because people, they try to say, like, certain people try to pretend that certain things are not being said. I even seen a video where there was a white guy who was telling black girls to quit worshiping him because he was white. You know, I have to find that video and see. He's like, I know plenty of black guys that may be even better human beings than me. He's like, I've dated multiple black women, and they keep worshiping me and thinking I'm better just because I'm a white man. See, and that's the part that people don't really want to talk about. It was tweets that was said where it'd be white guys, because everyone is exposing themselves, and he even said himself, like, yeah, I've dated black girls, and it's just amazing how much they hate their own men. Like, so it's like, it's a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying that don't go both ways, but it's a lot of things that I think certain people like to ignore, pretend that doesn't happen, and it's just one-way aggressiveness, and that's not the case. If you don't know about a lot of these other cultures, both men and women, you don't know, like, these people got problems, they got dysfunction in their cultures, all types of stuff. But if you never been around and study any of these people, you have this loathing self-hate within yourself, or this loathing self-hate within your people, because you don't know nothing else about anybody else. You're going to put these people up on a pedestal without even fully understanding what's going on. And if you don't know history, you would know that it's a lot of anti-blackness in a lot of different cultures based off our history, based off of colonization. So, you know, do your due diligence before you just go, you know, spurting things out without fully understanding the landscape of, you know, the environment that we live in. Everybody still there?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It doesn't matter if I know my headphones popped out my ears. It doesn't matter what country you seem to go to. Like, I mean, I remember being in Brazil, and they thought that I was one of them, I guess because of my skin tone, but like the only ones who were propped up were the fair-skinned ones. You know, the only ones who were in poverty were the dark-skinned ones. You know, and it was just unfortunate. Like, but it's all over the place. Like, people just need to, I don't know. Like I said, there's a difference between really go. It's against going a certain look, aesthetic, or whatever on purpose versus just really vibing with somebody. That was the whole difference. You know what I'm saying? I understand that certain people have their complexes where they're just like, no, man, like, I can't deal with niggas. You know what I'm saying? This, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. You know, okay, well, fine. You know what I'm saying? And they might not be black or whatever, but like, just stick with your own. Don't sit here, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know.
You would, and you're gonna have, and it's nothing wrong with meeting a person of another group. You're gonna have stuff in common with other people. You're gonna have something in common with other people. Like, I can tell the difference. Like, I know I know black girls that date white guys and they don't have this hatred towards black men. And I know black men that date other groups of women and they don't have that hatred towards black women. But they get accused of that, both, you know. And you can just tell. Like, this is just some
I mean,
girl, like, this is just
it was-
somebody you done met. He seemed like he a cool dude. I done met, like, one of my friends, she dates a white guy since we was, like, in high school. And he was always cool. He was real cool. And you'll know if somebody is hateful or they trying to hide, you know. And he was never like that. He was a super cool dude. And, yeah, and, like, the same thing, like,
Right. So it's,
oh, go ahead, Lauren.
Okay.
no, I'm just like, I don't know. Like I said,
I'm back. I'm trying to give you
Okay.
some break. Keep stepping away.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Riaz, man. Shit.
Oh,
Okay.
salute
I missed
Riaz.
the phone call. Go
Hey,
ahead.
what up, though?
What's
Okay.
going on?
No, it's alright though. Everything's fine. No, I get you on that though, man. It's just I don't mind. I just prefer to keep my options open though. And I'm anyway multicultural. I'm brown skin, but also sometimes though, like what's also interesting is about 18th. My mom is lightish color. She's like light skin though, and my dad is brown though. So I'm like a mix between the both. Both is same race though. Just that her whole family is brown, and basically she developed differently, you know.
That's
So
like my family, Riaz, but they say I'm mixed. I be like,
yeah,
hey,
but can I say I'm
they
mixed
both
though?
black.
Because wow. Oh, sorry, your mic cut out though. I didn't realize that until now.
No.
And I agree with what Poseidon said. I'm the same way. I like who likes me. If you ain't
Okay,
got no love for me, I ain't got no love for you. It's just that
I
simple.
get you on that though. Look, I got love
That's
for my. Okay,
what,
sorry.
but see, that was my hope. Was like, oh, and Reese was like, oh, so out of 1,000 niggas, you know what I'm saying, that approached you, you couldn't find nobody to be with. I'm like,
Reese is
obviously they didn't like.
Reese be kind of hype
He's
on
weird.
a lot of panels.
I
LA.
know. That's why I was like, I
Yeah,
ain't
he
seen you
do.
in a minute, nigga. Like,
Yeah.
I remember him from
Okay.
Sharon's causing a ruckus, like with the racial shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
trying to act like
I remember that. Sorry, I remember
more
that
like a
though. I was there.
like a Black history aficionado or whatever. Like, nigga, shut up.
Well, anyways, I was there though, anyways, but I get you on that. I get you on that. That's the same way with me. I'm pretty much the same. It's just that if I can actually, I'd rather marry somebody I love though, or someone who I feel connected to, rather someone who like me. It doesn't have, I don't mind the race thing though. It's more than just race to me though. I'm more about the faith thing first though, then everything else does matter though. I care about everything else, but at the same time, faith mostly. I don't mind race though. It can be any race though. Can be any race though, and I'll be happy. You know, that's what that is, because look, the truth is, to me, the way I see it, I ain't blaming nobody, but the result to me is the same no matter who I choose. I'm just responsible for who I choose. I'm accountable for who I choose though. I'm the one who attract what I attract, and no matter what race I pick though, my result will be the same depending on what energy or what I do personally will make them feel some type of way. That's just how I like to perceive it. Or am I a bit too naive because I have no experience?
I just think it's kind of weird, you know, especially from my from my perspective, right? Like I was, you know, I was a dare kid, you know what I'm saying, back in the day. So I won essay contests. I've done public speaking. I wrote for not just my high school, but my county newspaper. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know how to speak. I got long hair. I'm light skinned. You know what my people called me? Not black enough. Oreo.
Wow.
So
Wow.
what do you want me to do with
So,
this shit? Again, like it's just pigeonholing women into what? Just let me just make you what I want you to be. No, I'm gonna go where I'm appreciated. Period.
Same. I'll be real with you. I'm a culture type of thing. I feel you on that because look, I've had people call me Middle Eastern when I'm not Middle Eastern. Though I may look like them, no. I may have like I share the same faith, yes. Do I have an Arabic name? Yes. Am I Muslim? Yes. But don't mean I'm an Arab though. Even though I have Persian ancestry, there's a difference between Arabs and Persians, though, you know. So basically, I'm not Middle Eastern, no. And even though I look like them, no, but I'm not actually, though. But can I ask, though, why do they call me that, though? I mean, it's all right. There's nothing wrong in me accepting it or not. I just want to know why, though. Because I fall under the Asian category because I'm from the southern region of Asia, though.
A lot of people are just ignorant, Riaz, so they just want to say whatever is going to, make you upset. Similar to like what I was just sharing, So if I've been an Oreo most of my life, then what is the problem if I date outside my race? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. God damn it.
Okay.
Hustler and muscular. I'm sorry. That's, like I said, it's a tongue twister. You still up there?
Okay, sorry, I get your number.
Now I was trying to see if H&M was still. Yeah, I'm gonna call you H&M. H&M, you still there? Okay. Well,
I think you might have
I'm
said
here.
you might have.
Okay. Okay. Did you have it? I'm sorry. I didn't want to, have people take over. Is there anything that you want to add? Because I do still have this video pulled up when Reese.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm trying to make me some breakfast, but you got it.
Hey, what you making? Breakfast? It's 3 in the afternoon, nigga.
And what's your point?
What you making? French toast?
Well, for me, it's 2:47. But
What you
I'm
making?
making oatmeal, bacon, and eggs.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Calm down, black man. I got you.
Yes,
Okay.
my girl. Would you want to join me for breakfast?
You say get it. Hey, I like food. Believe it or not, I'm slim, but I like food.
That is food. I'm trying to put on weight, so hey, that's a heavy eater.
Okay, anyways, so sorry. Okay, I'll be real with you. You know what I describe myself as? I describe myself as caramel, brown from outside, light from inside. That's what I am basically. I'm like caramel because I got that caramel texture, though. You describe yourself as Oreo. I'm more like a caramel texture.
That's what's up. Let's get back into it, y'all.
Okay.
If you wanna pause it or anything, just y'all let me know. All right.
We cruising right now. We cruising. So you're saying the two black men, they were in the music industry, right? And the one,
2 of them in particular, yes. 2
right.
3, yes.
And that one you was engaged with, what did he do? What was he doing?
Sports.
Okay. So you had 2 black men in the music industry and one that was in the sports industry. That's basically the
in high school. So
those are the stereotypical industries that black women pick black men. The music industry, athletics. Wait. Athletics.
Let him land.
Entertainment. You see where I'm going with Stockton? Do you see where I'm going with Stockton? I see that smile on your face, man.
Are you assuming that I chose the
I see that
sports
smile on your
person?
face. Rick Stockton know where I'm going with this.
Are you
know where I'm going
assuming
with this.
that's
I
how
know where you're going.
I'll have a? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but how
Black
like
women
I said,
always pick black men in the entertainment industry.
Okay, so in high
athletic
school,
industry.
we should be
Wait.
like, no, like, shit,
Wait,
you know.
but
Granted, again, I was commenting like on my first ever boyfriend who I met in high school. Everybody does something. You play an instrument, you play a sport, you do something. He happened to play football. But I didn't pick him. Men pick women. I don't know. Like, is that weird to say? Because I already knew like what his resume was. Okay. If you the top running back or whatever of the county, I'm finna watch you. You gonna go through some things. You gonna take me and my brother home. You gonna take my friends home after track practice. You gonna go through some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gonna spend hours on the phone. Like, I'm not just gonna give it up. But at the same time, it was him that walked up to me I was a new black girl at school. And he wanted to see what's up. So I guess that's my downfall. Now let me ask the
No,
guys.
that's
Let me ask the guys
Yeah.
on panel. Was that something that was targeted by me, or did it just kind of
no,
happen?
no. That
Mm.
was something that just happened. A man decided that he wanted to approach you, and you were favorable to his advances, and one thing led to another, and that's what that was. Just didn't work out.
Now, when it comes to the other two relationships that I have, like I said, I don't have a problem with talking about it. It's not a big deal. I recorded music myself. Like, I'm on a Gangsta Grill album with DJ Drama. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was a part of, like, I guess the ground level of Young Jeezy's like career. And the guy that I was dating, you know what I'm saying, just happened to like his music a lot, and eventually became one of his confidants. And that just happened as well. While that wasn't the reason why. The reason why I chose to date him was that he had a very strong sense of family. It's always something deeper than what you do, at least in my case. But with me being a recording artist, you know, it's easier to deal with somebody who knows your schedule, who knows how the business goes. You have less chance for arguments or any type of misunderstandings, because you both understand, you know what I'm saying, like what it takes to do what you do. So they were decent human beings, in my opinion. Met my family, all that good stuff, but they just happened to do what they did. So he used, you know, since that was my situation, I guess he came to the conclusion that I was picking, I guess, or involved with the wrong men, which might be possible. But I mean, at the same time, that's what I'll go back to the survival of the fittest, the strongest survive. Does every man deserve a woman? Because if every man deserves a woman, then there should be no problem for whether they be ball players or in the music industry or whatever. They should have somebody, right?
I don't think.
I don't
I
think
think
that's
it.
the
I think
answer, but
no. I think it's people out here that don't deserve to be with the significant other because they either they don't know how to treat the other person, you know. And I don't think it's certain people that you just, like, because I really don't know, because I hear people say things like you gotta heal and different stuff like that. So I don't understand. I don't understand that perspective because I'm like, if you're really interested in somebody, why would you want to tear them down? Why would you do them wrong and all of that? You know, but
or even just
I don't.
expect, or even, I mean, just like you're not going to give every woman the same courtesy, right?
No, absolutely.
Oh, hold on just 1 second. I got some. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you in the back. Let me bring because I've never spoken to you in person. Give me 1 second. Can you give me a peace sign in the back real quick? Thank you so much. He's a real person, y'all. Let's bring him up. All right, we
Peace,
got
family.
Pan Mulattoism in the building. What's going on?
Peace, family, and thanks for having me up. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for pulling up. What you got on the subject?
It'll be brief because I feel like I jumped in right when someone else was speaking. But I'll say this. Now, I don't have any problem with swirlers or divestors because they are creating more mulattoes. But I have to admit, in the end, I really don't see a big difference. You have divestors that claim that black men ain't shit, pardon the expression, but a lot of them are still having sex with black men. Same thing with the other side, the swirlers. Even though they say that they have no preference, they're sleeping with men of both races. So the end result, I really don't see a big difference between the two. The only difference I see is that maybe the divestors are more vocally anti-black male, respectfully.
I think that's the major difference. You can like I said, uh find yourself in a situation or in a relationship where the person is not of your ethnic background, right? But you click. There's something about them that's different than pursuing them on purpose. If that makes sense.
No, I definitely hear you. My point is, and maybe I didn't articulate it well enough, I think the end result is the same. If you look at the axis or the currents of the divestors, I think racially, they're no different than the racial makeup of the swirlers, axis, and currents. I think they're both just sleeping with men of multiple different races. One just has a anti-black sentiment that the other may not have.
So do you think that that's something that should be encouraged? Like the saying, like just like who likes you? Or do you think that people should be strictly race loyal?
Yes, and I'll answer this admitting that I have a bias. Now, of course, I support the creation of as many mulattoes as possible. Additionally, to answer your question directly, when I'm being honest, but to be real, if a black person said that they prefer black people and they only want to marry and date and procreate with other black people, I respect it because actually that's what I advocate for mulattoes to do. So, I mean, I see both sides of it. Short answer to your question, do I support interracial dating and divesting? Definitely, because it creates more mulattoes. But if a black person says that they are endogamous or only procreate with their own race, I respect that too.
Well, wait, because you,
Can I
you, you,
can I say something really quickly?
yeah, go ahead.
Um, but that's it's nuances to that because you say you support for more mulattoes to be created, but if those people that are creating them have a demented mindset or they have a sickening mindset and they get with another person of another race who might be dysfunctional as well, wouldn't that just create dysfunctional mulattoes that'll be problematic to the rest of the mulatto people?
Actually, yes, you're addressing
Yeah, don't
something
they have it's something called a tragic mulatto?
verbatim. That's what I was about to bring up. So, just to answer the question, brother, succinctly and concise, I still support the creation of tragic mulattoes, but the tragic mulatto must wake up as a mulatto and be proud of what they actually are, instead of having the identity crisis of wanting to be black or wanting to be white. That's why, if you were listening earlier, I said I advocate for mulattoes to procreate with other mulattoes and create mulatto families and mulatto communities. But that doesn't mean that I'm against uh, tragic mulattoes being created. I just want them to come out of their tragedy.
What? Okay, just for the people in the back, what makes it? Can you break down the tragic mulatto title and what makes it tragic
Yes, yes. A
specifically?
tragic a tragic mulatto is a mulatto that has an identity crisis. Either they want to be black or they want to be white. Usually they come from, or I would say they are the first generation mulatto. They come from they are the direct offspring of a
Direct
black person.
descendants.
Exactly. Versus what I am, I'm a multi-generational mulatto. I come from two mulatto lineages. And I'm glad you're asking me this because, and I won't be long-winded with this.
Are
Both of
you
my
good?
parents both of my parents are mulattoes, so I never had the identity crisis that I see a lot of first generation mulattoes have. I never felt the need to pretend to be black or pretend to be white or want to fit in with the blacks or fit in with the whites. I was always comfortable in my own skin. So I think that in a lot of the first generation mulattoes, they might detest the fact that I'm saying this, but I really mean what I'm about to say. I think the most ideal household for a mulatto to come out of is a household with two mulatto parents versus a household that has one black parent and one white parent. I'm not against it because it creates more mulattoes, but it's not ideal in my opinion.
Okay, I gotta ask a question real quick because I think I remember you from a while. Didn't you used to go under Pan Africanism or something like that? Did that used
No,
to be
no,
your
not Pan
profile
Africanism.
back in the day?
No. And even to this day, I admit that mulattoes are part of the African diaspora, but genetically, we're also a part of the European diaspora. So I no longer make Africa the focal point. The focal point is the genetic reality of being a mulatto. So it's not one or the other. So if you ask me, in conclusion, if you ask me, am I a part of the African diaspora? Definitely, proudly. But I'm also a part of the European diaspora, the Native American diaspora, etc.
Yeah. Based off of my observation on what I've seen, like as far as this whole mulatto thing, I think in most cases, kind of difficult as far as trying to create a mulatto community in the United States. Of just the history of the way the laws have shifted. Now, maybe if you all was to have some type of influence in shifting the laws in the United States, but based off of the history of the one drop rule and the fact that once the United States took over French territories, mulatto did not become a class of its own anymore. It was kind of pushed into the class of just being black. And I think in a lot of cases, especially with the racial turmoil that's going on in the United States right now, especially other people that's, immigration and different things like that, I just find it difficult to believe at this particular time it'll be a mulatto class or a mulatto community with the way that, the tension that's going on in the country right now, even in the past, because mulattoes was like the buffer class between whites and blacks. They was kind of looked as the more palatable blacks for white people, but I don't see that happening in the future at this particular time.
Yes, and with all due respect, you're entitled to your opinion, but we as mulattoes, we don't need blacks to tell us what we are or where we will fit into society. With all due respect, you as blacks, you have to determine where you will fit in society. Because if I had a dialogue with you right now, we could say that we had a mulatto president in the U.S. We never had a black president.
No, that's true.
If I had a dialogue with you right now, the total number of majority black communities, specifically the total number of majority black American communities, is decreasing. They're being eradicated due to mass migration and gentrification. Simultaneously, the total number of majority mulatto people, the total number of mulatto people is increasing. So we have our fate as mulattoes, and you as blacks, you have your own fate. And just like if I was to tell you my opinion of the black community, you have a right to dismiss what I'm saying. I have a right to dismiss what you're saying about us as mulattoes, respectfully. And in closing, I
Well,
also want to say this. It's a myth. I'm sorry. One sentence and I'll pass the mic. Actually, there are mulatto communities in the U.S. right now. If you go to Robeson County, North Carolina, the Lumbee people, actually, they are a federally recognized tribe. They are mulatto people, the Lumbee people, Lumbee. Additionally, everyone knows we have Louisiana Creoles. Additionally, within Appalachia and Lee County,
You talking about
Virginia.
the Melungeons? The Melungeons.
So, brother, if you know about the Melungeons, then you know that what you said was erroneous earlier when you said that there are no mulatto communities.
Well, I would say if you want to say small, okay, if you want to say small communities, just like we have Native American communities, but saying is that it's not even the sense of it, because I know where I stand at as a black person. I know I'm talking about from history, from the standpoint of history and all of that, and what's going on at this particular point, because all it takes is one generation for a mulatto to marry another person, and then that person is no longer a mulatto. They become,
What would they be?
Something else.
Let me have a dialogue with you. If a mulatto marries a black person, I'm asking you, because genetically it's undeniable they are still mixed, they're still mulattoes. But I'm asking you your opinion now. What do you say that they are?
based off of the way things are in the United States, they would be considered black because at that particular point, that's 75% black and 25% European. When the average black American makes up about 80% African and 20%, 15% European. I would say
Hold on, and you
it's
just
around.
admitted it. Well, brother, you just admitted it. Actually, and that's why it's very important that the blacks wake up. And I say that with all due respect, because that one drop rule that you're citing was forced on you by Caucasians. You know this. So back to the focal point. And when I asked you your opinion, really, I should have asked you scientifically or biologically, are you denying that the product of a mulatto and a black person is still mixed? That's what I should have asked you. So I ask you that now. Are you denying that biological reality?
I'm not. But the funny thing about it is that with the way America history is shaped and the laws, that never meant anything. And it was
No, I'm not
always
asking.
based
I'm
off
not
of
asking you about anyone's opinion now. That's why I phrased it.
no, that's
And
not an opinion. That was written into law. That was a fact.
it was written into law by Caucasians, correct?
Right. The
Okay,
ones
whoa,
that
slow
wrote
down,
the
brother. And I
laws.
just said, so I'm just saying, why are you abiding by
All right,
the
we gotta
one
let
drop rule
each
that was
other
forced on you by
finish each
Caucasians?
other's thought. You know what I'm saying? Finish your thoughts, and then before you cut in. Okay.
Did you hear the question, brother?
I heard everything you said, man. First and foremost, not about whether you want to say subscribe to to what was put on us by Caucasians, anything after generations and generations. If they control the education, if they control policies of the country, whether you can say that you're not going to mentally subscribe to it, who's to say that your children, especially if your children is going to these educational, you know, into they system for education and everything, who to say your children is not going to subscribe to it? For instance, when you talked about the Creoles, I've met people that was from Louisiana that was Creole that identify as black. They know that they're Creole, but they identify as black, and a lot of them live over there in the Seventh Ward, in New Orleans. That was one of their main areas. And some of them even marry other black people. It wasn't the sense that because I'm Creole, I'm super mixed and we got our own identity. It was like, yeah, we got our own identity based off of the history of Louisiana, but I identify with black people because in certain cases, no matter where they went,
All right, brother. And
despite having
go ahead.
European, despite having Native and French admixture.
And hear me out. And notice that I reduced my responses to 1 or 2 sentences because I'm actually trying to have a dialogue with you. Now, brother, let's use your logic and apply it to right now what we see in the LGBTQ movement. There are men that identify as women, but does that make them women?
No.
All right, so brother, just because a mulatto tells you that he is black, it does not make it biologically or scientifically true. Do you acknowledge that fact?
Yeah, if we're going off of scientifics, yeah, definitely.
All right, brother. So let's stand on DNA, brother. That's the only point I'm making. So if we're standing on DNA, the total number of mulattoes, the total number of mixed race people is increasing throughout the U.S. So you cannot say that the total number of mulatto communities is not growing. Actually, according to the census, the fastest growing demographic in the U.S. is 2 or more races. So we are a presence that will always be here. Now, you as blacks, with all due respect, because I got to hold the mirror up to the blacks, you have to decide, do you want to survive as a racial or ethnic group? Because if we look at the U.S. right now, even the Congressional Black Congress, pardon me, the Congressional Black Caucus admitted that the total number of majority black congressional districts, the total number of majority black census tracts, the total number of majority black cities, counties, and municipalities is decreasing as time progresses. So I'll ask you, brother, what are blacks doing to practice self-preservation?
Man, I ain't even gonna lie. That's a good question. I know
That's
some
an awesome
people
question.
are, yeah, I know some people are still having children, but I don't don't know if it could be my algorithm, but the way I look at it, and I'll call out my own people. You have a lot of black people that don't have some black people that are not proud because they wasn't taught the foundation and the structure of being proud of who they are. They don't know their own history, so they're not proud to be black. And we hear it in some of these spaces. But I do know people that still have in black families that know who they are, that their identity issues and don't have these self-hatred issues, anything like that, that's still making black families. As far as you want to say, but at the same time, what I see, let's say if hypothetically speaking, black people do disappear, now it's just going to be another group of people that's going to be replaced with black people that's going to inherit a lot of the issues, because it's a whole system that's structured behind everything that has happened with black people. It's a whole system that's structured behind that replace they're going to replace that, let's say if we do disappear. So it's like an ongoing thing. You get what I'm saying?
Nah, I definitely hear you, and this is why. And I'll make two more points, and then I'll pass the mic because I don't want to, monopolize the discussion. But I will say this: I think that the divestors and interracial dating and interracial procreation, I think that this triggers a lot of the pro-blacks because they see that when they go to their own family reunions, they see the total number of mulattoes increasing at their family reunions. They see it. There's more mixed people. We are a presence. I think to the pro-blacks, this represents the racial whitening of the Black American ethnicity. So they are triggered because it triggers their instinct of self-preservation, which I don't blame them for being triggered in that way. Every ethnicity has a right to practice self-preservation, but you have to decide what will you do to preserve yourselves. We as mulattoes, and I would never recommend that we go on autopilot because we should never be complacent. But if mulattoes chose to go on autopilot, we know that in the future generations we'll still be here. There will be more of us and more of us and more of us. But blacks cannot say that with all due respect. You don't know if there will be more of you or if you will be outnumbered by the mulattoes like you are in Brazil right now or in North Africa right now or in Puerto Rico right now where I'm at or the Dominican Republic where I'm at right now. There are places that I can name on this planet where blacks used to be the majority, but now mulattoes have surpassed the once black majority. So, with all due
Well,
respect, and I'll say
blacks
this
was
in
never the
closing,
majority in Puerto Rico. Blacks was never the majority in Puerto Rico.
well,
Or
with all due
in
respect, no. Well, and anyone can fact check me on this. The slave population in Puerto Rico once outnumbered the Spanish colonizers in Puerto Rico. If we look at North Africa,
okay, I
the
could be wrong.
indigenous black Africans, and that's what I'm saying. I don't even want to just keep listing all these different examples. The point is this: with all due respect, blacks need to worry about black self-preservation. Mulattoes will be all right, with all due respect. And I'll say that in closing.
Okay. Riaz, you wanted to go ahead and say something?
Okay, so basically, and then for my people though, I'm from a mixed people anyway though. I'm from the Indo-Persian people because the original people of the Indian subcontinent, they bred with everybody basically. They bred with the Persians, Arabs, Europeans, and Africans, and the Turkish people, and then you got the Iranic people though as well over there. So basically, the entire thing though, entire region though, on both sides though, is very diverse though. Mine falls under the Persian though because of a tribe that I belong to though. The tribe is called the Kiani tribe, and this tribe is basically an Indo-Persian tribe that traces its roots back to a place in Iran called Canaan. So they're from the Canaan dynasty. They came over from the Indian subcontinent. They went across the border to China and they came to Punjab and they ruled there. They had family there and they brought their language, food, and culture all there though, and they bred there, and also their faith too though. So basically from there, that's how basically it got me now to this day though basically. So I'm already from a mixed breed of people though, because the entire region though of where where my family originally from though is already mixed anyway though. And also I did explain though that I have half. I got one person in my family who's half Bengali, half Pakistani, and I got one family member who married white and everything like that. Though, so I'm more. I don't mind race though, to be honest, in my opinion, though. You know, I don't mind race though. It's just basically the person. As long as the person is a good person, good Muslim, and is practicing in the faith, everything else just falls after. You know, that's the only thing I care about. I'm more to if I have to preserve something, I'm more to preserve the faith rather than the race aspect to me. It's not that I don't dislike my people, right? Nah, none of that, man. I'm just basically gonna go with somebody who I love and who I love back. And if we respect each other, that's me though. I'm on a universal thing though.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just like, okay, well, if people gonna link up, whether it because of regional situations, sometimes because war situations, struggle. I mean, there's different situations why people end up linking up and getting together. But at the end of the day, I mean, me personally, I just don't believe that God makes mistakes. So each person that is created was meant to experience something. You know what I mean?
Right.
In whatever vessel they are in. So that's one thing that's always missing is like, how do these kids feel about having to be split down the middle or split three ways or having to pick one side of you know what I'm saying? Like,
I
that's
understand.
one thing that's always seemed to be missing.
Sorry, I understand though. It's not just I'm an empathetic person because I got that empathetic soul, but I also understand based on my own thing as well, you know. Got that identity thing too, you know, like basically being, basically how I explained to you though. Basically, I'm from two different worlds. Basically, best of both worlds situation, no, because I'm not one or the other. I'm basically in a Western country with different values, and I look different, and I've got a different culture, everything, man. So basically, that creates a huge identity crisis. I've had that since I was a child, though. So first, I denied my heritage. Later, basically, I was insecure about my skin tone. Then I became more confused about myself. And then now more on the journey to basically embrace both sides, though. To embrace. I'm best of both worlds. I'm not basically one or the other. I'm both. Because look, I have the citizenship, yes, but also I have the culture aspect too, though. Then also have a good, ancestry too, though. And that's just what it is, though. I understand the identity crisis when they go through that. Because I have a similar experience to a certain degree, but it's very different.
Yeah, that's what I'm just like, man. Folks be trying to put that jacket on me. I can't relate. I'm not mixed, you know what I'm saying? Not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I'm just like, that's why I just try to understand where people are coming from, like regardless. H&M.
Well,
Oh, go ahead, 18.
Sorry about that.
No,
I was just gonna say with that whole argument, LA, like I don't know how everybody else came up, but mostly I was just taught to look at biracial people as black. I didn't even if they had, a parent and everything. I just okay, you black.
Like what you talk about? That one drop rule. What you talk about? That brown paper bag.
Yeah, I mean, because it was just
you black.
Wait, sorry, 18th. I got a question to ask you though. I'm gonna ask you this one question, 18th though. Before I told everything and explained everything about me, what did you, going off the way I look though, what do you think I look like to you before I told you everything?
Well, I would have thought because you from London, right?
Yeah, I was born and raised in the UK.
He said, without you knowing anything about him, what does he look like?
I would say I would have looked at him and thought he might have been. Well, I can't really tell, DS, because I would have to see your hair and you without the glasses and all of that.
Okay, hold on. Let me take my glasses off. Let me take my glasses off, though.
Yeah,
how about now?
Oh, you look different.
Yeah, you look kind of.
I have Asian genes, though. Those are Asian eyes. I got their hair too, though. I can take that off for you.
You look
but I don't want
you
Hey,
look
to.
Middle Eastern to me, Middle Eastern
Are you
or
good? Hold
South
on,
Asian.
I
real,
was
real, real
thinking
quick.
Puerto
Hold on, hold on,
Rican.
hold on. Before
I
you
was thinking
guys tell
Puerto
me what's
Rican, but
going on,
okay.
with the profile, let me bring somebody up real quick. Go. What's up?
Shit. Hold on, yo, what
Okay.
up?
Oh,
Well,
there
Can
you
you
go.
hear me?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
Yeah,
you
sorry.
good.
It keeps
I was mute.
continuing. Oh,
No, you good
sorry.
now. You good.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
my bad though. 18th.
So
Sorry, you're gonna continue though. Sorry, I was just listening, man. Continue.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
what you think he looked like? His 18th. Oh, hold on. Where'd he go? Oh, there you are.
I think he
18th. Where
stepped
you
away.
at? Okay.
My bad.
Well,
He'll be
I'm
back.
just gonna say, I see you look more like Middle Eastern and South Asian than me. But the funny thing
Yeah.
is, we didn't even know, like growing up, we didn't know that Indians was considered South Asian. We just called like Indians Indians. We didn't even know that was part of Asia. No, we just like because they looked at so different from East Asian. So you know.
Okay, that makes sense though. But I get it. Me and Indians are this used to be the same people, but I don't want to be labeled an Indian. It's not.
You say you Pakistani, right?
Yeah, more Pakistani though, because think about it this way: history, long term. The rest is history. Basically, difference has been made. Even though basically used to be the same people, they came from the same place, but countries made, borders made, culture. They started to develop their own sense of culture, different, style and everything. So differences have been made though. It's not that I have nothing against them, no. I just prefer that me and them basically be labeled two different things.
Right. But I want to hear my boy Poppy's perspective because with Poppy being a black man who in Colombia and in that area, not just Colombia, but in Latin America, period, is more mixed than up here. So I want to hear Poppy's perspective on what's on everything that was just said a minute ago.
and before we get that perspective, let me bring somebody up to the stage, and then Blanco, you got it, my boy. Got Auntie in the building. What's going on, hon?
Salute,
What's
Auntie.
What up? What up? What up?
All right, awesome. Microphone is good. All right, Blanco, you got it. Did you get the question? Uh-oh, he might be on the move, on the groove. Okay, Auntie, I'll let him catch up. Auntie,
Yes, man.
you've been listening for a little while. You got anything on the topic? Anything you want to say
No,
to the
I have to
people?
be honest. I rarely do this. I just click the link, so I plan on just coming up here and reading the room for a minute.
Okay, no worries. No worries. All right, so 18th letter, what was the question? You said were you trying to more get a I guess a comparison between American women and from Colombia, because I believe that's where Blanco's from.
No, like when because you know what the dude Pan Mulatto was talking.
Hold on, your microphone's going in and out. In and out burger.
Okay.
Say that again.
I just wanted to give Poppy's.
Oh, sorry, his mic is cutting out. Sorry to cut you off, though. Your mic is going in and out. Just letting you know.
He comes.
I'm glad it wasn't just me. Yeah, 18th. You might drop down real quick and come back up.
Yeah, we've actually died.
All right. So, like I said, sometimes it's different pockets. Like I lived in a small. No, you got to drop down and come back up, bro. Um, I lived in like a small town of Ohio, and most of the black dudes that lived there, like there was so many interracial kids. It was crazy, but it was mostly the black men that were coupling up with the white women or biracial women, and that's cool. But sometimes it is kind of like regional, and I don't know what the allure is. Like I said, from my situation, it was just somebody that I vibe with. I was ready to think about more long lasting type of things, and they kind of had the background to match it. You know what I'm saying? It worked. We got along. Me and their family got along really well, and so it wasn't just just some lustful type of situation or type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it was, I knew his parents and, at least had conversations with them and things like that. So it was, I don't know. Sometimes I just think it's situational. The people who go after certain races, certain demographics on purpose, that I don't agree with that. I know a lot of people do it, but that wasn't my situation, and it was kind of crazy how they was just trying to flip it last night to make it seem like that's what was going on, and it wasn't. They bunch of making fun of me too.
What happened last night?
No, we had a conversation on Witch Doctor's panel the latest night about interracial relationships versus divesting. So that's what we talked about last night.
Divesting is when you go to be with somebody with another race, right?
Yeah.
No, that's not divesting. That's not divesting. Just like she said, like dating interracially and divesting is different.
That's
Like,
two different
okay, you
things.
can date interracially and be like, look, okay, you just happen to get with a chick and she just happens to be a white girl. That's dating interracially. But to just say, look, I'm done with black women and I'm dealing with white women, that's divesting.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, when you do like a clear cut or like, yo, let's say, Auntie, you a black man, you make a clear decision. I'm done with these black girls, man. I'm only messing with white girls. That would be called divesting, then, right?
I believe so.
So what about if you happens to meet you? Let's say you got that mindset, and 6 months from now you meet who's a beautiful black girl, man, that I could Sister Goddess that everybody knows, and you start messing with her. Then what?
God, motherfucker. I was playing.
What? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Auntie, did you hear my question? Like, yo, they say you had that mindset, right? Like, yo, I'm done messing with black girls, man. I'm messing nothing with white girls, right? And let's say for the next year and a half, 2 years, you messing nothing with white girl, and then you meet Sister Goddess, and then you start messing back with Sister Goddess, and now you change the title of divesting to back to get. Why are you gonna call yourself after that?
I mean, a flip flopper, whatever you want to call it. I mean, look, I'm not fond of any of that stuff. I'm like, I'm just not. Because look, I wouldn't want to be with let's say a white woman just like, yo, she just likes black dudes or whatever. I don't want to be with no chick like that. Like, so you telling me I just checked that box? That's why you with me, because you don't like white dudes? That's why. It has nothing to do with me. I just happen to be one of 40 million black dudes in America. I feel fortunate. So I can imagine being with a chick that's like, oh, well, what are you liking? What are you seeing me? Well, black women ain't shit. That's why I chose you. I mean, how would that, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that's how you picking your relationship, you got issues, man.
Yeah, for the most part, this is like all across the board. Like, no matter what the race is, for the most part, every race literally gonna fuck with each other at like super crazy high rates, like super crazy. Like, the only the divesting shit, I think that I think that's you fuck whoever you fuck with, man. That's about it, man. If you don't decide, fuck it. Who cares? That's a very small number, man. Like,
I mean,
when you go outside, you see most races fucking with each other, man. That's all I'm trying to say.
I just believe like people confuse having a preference to like, you know what I'm saying, just either divesting or whatever the hell you want to call it, you know what I'm saying, on the part of the dudes or whatever. I'm like, anybody can have a preference. I wouldn't knock anybody with that. I'm just saying it. But if it stops right there and you're that shallow where you choose people pretty much, you choose people and you eliminate people solely based on their race, you're not even just blocking your blessings as far as relationships in life. You blocking a lot of blessings. You know what I'm saying? You missing a lot of shit because you never. How the hell you ever gonna get to know people? You know what I'm saying? Like, and just in general, it don't even have to be in just like intimate relationships. I'm talking about business relationships, friendships, just situations. You gotta like people are more than their skin tone and their ethnicity. Like, you know what I'm saying? People are just more.
For me, because for me, right, it was important for me for my kids to look like me. So obviously, I was only going to have kids with a black woman. It doesn't matter if she was Black American, Black Jamaican, Black you see what I'm saying? Because that kind of gonna they're near guarantee me that my kids going to look just like me. I wouldn't have no kids with a white girl because my DNA might disappear in there. Nah. It was important for me to my kids to look just like me, or at least close to my family trait. So I don't know, like, I think most people
to have a preference. That's human nature. You know what I'm saying? A woman's usually not going to choose you if you don't look healthy. You know what I'm saying? If you don't look healthy, you got to have, you know what I'm saying, some kind of, you know, decent, you know, try. Like if you are going to make babies, usually they're going to choose you based on some qualities that prove that you're a suitable mate partner. Like that's just human nature. So I wouldn't knock you for that, bro. You got a preference. And people should be allowed to have their preference. I don't have a problem with that. It's just I haven't met, 30 million, you know what I'm saying, black women, so I couldn't divest. And I haven't met all the damn Puerto Rican women, Mexican women, Colombian women, and I'll be damned if I sink all of my you know what I'm saying, time and resources into any one demographic, because I'm pretty sure there's ain't shit people of every race and there's good people of every race. And there's
but
likely
most people do it.
So many good people for me in any race. Go ahead.
But I think most people do it indirectly, though. For most, especially men, like we want our kids to look like us, and you for the most part, the biggest chance of those kids looking like you or to your mama or your dad, it would be a woman from your own race. So people want to do it directly or indirectly. That's just natural.
Okay, so did you guys happen to see, I'm sorry, did y'all see the episode last night?
No, I didn't see anything last night. Where this happened?
On Witch Doctors panel. We do
I was busy last night.
The women's show on Wednesdays. And okay, well, I can't ask you if, in your opinion, I was going with who likes me, or if I was looking, because I was getting accused of all kinds of shit last night.
Welcome to the world. How may I help you?
What they called you? Give me the worst name that they call you.
Well, do you know who Reese Anderson is?
Oh my God. Yeah, he a bitch.
Okay, let's pop
I'm pretty sure where this is going. He a bitch. Oh, well, I'm pretty sure he say some retarded shit.
All right, well, let's see.
He kind of gay too, so I wouldn't take him serious if I were you, Ellie.
Yeah, I mean, his avatar said it all to me, but let me put it back up there. Since we here. All right.
It gotta be serious. And we got two gentlemen in the back chat, you know what I'm saying? We about to let them up.
I just need one question at a time, fellas, please.
So you want to let them up one at a time?
I would
Or you
prefer
want to
that.
let them up together? Okay. All right, we had Reese first, and then we're gonna let up King Rooster. Go ahead, Reese.
Hey,
Oh
what's up? What's up,
God. I'm
everybody? Peace
sorry.
to the chat. What's up? What's up, LA? What's up, Witch Doctor?
What's up, bro?
Yo, it's been a while since I've been up
Hi,
here, man. It's
Reese.
been months. Shit.
Yeah, I thought you were
If y'all want to stop it at any time, just let me know, okay?
staying away from my. I thought you got a memo to stay away from my
What?
channel like the
Nah,
plague,
I've
man.
been busy, man. I've been busy, man. Trying to get everything together. You know what I'm saying?
Let
But
me let Tyranny to the stage too.
hey, Tyranny.
Wagwan, mommy
Tyranny.
T. What's up?
Come on, LA, let's go.
Girl,
Tyranny
they
for
not even
president.
trying to hear me tonight. It's all
Tyranny
good.
for president. You know what I
Tyranny for
mean?
president.
She rolling up.
Let me put
Hey,
you up here.
yeah, but I got a serious question. All right, so
Mhm.
interracial, swirling, divesting topic is very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah,
when we
she
discuss
was.
these things, you know what I'm saying? Because it
Yeah.
really delves into the mindset of Black women and Black men. You know what I'm saying? So LA, first question. So you said you found all those qualities in that Asian guy, right?
Those are just things that we happen to have in common. It was
Okay.
different. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the different things that we ended up talking about that was different. Because, like I said, you know, when I was 19, I was engaged to a Black man, and the engagement just lingered on, and we never had conversations like to the depth or the severity
Okay.
that I did, you know, with this other gentleman.
And I'm assuming that's your first Asian guy.
My first interracial anything. Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you probably had like 1,000 Black men approach you in your life. Am I safe to assume that?
I mean, maybe approach, but again, like I said, if I'm in a relationship from the time that I'm 17 till I'm 22, take 2 years break, and then I'm in another relationship for 3 years, and then I'll take another 2. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a relationship type of girl, so I might be approached by them, but when I'm in a relationship, I'm loyal.
Okay, wait a minute. So you're saying you only been in 2 relationships your whole life?
No, 4 total.
Okay.
So the other 2, they were Black men?
3 were Black, 1 was not.
So what happened to the other 2 guys?
I'll pause it. Can you pause it right here?
I explained.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know how hip y'all are to these spaces. That's how they start the interrogation. You know, asking y'all all of them
That's
questions.
exactly what it started sounding like.
No,
Yeah.
they do that shit. Blanco should know. You've been around long enough. They'll try to reverse engineer, you know what I'm saying, like reverse calculate your body count when you lost your virginity, all of that shit, man. I know how I do it on my channel. I'll give you the option to plead the fifth when them niggas come up there and start doing that shit. Because they do that shit everywhere. You know, when they talk to a woman. It's bullshit. You know, it's bullshit. But they've been doing that shit for years, and you can literally like count it down like your interrogation in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Is this a conversation or an interrogation?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just know when they leave like that, that's trolling. Like for real, that's a troll.
So the live stream from last night was about interracial kids, relationships and shit like that. That's what it was, right?
Interracial relationships versus divesting, like telling the difference, because there is a difference. Divesting is like literally like I refuse to date XYZ, you know, type of people just because, you know what I'm saying, versus you just happen to, cross paths with somebody, you hit it off, you got things in common, things happen, right? So it wasn't intentional versus the intentional where they're just Xing out. So that's what we were highlighting last night.
All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead. Keep playing it. I want to keep hearing what where he going.
Okay.
I know where he's going.
Yeah. You know, but you
gotta check them niggas, man, because bro, it's an old
you'll
place.
get sharpened, but I'll okay, let's go.
And it's just a total lack of respect for the show y'all got going on. Like for real. This ain't like
towards
this
the
is
end.
enough content for real.
I tell them you're welcome all the time. Like you're welcome. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have to do this shit. Like I thought that straight men like to know how women feel and want to know how women are instead of telling them how they are. Like, it's very confusing. But I make sure I put that stuff out there. And shouts out to Tyranny. She came up on the panel earlier today to kind of look over this with me as well. So
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah,
Agree.
that's understandable. Yeah. I get you on
They
that
were
though.
up
And
and coming. I dig what
person.
really attracted to me to them was their passion for their craft.
Okay.
You know, me definitely going to see them, you know, rock out, me, you know, them having, you know,
But
asking
see,
me to
but
come
Ella,
and
you see, this is defeating your argument a little bit because you picked two black men.
First of all, he's not even letting me finish talking. That's why I was like, dude, you're not up here to have no goddamn
You
genuine
can't
conversation.
handle the truth.
Wow.
It's coming
You can't-
soon.
Listen, my nigga,
No?
like shit. Ain't nobody
Coming
telling
soon.
you to
No,
keep on
you gotta
cutting me
like
off. Like
that. You
that shit
can't
was
handle the truth moment. These
Wow.
motherfuckers have rehearsed talking points that they have to spit out in order over and over again on every goddamn panel. And they have, you know what I'm saying? They go through an interrogation to get there. Like, you've been doing this shit for years.
Wow. Anyways,
I
then
think the risk guy, he like I believe he's one of those niggas that need medication. Like he got like some sort of mental issues that they need to be medicated so they can act semi-normal.
Who?
So that's why like he cannot control himself. The risk guy, he one of those guys that got those kind of issues. So he cannot he cannot stand still.
No,
Yeah,
we're
he
not
retired a little bit. Trust me.
No, Blanco, stop, please.
Yeah, he retired. He
Stop.
retired.
Or he's just an asshole.
So retarded issues, bro. That nigga is a dickhead. Reese Anderson,
Oh,
whatever. Yeah,
Reese.
Reese.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I heard you incorrectly. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was about to ride for Riaz. I thought you said I was about to say nigga.
I
what?
knew who he was talking about. That's why I said, or he's just an asshole.
Okay, my bad, Blanco. Like my bad. That's why I told him. I was like, I used to see you on Sharon's show acting a fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't act like people don't see people
Niggas going
and don't
through
remember
trolling
shit.
withdrawals.
Like,
Motherfuckers
yeah, I
start
don't know
getting
what his
shakes
deal
and ain't
is.
troll nobody all week.
Well,
He's just
wait, but anyways,
But I
so
got
wow.
it about LA. I gotta kind of blame you though, because I'm gonna blame you for the simple reason that why even engage with that retarded nigga? I'm sorry, he's saying niggas. I
didn't know.
I just leave
First
him
of all,
alone.
I don't have controls over the show, and I don't know who people like. What people are going to be pulled up here.
Oh, I thought you knew him. My bad. I take it back. I thought you knew him. My bad. I take it back.
I know of him because I've seen him on panels before, but I didn't know that he was going to be pulling up because it has been literal months since I've seen him.
And don't get me wrong, a lot of these people are capable of switching in and out. They'll go from troll mode to being able to have a decent conversation. That's what allows them to sit on panels for a little bit.
Yeah,
but then they'll slip into that. So when they and not even just him, a bunch of dudes are going to do that. When they jump into interrogation mode, just know what's going on and decide whether or not you want to engage any further, because there is no conversation. Motherfuckers just trying to get a got you moment and talk over you. There's no conversation anymore.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Riaz, before we continue, so they can
I
hear
was
what they
just
said.
gonna so yeah, I kind of agree with you. I see what you mean though. Like, you know, guys like him though, he does no, that's the problem with men like him. All he do though is basically they'll just, you know, react first and listen later. That's the problem though, man. And I agree with you on that though. Basically though, you know, wow. I mean, guys like him is kind of the reason why I just remain the way I am and just find traditional Muslim values, though. Just basically wait till you're married, though. Don't need to date, though, type thing. Sometimes I'm not afraid, though. No one can make me do nothing. But basically, you know, seeing how he behaves is part of the reason I'm just basically the way I am, single, virgin, and that's just how it is. Because I don't want to be nothing like him. I'm trying to be better than that, and I won't be nothing like that. And I have a good spirit, good soul, all of that. But I don't want to end up like that. That's why I'd rather wait for the right person.
Yeah, well, luckily you actually have a father that's in your life, and that is a active model of what you should be. You can ask him anything that you want. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid. But let's go ahead.
Right.
Let's go.
Anyways, get to the video. Sorry, before I start, saying what I say.
No, it's all good. Got you.
Argument.
Wait. No,
I
I'm
said
not trying.
three,
I'm not being
but
combative,
okay.
LA. I'm not being combative.
You kind
pick.
of
All right,
She's
right.
not arguing anything.
No. Okay.
I
wait.
should just be
Wait.
telling the story,
Let me
but-
land. I'm getting there. Come on, we sailing.
Reese, I understand, but like I said, I had never encountered this gentleman, quote unquote, before. So, like I said, shit, you say something to me, I'm sorry. I'm taking it serious. I don't play this internet game shit. You know what I'm saying? This is just, I just say whatever. No. Please believe if I said something, I meant it. But anyway.
We cruising right now. We cruising. So you're saying the two black men, they were in the music industry, right? And the one,
two of them in particular, yes. Two
right.
Out of three, yes.
And that one you was engaged with, what did he do? What was he doing?
Sports.
Okay. So you had two black men in the music industry.
He sounded so jealous at this point. Like, I can't even lie. He was like, "Oh, you had two
But he thinks he has a
music industry."
He thinks he has a smoking gun right now. He thinks he has a smoking gun. So here comes the rehearsed talking point in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, okay. Back to it.
No, like niggas are like a.
Hold on, Auntie, I gotta ask you this. What do you think he's gonna say? I want to know if you're gonna get it right because I haven't watched it. What do you think he's gonna say next? I want to know.
I mean, it's gonna likely have something to do with her choices. Shit. I mean, something with her choices. Why she didn't think toward the future when she was younger. I don't know. I didn't see that part, so I'll listen. But I'm pretty sure it's something we've all in these spaces for years, like something we hear on a daily basis.
Hey, roll the tape, Lee.
That's what I'm saying.
DJ,
Eureka.
I'm sorry. You were talking. I thought you was asking a question.
No, he asked me what I think he was gonna say. I don't know. I'm not curious because I'm pretty sure I hear it from these niggas every fucking day. You know what I'm saying? It's likely some rehearsed talking point.
But just for the record, I'm from Atlanta. I've met a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people. Been a lot of places. It's not hard. But
that's none of his business. That's what I'm saying. You can't have a conversation in general terms without having to get personal and get a personal gotcha moment on somebody you don't even know. That shit is pathetic, man.
Gotcha. All right. Let's continue. Damn, I took it down. There we go.
Stereotypical industries that black women pick black men. The music industry, athletics. Wait. Athletics.
Let him land.
Entertainment. You see where I'm going with Stockton? I see that smile on your face.
Are you assuming that I chose the
I see that
sports
smile on your
person?
face. Rick Stockton know where I'm going with this.
Are you
know where I'm
assuming
going with this?
that's
I
how
know where you're going.
Yeah, we know where you're going with this. Of course we do. No, you just know how to have one conversation every fucking day. So of course we know where you're going.
Shit, I'm muted. My bad. Okay. What I was saying was like, I wasn't purposely like turning down, professional people who had like 9-to-5s and stuff like that. It's just like when you are involved in a certain arena and a certain atmosphere, that's the type of people that you were surrounded by. It's proximity.
But LA Project. So what if you did? So what if you chose a bunch of ain't shit niggas? That's your life. You choose who you want. Just like these niggas either chose some ain't shit chicks or couldn't choose, didn't even have choices to choose from, or were never chosen themselves. That's why this motherfucker's up here all late night talking shit. So how the hell you gonna fuck with somebody over their bad choices when you probably made some bad ones yourself, just like human beings do? Human beings make fucked up choices. And if they're smart and lucky, they'll learn from them and not make the same ones again. You know what I'm saying? Like that's part of life. So miss me with the bullshit. You know?
I have
So
to ask
all
a
right, so
question.
he
Can I ask a question?
go ahead,
Is
boss.
this is this honest commentary, or do y'all like not like this person who's talking
I
about
don't like it because it's not a conversation. Like
it?
somebody's just trying to like get a gotcha moment on a damn woman in the quote unquote red pill spaces. He's not up there to have a conversation with you, and it's pretty disrespectful on ladies' night or women's Wednesday or what it is that y'all have. It's pretty just disrespectful to the show that you can't have an adult conversation. I get it. It's a time and a place to like go ham and debate. I get it. That's what these panels are for. But at some point, you got to have respect for the show that y'all got going on. Like for real.
Yeah, you gotta always
The same conversation that motherfuckers have every day. Go ahead, Pop Blanco. My bad.
LA, you always gotta like be able to whatever you disclose, be able to have like a limit, right? Be contour whatever you're disclosing. Have a baseline that you will not go past it, man. You know what I'm saying? I think I heard you talk about you got like 2, 3, something like that, 2, 3, 4 kids, some shit like that. You see what I'm saying? And then
2.
yes, that would be 2. Okay, cool. And then obviously you don't want to disclose your kid's name and their ages, whatever. Just don't go past the line. You see what I'm saying? Always just be like, this is the line that I would know. And I'm just using your case as an example. It can be something else. Like, just be comfortable whatever you set up. Just be comfortable whatever you say on this panel. You will be able to repeat it twice.
And you know, so, hey Blanco, you know the comeback I always have for these niggas, bro, when they want to interrogate chicks with that shit. Oh, you chose ain't shit niggas. I was like, and guess what? I bet you if I bump into your ex and ask her what happens with you, she'll say you weren't shit nigga that she chose. What about it?
Yeah.
What about it?
I mean, there's a reason why
everybody's exes and ain't shit nigga, man.
There's a reason why you are that.
They're all perfect. It's the women.
There is a reason why. Yeah, there is a reason why you are next, because it's a high chance that the other person ain't going to have like a positive opinion about you. You see what I'm saying? Like, depending how that break, but for the most part, it's going to be negative and positive for the most part. There's a reason why everybody break up. It's rare. I'm not gonna say rare. It's like in the a small percentage where the two people gonna break up and they're gonna have positive opinions about each other. That's going to be it's going in the minimum scale.
You know what? But it's funny though, because like if I mentioned that, like, yeah, like I'm on good terms with my exes, meaning that it was amicable. We got to ask those questions. That's crazy. But a part of that whole process was asking them, how did you experience me? Because I don't know, like, I mean, I know a lot of people think that the LA Project is just a moniker. No, I work on myself every day. I'm not trying to look towards anybody else to be perfect, because I got stuff to work on myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm my own project. So like part of those conversations are asking, hey, like, what do you remember? You be like, seriously, like if you go back and you ask your exes how they experienced you, that's really what you know what's what. Because you can think that you did everything that you could and the other person was just in the wrong. Ask them the question. And I bet you they will remind you of something that you totally forgot about. And that's what
I don't remember me asking that question. I
wanted to stop
I'm out.
the same quote unquote mistakes. So I had to start backtracking a little bit. That's just how my brain worked.
Did you like what you hear when they tell whatever they tell you? Did you like, or like, oh, for real? I'm like that for real? Oh my God, didn't know I was a bitch.
No, it wasn't that bad. It stung a little bit. Because like I said, I was reminded of things. I'm like, damn, I forgot about that. You know what I'm saying? Because we went to separate colleges. And of course, my college friends are going to be different from his college friends, right? You know, but when you come back to the city, like when I came back to the city and I got my own place and stuff, and I'm just inviting people over to kick it. And they like, who the fuck is this nigga? Like, It's my homie from home, from college. You just in the third. But then I find out that bothered him. I'm like, damn, okay. I can, I keep that in mind. Didn't know it was a big deal. Just trying to link people together. But it wasn't on no like fugazi shit. I'll tell you that. Because folks take things too seriously. I'm not trying to see nothing pop off. I want to see all my people make it tomorrow, all that good shit. So no.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I get it.
Yeah, and just I just think we both agreed that we were just young. We were young, living in the modern world, having a lot of expectations on us to do certain things, have certain things. We tried our best to, surround ourselves with people who were married and, who had good surroundings and things like that that could help push and like motivate us in that way, right? But I mean, when you spend time alone and you got friends and they got 2-3 girlfriends, man, I swear to God, he had a roommate, and it was so unfortunate because his roommate's mother passed away. But the dude had 3 girlfriends at the time, and all 3 of them motherfuckers was at the goddamn funeral. I was like, oh, this is ugly. Like,
so hold on, his roommate died and his 3 of his girlfriend pop up?
No, his roommate's mother passed away, but his roommate, the guy, had 3 girlfriends. Okay, so
and they all
let's say you, okay, Auntie is your homeboy, right? Auntie, mom, I'm not trying to put this on you, you know what I'm saying? But let's say his mother unfortunately passed away, and he has 3 girlfriends that he's dealing with at the time, and he invites all 3 of the girlfriends to the funeral at the same time. It was ugly.
They started fighting. That nigga didn't orchestrate that one good.
Damn near.
Yeah. Regardless,
They
they
damn near
shouldn't be
started
fighting.
fighting.
They shouldn't be fighting at no damn funeral. Under no circumstances, you got to put all that aside.
Child, no. And see, this is what I was. Hold on, just really quick.
I would have left.
This was my,
I wouldn't leave, but at my mother's services, let me knock on wood again. Nah, y'all got to go with that bullshit.
Child, like, Reese, I had
all of you.
I had a 2-bedroom townhouse, but this nigga wanted to live with his friends. That's all I be saying. Y'all as black men, y'all can say whatever you want to, but y'all not marriage minded when you're young.
Hold up. No.
No. How you gonna ask somebody to marry? How you gonna ask somebody to marry you? And
well,
then,
you just mentioned black men, so since I am one, I can tell you a little more. Right? It's not that men aren't marriage minded. Now, a lot of men aren't. They aren't.
Not when they're young. No.
Well, no, they're not, and this is where a lot of women mess up. You need to just let this motherfucker go into go through his transition into manhood. That's not a fully grown man. He's not going to move into your house. He's likely going to resent you for that, and it is just not a comfortable thing. Maybe he still wants to live a little bit of a single life. Maybe he wants to play video games with his homies or whatever, but he hasn't gone through that transition to realize what the hell is important in the future. He's not ready for it. No, I'm saying he's not ready for a woman. You know what I'm saying right now?
But in this situation, he asked a whole woman to marry him. So how can you do that and it be like, oh, I don't want to, go half on the bills with you, and it wasn't even that expensive.
Hold up, hey,
but
I would agree.
When I was there, like
if I'm telling you one thing and I'm doing another, that should tell you plenty about me. Right.
So again, people
and the main thing it should tell you is to not really
and doing all this extra shit.
Well, you're not supposed to take much stock in what I say, because I say shit and then do the opposite. So why the hell are you still believing the bullshit coming out of my mouth?
No, we've known each other since I was 16, man. Like you definitely helped my mama with groceries and did a whole bunch of other shit. Like let's stop the cap.
I'm just saying when somebody tells you that two
You
plus
had to
two
earn
equals five,
this. Mhm.
nah, I mean, hey, you gotta show that you're marriage minded, and all of this other stuff. And for real, if you really wanna be married, like that shit it's for the long haul. Like people do, especially young dudes, they're gonna
Y'all just put
they're
on
gonna treat you like a toy. Like literally, and that's what they see a wife as. They don't see you as a person yet. You know what I'm saying? They see you as a toy, just something that you play with it, and then you just sit it on the shelf when you're done and go out and do what you want, and she's always there. But you're a person, you're a person. So
yeah,
like I said,
and
a lot of times that takes maturing and growing up, and
but
motherfuckers will
that's
get with a woman before they go through that transition and hit that level of maturity. Y'all got to be able to recognize that because that shit'll take
no, that's
years of your life off of you.
again, it just makes it seem like once again women have to be omnipotent. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to be all knowing, but at the same time docile and needing leadership at the same time. Like can't nobody read minds, man.
No, you don't let a blind man lead you. That's what there's nothing wrong with wanting leadership, but you don't let a blind man read you. You know what I'm saying? The best thing you could do, and I get it, that shit is tough. It's tough on dudes too, to just, hey man, this chick is not ready to be a wife. This guy is not ready to be a husband. This guy is not ready to be a father. So the best thing you could do for yourself and this person is let them grow the fuck up. And yeah, there
And
is a
honestly,
chance
that's
y'all
what a
might
lot of
not end
modern
up
women are
together.
saying, and people don't want to hear that because back in the day when women didn't have choices, they had to just choose somebody, whoever just gave them kindness or told them something nice about themselves. Like that's usually who they partnered with. There was no real reason. But our elders told us as women, baby, go see what else is out there. Get your education. Why did they tell us that?
Because LA Project, you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing, it sounds like, and I'm just hearing a little bit, but it sounds like you almost had more faith in his potential, you know what I'm saying, and his ambition than he had in his own self. Like you had more confidence in him to be able to accomplish things. So it looks like you're ready to pick up the slack. Look, I got the townhouse, I got all of this. You get your stuff together, and I'm gonna be right here to get it together with you. And we at least got a starting point. And it just seems like you had a little more confidence in him than he had in himself. Am I right? Or kind of
Yeah,
along those lines?
I just like I said, that my mom and my dad did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they got married when they were teenagers, straight out of high school. They grinded together, was together for 25 years, joint bank accounts, 2 jobs while my dad went to college. They both worked for the IRS, retired from that. My dad was an auditor. My mom was in management. They did good. You know what I'm saying? So you just, when you have the, I guess like the advice of your elders at the same time, you got to listen to what they're saying. And most of our elders, especially the women elders, be like, you might want to see what else is out there, honey.
Well,
You know
well,
what I'm
you
saying?
can
Like,
do that
might
because
take
you've
time,
seen it.
but
No, you've seen them do it, and you see that they have the results, and you're like, yeah,
so
I
it
can take
seemed,
advice from
yes,
my
it
elder.
seemed
But
like,
a
but
lot of men, and this is like we're men, we're stubborn, like we're like by nature we're stubborn as fuck. A lot of us
Meemaw
have
don't
to
tell us that
actually,
though.
we have to actually go out there, fuck up, and succeed on our own. Just direction from others that have done it isn't enough. It's like training wheels. You know what I'm saying? Those shits have to fall off the bike, and we might have to fall a couple of times, but damn it, don't hold my seat no more. Like I'm just saying, some
That's what
men
make
have
you a
to go
man.
through that some men have
Hold
to go through
on,
that
really
transition like
quick.
that.
Just a pause for the cause. I'm glad that you guys are, thanks for everybody that's showing up right now for the stream. But if you can, like I said, make sure you hit the like button, share, subscribe. And if you're so inclined, please hit the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal $ the LA Project. We cooking right now. All right. Thanks, guys.
Not, but
Okay.
the reason why I say that is because like most of those men, they don't even need a woman. Like you don't need a woman, because chances are you're going to fall. And if you haven't hit that level of maturity, you're just going to take it out on her and make things even more difficult and make shit worse. You have to go through that shit by yourself. Like for real.
Yeah, for the man, yes, you gotta go ahead.
No, I think that a lot of those things, like, cause I kind of, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Blanco, but I think that no, I'm not leaving yet. I think that a lot of those things sometimes just happen on both the men and the female side. Like, even like from my perspective, like, that's why sometimes it's hard for me to give excuses to grown ass people, because I feel like no excuses made for me. Like, there's a lot of circumstances where men and women have to live and deal with the same type of consequences regardless of their gender. Like, I'm only a year and a half older than my brother. Do you think that excluded me from scooping poop and picking weeds from the gravel driveway? And they was the milk thistle motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit, it was the same. Everything that we had to do, it was the same. So it's just, sometimes it's just, I don't know, it's difficult to listen to.
Like, for example, you know how many dudes for years I hear in this space that are literally scared to go out there and live life. They're scared to, you know what I'm saying, go date. They're scared to change careers. They're scared to do anything, really. And it's all because they either don't have a certain amount of money, or they don't get a certain type of attention that they think they're entitled to, or that somebody else has, and all of that other stuff. And it's like, yo, like, at some point you're gonna have to jump. So like, when these dudes get with a woman, like I tell them, I'm like, some of them, the best thing that can possibly happen is for them to go broke, like lose everything. That's the best thing that can happen to a lot of these niggas, because they'll be able to see exactly what the hell they're made of. And they'll be able to gain that confidence by being able to come up from nothing. Because a lot of them are still sucking on mommy's titty. Let's keep it real.
I mean, that is the ultimate hope, though, because
they can't go. A lot of them are not in position. A lot of them are not in position to go through that shit with a grown ass woman, because when they crash and it's time to see what the fuck you made of, a lot of them, they're not going to take it out on the person in the mirror. They're going to take it out on the person next to them. So there needs not to be anybody next to them. Trust that. Because that's just human nature.
Exactly. Honestly, that's all I was feeling last night, especially with y'all's homeboy. So let me just go ahead and press play, and so y'all can finish hearing him, because that's honestly, that's what I was getting. I was getting a lot of projection, because I don't know what I said to this gentleman, besides trying to be neutral and very pleasant, the fit and feminine and friendly. All the F's right, but I'm not doing the F's right. So let's get back to it to hear what the hell Reese had to say. Because again, I just feel like I knew it was something that was going on with him, because he don't know me at all. And he was blowing up the back chat. Like, it was like 14, 15 messages. I was like,
probably hasn't talked to a woman in like a month.
Bruh. Like, he was just like, I can see straight through you, LA.
I'm just saying that. I don't know if it's true.
Like, you know me better than he does. And I'm pretty sure that you can call me out on my shit better than he could. But
so he was writing in the back, like kind of like what, like
it's a time and a place for that.
Okay, well, let's keep on going. I'm not sure, because he was basically saying that, out of the 1,000 black men that approach you, you couldn't find anybody. You had to be, but the Asian man was good enough to have your children. Nobody, I said my first pregnancy. Nobody else got me pregnant. Nobody else got me pregnant. Is that
whoever the fuck did? That's on you.
Whose fault was
that?
Man,
I'll be like, man, whatever, man. You just mad because it wasn't you, nigga.
Exactly. That's why I
You
was
just
like,
mad
nigga,
because
you
you ain't never had an
all kinds of
in
jealousy.
your life, nigga. You know
It
what I'm
started
saying?
with the you
All
only
your
date
chicks
with
be like, get off
entertainers.
me, nigga.
Yes, I live in Atlanta. Like
All your chicks be like, nigga, get off me. You done yet, nigga?
bruh, like I'm just saying, I'm from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I was in the beginning of Snap Music. Like I said, I'm on a Gangsta Grills album. Like my first boyfriend's younger brother went to school. His best friends were the Migos. Okay, like you can't tell me shit. Like it's not hard to meet people, know people, see things. It's that's why this is regular. Like it's stupid. It's stupid. But at the same time, it's easy.
That makes sense.
I'm just
Yeah,
like,
that makes sense.
I would ask him, how
That
many
makes
women
sense because
I
approached
recorded
or have
music.
approached him in life, and how come he likely doesn't have a wife or any kids or any of that shit, bro? Because
That's
that's
what
what it is.
Tyranny.
That's the way it is for most people.
That's what
99%
Tyranny ended
of
up
other
asking.
people are invisible to you when it comes to an intimate relationship. You're gonna be with who the hell you're gonna be with, and that person has to want to be with you too.
Exactly.
Like a
Whoever's
lot of shit
bumping
has
you
to
up.
go right, or has to go a certain way for you to even get into a relationship. And then there's like those shits are tough to make last, you know. So come on, you know. I'm not even gonna
the
say that
thing
they're
is,
tough to last. Even if you go by the analytics and statistics and shit, like these niggas always like to go on, motherfucker, they're unlikely to last. They just are. Most relationships are unlikely to last.
you fail most relationship actually.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Most of them do not finish in death do us part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They
the
usually
thing,
end in badly.
But see,
the
like
thing is that
Mhm.
the thing is that it's just common sense. You gonna end up fucking whoever is close to you the most. Simple as that. That's nature. That ain't something that is like act normal. It's nature. The doctor's gonna mess with the nurses. The lawyer's gonna mess with the paralegals. You know what I mean? The call center with another call center.
He's spitting out talking points, and he's not like bringing any of the intangibles into consideration. Like, cuz probably just made her laugh, just like she mentioned. Look, man, we had stuff in common. You know, we got together, we talked. Like there's a lot of shit that would disqualify all of these other guys that you're trying to say, the other 999 dudes that you're saying are eligible bachelors. They don't qualify because they didn't have a certain connection with her like this dude did. You know,
So he was trying to imply that you are a divester, LA. Is that what I'm getting from this?
Yeah.
That you wanted to have a Chinese baby.
Yeah. I think he's trying
That's
to
your
imply.
favorite phrase.
I think he's trying to imply that she could have had any race of dude that she wanted, and she
Right.
preferred that one. Which I'm like,
Mhm.
personally, just after talking to LA Project on panels and listening to her and conversing in the chat, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's got to be some kind of attraction there. Yeah. So I don't know if that's her preference, but I'm pretty sure it took a little bit more than that, than just the exterior and his race. It had to be some kind of connection on another level, an intangible that's more than just the demographic you check on a census.
Yo, what is the Chinese guy name that be doing all the grills for the rappers? I forgot his name. Is it Dang? Like he always a video.
Is it Yang or Tony Yang?
Dang, something like that.
Tony
He from
Yang
Houston. He from
or-
somewhere. Yeah. Is that your baby daddy, LA? He be making all the grill.
Like
He be making all the grill for the rappers.
We be dropping super chats all over this bitch if that was my baby daddy.
I think he's like from Houston or Dallas, one of those cities.
No, that's not. I mean, Korean, Indonesian, Filipino, that's all different. You just like to be like that.
But that's how you gotta do the motherfucker. You were nice
No,
about
'cause, like,
LA Project.
no, I've had to,
You answered that motherfucker questions. I would have answered. You should answer his questions with questions. That's how you fuck niggas up, man. They ain't used to that.
I get sarcastic though. It depends on the move that I am, right? Like if I'm in some serious shit, I just cut it off. I don't engage with them. But if I'm on some fuck around shit, I just gonna say some dumbass shit myself.
But if this
Nah, I
is a
feel
show
you.
that
I feel you. You got to throw them off. You got to troll the troll.
if
That's
this
how
is
you
a
win
show,
in these
if this
spaces.
is a show that I put together, I'm hosting. Come on now, like we can't be like, oh, but you can't ask me no questions. Like shit, we be talking about this for a reason.
Well, he has no purpose to his questions other than to
I didn't know
try
like
to
like
make
that. I
you
know.
look like a typical black woman.
Well,
You know?
in his
You and
opinion.
Tyranny should have ate that motherfucker alive.
All right,
In
let's
panel
get
terms, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all should ripped him apart.
Okay. Wow.
Black
like I
women
said-
always pick black men in the entertainment
Okay,
industry.
so in high
athletic
school,
industry.
we should be
Wait.
like, no, like, shit,
Wait,
you know
but
what I'm saying?
LA,
You ain't nothing
LA,
yet. You're just
LA.
doing a curricular activity.
LA, come on. There are
No, Reese,
black men.
come on.
Black men are not a
Stop
monolith.
giving us so much credit.
Wait,
you know
if
what
we
I'm
would
saying?
stop
You act
talking
like
over me, we can
women are
actually have a
just
conversation.
omnipotent and knowing, but
Stop
we don't know shit
All
at the
right,
same time.
okay, but let's have a conversation though.
Then let's do it.
Black
Stop
men-
barking at me then.
I'm not barking at you. I'm just trying to have
You
a conversation
kinda
to see
are.
where I'm trying to see where your mindset is at. That's why.
Yeah, go
No, but you have
go
to-
one at it. Go
Okay.
one at a time.
Yeah,
All right, so
if
wait,
I'm in the middle of responding,
Okay.
you can be like, see.
Let it.
No,
I'm sorry that I just had to see where your head was at. Reminds me of that Malachi
Well, no.
Z York bullshit. But
I'm
go
just
ahead.
gonna give you a little counter strike. Like this is the way I would see it right there. I'm like, look, you can't even say, okay, black women choose entertainers and athletes, and how many black men choose strippers and IG thoughts.
Okay.
Trailer park Beckies and shit. Not even snow bunnies, but trailer park Beckies with fucking gold fronts and shit. And
Bruh.
tatted up sleeves and
Yes.
shit. Like real for real. You know what I'm saying? So miss me with all that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. You know? Like you know. So, yeah,
Let her land.
you gotta
Let her
feel it.
land, Reese. It's ladies' night,
but I
man.
didn't
Let
get my
her
point
land.
across yet. You're just talking over. I can't get my point fully across.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So what did the Asian guy do? What did he do?
Again, he did music.
He was in the music industry as well.
Yes,
What kind of
but
music?
he had most rap. Oh my god!
What kind of music?
Rap and pop.
Reese, what
Rap
does it
and pop.
matter? Why?
Right,
No,
like
because it's like
you trying
it's
to
like it's
pigeonhole me into a goddamn corner, and it's
Tyranny
like that's
know
how
you
I
full of
know that
shit.
you're not having no genuine.
But you know, though,
conversation
that's why I was laughing, because I know he was gonna
Shit
ask
crazy.
that, but I know that she said earlier that the
Same
Asian
shit.
dude was in the music. He did music too. You know what I'm
so
saying?
he's black. So
Yeah.
basically he's black adjacent. He's like what is the word for an Asian guy
So
trying
he
to
should.
act?
See, that kind of
They say
that
that
kind of
the
mess.
Filipinos are the black Asians. Like you can find pictures of them and they look just like us. They look
Yeah.
just like us. Like shut the
Yeah.
fuck up. This shit crazy.
That kind of makes my point what I said literally like 3 minutes ago. You fuck whoever is close to you. That Chinese nigga,
Yes,
that
about
Chinese
proximity.
nigga was
He's not
yeah,
Chinese.
that Chinese nigga.
Shut your
Yeah, I call
mouth.
him old Chinese. I
Not
know.
Chinese.
This is inside New York joke. That's what we do, man. We put everybody one.
What he said? What that mouth do? That mouth talk shit. Nigga. Let me tell you something. That mouth talk a bunch of.
Yeah, stop it.
Like if Riaz was in New York, we would call
Stop
him
calling
Baba. He's a
Chinese.
Baba. No, we
Wait,
call
what?
Riaz a Baba. A Baba.
What does that mean, though?
Middle Eastern.
Oh, okay. I'm a Middle Eastern. Okay, but look, I may look like them, but there's a huge difference between me
Yeah,
and them, though. Actually,
yeah.
I'm more Asian.
That's the
I'm more
point.
Asian
That's the
feature.
point. Out of love in New York, they're gonna call you back. That don't mean nothing wrong. It's just like that's how people is, man. That doesn't mean nothing bad about it. It's just inside
Okay,
jokes.
I get you on that. That's all good, though. I get you on that, though. It's all right. I'm not taking
Yeah.
offense to it. I'm just
So
saying, I just know the difference between me and them, though, and it's all good, though, man. Because, look, it's kind of an honor, though, sometimes,
Man,
though.
you can take offense to that nigga, man. Hey, Riz, Hey, tell that nigga Poppy, tell that nigga fuck you. You can tell that, you can take offense to that shit.
No, I'm gonna actually correct him in a different way. I'm different from them, actually. I prefer.
Yo,
I don't
Auntie,
look. I'm
tell
gonna
me
tell you.
why.
I don't like to
Tell
be
me why
called
my
that.
friend. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm
So
sorry. Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
boss.
The only reason I don't want to be called that is because I'm multicultural, though. I may look like them. I can pass for them, of course, though. I may basically share. I may have an Arabic name. I kind of look similar. Yeah, I follow the same faith, but there's a massive difference between them. It's also my ancestry, too. My people are descended from the Persians, though. I'm a Persian descendant, though. So the Persians, Arabs, they're both two different people, though. So I'm descended differently, though. If I can find in my family, if it proves I've got Arabic descent, then I will eventually embrace that. But for now, absolutely not.
Yo, Auntie, tell me why my homies, right? The way when we start roasting each other, they always be like, "Nigga, what you gonna eat today? Rice and beans?"
Yeah.
Yo,
Hey.
I know you ain't town. You know I get in town,
But you
so they know I'm gonna tell them.
Hey, rice and beans on the side of everything. Don't bullshit, nigga.
Yeah, exactly. So my friends, my Black American friends, be like, "Oh, that nigga Poppy in town. That nigga Poppy in town. Nigga, I'm about to pull up to your auntie house. She better have some rice and beans over there." He just jokes, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Nah, Riz. Hey, when he call you that, you
Mixed
say,
together, the rice and peas, man.
nah, you tell that nigga, fuck you, Hector. All right, there's some rice and peas.
No, the crazy part before, we used to call them niggas Talibans, bro. When we was in high school, we call them niggas Taliban, bro. He was like, it used to be bad for that then, but but now people got sensitive, so you have to change.
Sorry to cut you off. Your mic is going in and out, just to let you know.
Okay, I thought that was me. Okay.
No, I was talking about, I think it was Poppy or something like that. His mic was kind of going in and out.
He was straight.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to
it.
Okay.
Shouldn't be so bad then.
What's that word for an Asian guy who's trying to act black?
So
Is there a word for that, witch doctor?
It shouldn't be
I
so
don't
bad.
know. It's
I know wigger is for a white man trying to act black, but what is an Asian guy trying to act black?
I don't know. A chigga.
Chigga, I got chigga.
A Chinese nigga, yeah.
A Chinaman chick, right? Wanna be nigga Chinaman.
What's
You know
the
what I'm
point?
saying?
What's the point?
You're
So ba-
you're
alright, so
attributing
basically
that,
you have
so
all
you
these.
don't know how he dressed. You don't know.
I could have swore that niggas been getting fried rice with their chicken wings for forever, but let's keep going.
How you live,
But
you
he's
don't
in
know
a
how you
he's
talk.
in a black space. He's in a black
No,
space.
I'm
and black
trying to
people
tell
understand.
you, they need to shut the fuck up, bro.
But music,
But you
really,
said rap
that's
though.
black.
If you said no,
That's
but you said
putting in a quick little 8 bars, quick 16. Like, what are you talking about?
man. I know he be going to them soul circles.
Oh,
I know
you
he be
know,
going to them. I know he be going. I
okay.
know he be
Go
going
ahead,
to
pull
them.
up his pull.
That nigga trolling heavy.
I'm sorry, I be snapping sometimes. People be
Now
getting
you were supposed to snap. That's the purpose of the troll. That's why I say you trolling heavy. I hear you cussing.
like,
I ain't never heard you cuss on the panel like that.
Bruh. No, okay.
She said, "Tell him to shut the fuck up." Yeah, I ain't never heard her.
Like, shit, fuck out of here. That's why I be like, MT is my spirit animal. Like, you don't understand. Like, when you be going to fuck off, I'll be like, yes.
Because I know what these niggas be doing. That's why I don't wait when like me and Blanco, we just be tussling, panel tussling. It's all good. But when these niggas try that shit, man, fuck that. We bypass all the bullshit. Just turn up the mic. Right now.
That's that New York. That's that New York thing, bro.
Real dog.
I'm the same. I've snapped before, but I've never actually said one of them cuss words like that. Though I'm not the type to do that. I know how to, but I choose not to though. Because why do?
Nah, I know when somebody's just fucking with me. That's what I'm saying. Nah, I'm about to fuck with you. I know you.
Yeah, I'll match your energy real quick.
Okay. I mean, unless the only
Yeah,
time
when
that ever happen though is if I get really, really mad though. If someone actually found a way to get me really mad though, then I'm literally gonna go for it though. If I
Now,
got
in
really,
his
really
defense,
mad.
he don't mean nothing by it. He's just fucking with you. But still,
No. No, I know. But it's okay. I get you on that
yo,
though. It's cool.
But it's
if
all
I
this.
smoke some good weed, bro, if I smoke some good weed, it's hard for me to engage with people like on some trolling shit. When I'm high, I smoke some good blunt, nigga. I want to like. That's when you notice that I be on some serious shit, nigga. For real, nigga. You know what I mean, like I be more in some intellectual kind of stuff. Because when you smoke some good blunt, you come up with the greatest idea ever, fam.
Yeah.
That's what I be seeing the biggest like signs of disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Like not necessarily when I'm feeling good or whatever, but this is when I was just like, okay, yeah, you're not here for no genuine goddamn conversation of nothing. You know what I'm
that nigga's
saying?
trying to roast your Asian ex.
And that's fine. They can do what they want. But he made 2 of them things. So say what you want. Okay? And it is what it is. I don't regret them. I love them. They were playing all that shit. So it is what it is. I got what I want. I'm not complaining.
Nah, the thing
And
is,
that's
if
all
you
it
notice
matters.
earlier,
That's
he
all
was
it
like,
matters right there.
nah, he was like, let me land, right? He hasn't landed anything. Like he hasn't made any points
All right.
or anything.
Let's get back to him. And of course, we got the other derailer, Rooster, who definitely has nothing to contribute. But let's see how this goes.
Pull up his profile
Them
for
jazz
me then.
clubs. He be going to
Pull
them
up his
jazz clubs.
profile for me
He
then.
be
Real
going to
quick.
them jazz
Go
clubs to
ahead,
the
show me
circle.
who.
No, he be
Show me
going
who
to
But
them jazz
wait a
clubs.
minute, yeah.
Show
Wait a
me.
minute, yeah. To be fair, let's find some. And shout out to my
He
girl
be
B
thinking
Love
about
in the
black ass.
house.
I know he do.
B Love
Doc had that God mic. God damn.
said
I don't put
tyranny.
nothing
Wait a
on
minute.
your goddamn life.
Damn. B Love said tyranny on the toilet. Damn, B Love. Very
Look,
observant. Very
that's
observant.
the bathroom is mama safe space. I get it. You know what I'm
But to
saying?
be fair though, Reese, right?
You don't know nothing about it.
She's being consistent, you know what I'm saying? Because I
No,
gotta
she's
bring
not.
some balance. Look at this though. She dated guys, the stereotypical black guys, that's the select black guys before we become adults, is the ones who play athlete, the ones who play sports, and the ones who involved in like some sort of entertainment, right?
But I
Yeah.
got turned down
But
by
when
IT
she
guys and
dated guys outside
engineers.
of her race, she chose the same type shit. So
But
you
DJ,
know what I mean?
that's still not valid. You know why that's still not valid? Because why does she have to hop over to another race? Why is it gonna just why you not
Jealousy.
let me finish? God
Let him land. Because Lauren let Lauren answer, and then Tyranny
You
guy.
must have
There's
a
more than
delay
one
'cause I didn't
archetype
say
of
anything.
there is more than one archetype of black men. Why, when that type of archetype doesn't work, you have to hop over to another race of man to try to find that same archetype? No, there's tons of
Again,
archetypes of black men.
What she like?
Okay, yeah, let's get into the different archetypes of black men real quick, because ever since I've been black, okay, that's what we get labeled as simps, and I was called an Oreo, and like, I mean, what do y'all want? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of crazy. So even if there is different categories of black, like, how did they know what I was looking for? That shit was crazy.
Again,
You mean
But that's not that.
yes, I'm trying to understand what is his point. I just don't get it. So, but then again, he's a retard. So
He's
he
just
just
saying
like
he just ran to an Asian. You know, she didn't
exactly
want to make
like to
black.
the only point that I might give him is the fact that LA situation is not the norm. It's very rare you will see that kind of combination, right? Like the black woman go with a Chinese guy. It's used, if anything's gonna be all the way around. It might be the black guy with a Chinese bro.
God, he's not Chinese.
Yeah, okay, close enough.
No, it's not. Whatever.
At the same time, though, but also keep in mind, things are still also a little different. Like she mentioned the way that they met. It's not as likely that a black dude meets a
Right.
Chinese or an Asian woman under those same circumstances that she met that
Right.
Asian dude. You know what I'm saying? Like in the music
That's a
industry,
fact.
music entertainment industry, them chicks got their head in books. You know what I'm saying? Or they into some other shit more often than not. You know what I'm saying? You're just not gonna see the girls, young women or women hanging out in those circles like that often. You know?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely
Unless
right.
they're you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, extremely
They
Americanized.
usually,
That's rare too. Yeah.
yeah, they usually Chinese people. I mean, no, let me see. Asian people usually stick to each other super. You know what I mean? And usually they be on like a different field. Like I'm gonna guess tech. That's their shit right there.
But
Okay,
also,
but
if
what
she's got
you
a diverse crew,
okay,
which it sounds
but
like
I
you were
get
rolling
your
with a diverse
saying,
crew.
but when you
Go
say
ahead.
Asian, so I get you what you're saying though. Well, sometimes when I actually hear Asian as well, I think you mean the Far East Asians. Do you mean that though? But when you
If
say
you're
Asian, there's
making music,
multiple categories.
if you're true to the craft of music, right? Chances are
Good
you're working with
islands.
people based on their talent level and vibes and shit like that. It's just more to people than that, you know. So I get it. Somebody that lives on the internet and they just deal with black man versus black woman debates all day, every day. That will probably be all they see in other people. But somebody that's more focused on music, doing a lot of that shit with your ears, man. Like there's a lot of shit going on with your
But
ears and your
but
brain.
what's crazy, Auntie, is that the Reese, that the retired nigga, he like, I think if I know, he's like Jamaican, but he was born like in England, but then he lives in New York. So
But
he
I'm
used to
like,
being
shut
around.
up. Like, I'm
Huh?
sorry. No, that's all
I
I
hear
was
you.
telling
Say that
him.
again.
That's all I was telling him. Like, he needs to shut the fuck up. That's all. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like my point is like he used to see, because New York, London, this is like big mixture places. Like it's gonna be a lot of people literally on top of each other from different backgrounds, different races. So seeing LA situation in New York is not that outside of New York, LA areas, black woman with a Asian guy is kind of is rare. It's not impossible, it's rare, right? But outside of the
I think it could happen. But
yes, there you go. There you go. You said it better than me. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. No, I get you on that though. Anyways, to me though, I get you on that though. Wow. That is very interesting. I'm basically rarely around other people like me, to be honest though. Most people I'm around multiple different other people, sometimes majority white, sometimes though being around multiple different other people though. Because it's probably the area I stay though. I have seen other British women, Pakistanis just like me though, and it's alright. Just sometimes though, I don't feel like I can relate to both sides, to be honest though. I'm probably like, in my own type of lane. I'm trying to create my own identity for a reason though, because I don't think I can relate on both sides. And I'm best of both worlds type situation though. So sometimes it's very hard to actually relate to basically, it's not, okay, I get it. The Brits side, it's hard to relate to, but hard to relate to another British one. Born Pakistanis anyway. Yeah, we basically the same people, we got the same language, culture, food, whatever. But basically experiences is very different. So it's hard to relate to them though. Like, look, my mom's that though, and I got no, outside my family though, and some people genuinely accept me though. I just know there are people though who won't do that though. So I just know how it is, man. So I just gotta go be around people though who genuinely love and accept me, and that's fun. And I'm cool with being multicultural. So yeah, this is very interesting. Oh wow.
yeah, skin folk ain't always the kin folk. But
Yeah, I know that. I know. I can agree with that. Though. Just because they look like the same people who look like me are the same people to do me dirty. And that's not just basically the ones born in the UK, the same ones born back in Pakistan as well. I know how both of them behave though. I ain't hating, generalizing, or selling out though. Because some people might think, oh, you're selling out. I ain't selling out though. I'm keeping it real though, because I actually keeping it 100% real. I know how some of them behave though. Because look, some of them might actually take advantage of the fact that, oh, we look the same and we cool, but that's how it is, man. So I just know same people who look like you is the same ones to do you wrong.
No, I feel you. It's like that. I think that across the board. But real quick, let me give a shout outs to a couple things that are happening on the channel. We got 5 extra subscribers. Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate that. We on our road to monetization right now. I need 500 subscribers. I definitely have my watch hours up, but for some reason, people do not want to tap on that free subscribe button. So if you haven't already, please subscribe. Share it out to somebody that you know might like or enjoy the content as well. And we gonna get back to the video.
That's not valid. That's not a valid reason to stay outside your range.
Do y'all believe, Reese? Do you believe that
You
attractive?
just reject a whole bunch of black men.
Wait, you gotta let her respond, Reese. You gotta let her
All right,
respond, bro.
I can see through all that fluff.
Do you? Yeah, I know, because you don't want to believe again. You're not
I
having
see
a
through. I
genuine.
see through all of it. I see through all of it.
Whatever. Answer my fucking question. Do you believe that attractive women get curved?
No, 99% of the time. 99% of the time they don't.
Oh, the lies.
And can I answer to Lauren? I would like the answer to that. Not by no nerds and no shit like that. Come on, Lauren. Come on. You're saying that the nerds curve you and you. So wait a minute. Lauren is saying.
If it's a quote unquote nerd, the ones that y'all consider lames or
We're not
whatever.
Steve Urkel. We're not talking about Steve
Hold on,
Urkel.
can I finish? No.
Even Steve Urkel, I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Right. So I mean, Steve Urkel is a little bit different. He
That's
didn't
an
give a
extreme.
damn. But yes, but most of them don't even have the courage to say anything. We wish that they would. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, I've been curved by IT dudes, people who are aero engineering and space and all kinds of shit.
So you mean to tell me this, Lauren? You've been curved
It
by
didn't work out.
the IT dudes, the smart intellectual dudes, so much that your only pickings that you had was the athletes.
I didn't say that. Y'all are saying
Man.
You know, women, they get approached 1,000 times a day. They get approached 1,000 times a day. So imagine how many
Go
men
ahead.
she rejected.
Yeah, let
that
me
approach-
guess.
Let Tyranny get it in. Let Tyranny get it in.
approached
real quick.
1,000 times a day.
all
I was
the
gonna
women
say, yeah,
that you
Reese,
pick,
this is the
most
ladies'
women
channel.
as fuck.
Yo, can you
Go
stop
ahead.
it?
Tyranny for president.
Oh, I'm about to get my other gym.
Yo.
I mean, an attractive woman can get turned down, but it's very, very unlikely. Like, that's not going to be something common for her, man. Once or 2 times, yeah, I wouldn't even argue that point. But past that, that's nearly impossible to happen, yo.
The question was, can pretty women be curved? Yes or no? So you
I'm
just
sure
said
it can
yes.
happen, but that's like very,
Okay.
very unlikely. Yes.
Thank you.
That
All that
shit
other
happens.
stuff is
That shit happens often.
irrelevant. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying all the time. I mean, shoot, most women don't go around approaching men, you know what I'm saying, on a regular.
I agree.
At the same time, if a woman dates a man and it doesn't work out, didn't she get curved at one point in time? There was something that he said that I don't like this
I'm
shit.
just saying, I've lost interest. And if I lose interest, I ain't calling you no
So
more.
yeah, it's very possible. It doesn't matter how they look. You guys hopefully take other things into consideration.
Nah, and
Okay, now I understand, because now I was understanding like occur like in the initial interaction, like on the very, very. You see, now you talk about morning to.
It can happen that way too.
Say that again.
I said it can happen that way too.
How it will curve you? How it will curve you if you already talking to? If he already talking to you? Can it be possible? Can it be possible that you just ain't match at all? Maybe you say something her buddy didn't like, or vice versa. Maybe you say something that you don't like.
That's being curved. Is it him saying no? Like, regardless of how that person looked, it was something that wasn't matching, that wasn't clicking. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't compatible, and that's okay. Like, but it still happens at the same time. So, like, the whole myth that pretty girls or women just want bad boys or certain types of men, like, that's not necessarily true. You know what I'm saying? Like, they try with a lot of different people or type of people, but it don't always be compatible.
I mean, at the same time, though, LA Project, that might be the same for you, but let's keep it real. A lot of these chicks only want some other chicks, dude. Like for real,
all the time.
You know what I'm saying?
Some women
And
are
same
very
with same with
competitive.
dudes. Dude. A lot of dudes don't even want their own chick. They want some other dude's chicks, or a few of them. Like for real, because people, it's just for some people. Hey, it's just they
Yeah,
want to take
it's
something from you. So it's
mhm.
not always about all of that. Sometimes, and so some people just don't want somebody until they got somebody.
Oh, okay.
That's true. That's
True.
true. I mean, I've definitely, like I said, I've seen the change, and the ones that, like I said, stayed down with when they was getting clowned, and I was just like, nah, babes, you got something good. You got something good going here. You know what I'm saying? They kept on building, and oh, you don't need me no more. That's kind of the reason why I was like, let me, like I said, open up my options, because what the fuck? Where's the loyalty to me?
A lot of times your presence alone as a woman will attract other women to your man.
I mean, hey, but
And I think a lot of y'all will do that.
it's still up to your other mate to just know what it is and not succumb to whatever temptation is being thrown, because they have to think about and they have to remember about the time that they didn't have nobody. They didn't have the love. They didn't have the support.
Do
Who
they?
was there for them? Not these bitches. So why are you gonna, you know what I'm saying, like put more attention on them or put any attention on them just because they're showing up now after the fact? People have to be smart.
Yeah, that's why I just mess with them.
Hold
That's why
up.
I just
I mean,
mess with them
but she
real
just
quick and
described
come back.
what LA Project just described. She didn't describe like smarts or intelligence. You described loyalty. Like somebody need to be loyal.
No, that's somebody
some-
who pays attention. No, like what I'm saying is, like, if you're doing like above and beyond, or if you're just like doing a certain thing and other people are like not showing you a certain recognition, and then over time they start showing you the recognition, there's a difference. There was a click. There was, so just recognize that. That's all.
I mean, I get it. That in a perfect world, that would be cool. But most people are selfish, right? So
But that's
they take
discernment,
things
though, right? And
they take things for granted. No, I'm just saying most people are going to take that shit for granted, and they're not gonna realize what they have or had until that shit was gone, or they go over to the other side and realize the grass ain't always greener. So people do that. You know?
yeah, I think
They
people
do that.
that's
You know,
why I
people,
don't
like
like
I said,
the whole
people have options and they won't make a choice, so they'll try to juggle things both ways, and then you end up alone.
But that's why I don't like the whole like man versus woman thing, because I feel like a lot of these things are character flaws in people in general. And whether you be a man or a woman, you can fall, into those gaps or those categories. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't like to generalize people. And I don't like to hear people being generalized, because you're dealing with individuals, and that person was flawed. And a lot of people are flawed. You know what I'm saying? So I think that needs to be the main focus. It's not just man or woman. People are fucked up because they are in messed up situations and they're in survival mode half the time.
Yeah. Most people just do things. They just do what they feel. They really don't think. So when people expect logical explanations for this stupid shit or crazy shit that people do and end up regretting,
You're
it's
not
like
gonna get it.
a lot of times people weren't thinking. That's why they
Mhm.
did that, and usually when certain emotions get involved, your IQ kind of, drops a little bit. It doesn't mean that you can't have faith, but you still gotta have intuition. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is this worth it? Is this worth
Mhm.
it right here? I try to tell folks that, like, look, unless you can look at somebody and say like, yo, this is likely the last one. unless you can do that, why get into a committed relationship with them? I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work out, but if you can look at them and just say that, then at least you're committing to trying to make it work. But if you know damn well this ain't the last one, why the hell you gonna commit to this person?
Yeah,
Like, you know
that's
damn well
very
you're
important.
occupying your time until somebody else comes around. Like, if you know that. So come on.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what's like always the disconnect. And that's I'm like, how can we sit here and blame specific people when obviously the conversation wasn't had to begin with? But let's bring a sweet PYT up to the state, a pretty young thing. Let's go, honey. We got Lady Zyrax in the building. What's going on, honey?
Hi, Lauren. Oh, you're too sweet.
Oh, your voice. I miss your voice. How you been? How's the family?
All good. Everyone's doing good. Enjoying the summer. Hi,
Okay.
Auntie. Hi, Poppy. Hi, Yan.
What's going on, Zyrax?
Don't call him
Hey, love.
Poppy. Call him Blanco. Fuck that. I'm just playing. I know you've been listening for a little while, Zyrax. Do you have anything that you want to say, or are you just kind of hanging out right now?
Yeah. I want you to, finish. Not finish, but then I want you to, get your stuff.
Okay. See, this is when Doc is about. See, Zyrax, don't you hate when he just like try to flip shit on us? Like, he told me I could have Wednesdays. He told me I could. And then when I get people who are detractors and I'll be like, drop them, he'd be like, oh, you a dictator. Let's watch.
Gemini
ahead,
side.
Tim.
Okay, so I was gonna say, LA, sometimes it might look like we curve, but these men act like they don't know how when we're flirting with them. Right? Because I've heard so
At
many
all.
men say, I didn't know she was flirting with
Right,
me.
dumbass.
Y'all don't take a hint? Sometimes
At all.
we really like you, but you think we're too good to be true. Y'all know y'all do. So.
Oh my God.
Well, you won't come up and approach because you want to be the princess.
Pause
And you
it.
want to be approached.
Oh my God.
You got me fucked up. Look, I don't want now one of you motherfucker help.
Lauren, you pause it.
Oh my God. Where did this come from?
You gotcha.
All right. Yeah. No, it's not that we think it's too good to be true. It's that we know you crazy as fuck. And that's it. Like, it's like blood in, blood out with you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
Are you saying
that's what it be.
when a woman approaches you, is that what makes her crazy as fuck?
Yeah, we can smell it on y'all now. Because I mean,
See,
most of y'all are like, and the ones that aren't like that shit are like sociopaths. They're even worse.
No, but
You know,
okay.
I mean, it's kind of woman thing. So it's just like, it's just levels to it, which we gotta kind of determine what level you're at. But we know it's in there. You all have it.
But these days, these men want us to approach them. And to me,
Y'all are gonna
I'm
do that
like,
anyway.
the
That's
fuck?
not just these
No,
days.
I'm
Y'all
not.
been doing that.
I'll give
Y'all
you
have
the
always
signal. I'll
approached.
give you the eye, baby. But shoot, you got to be smart enough to.
And that's plenty.
between the
No,
lines.
come on. That's
The
plenty.
way-
Come on, stop that bullshit. You know
The
your
way,
bullshit.
yeah, the way that a woman approach is way different than men approach.
No,
A woman approaching you is giving you a look. She looking, you call her looking at you 2 or 3 times. The way a woman approach, she gonna like look at you and give you a little smile. So you see what I'm
woman's gonna
saying?
make herself available. Whatever the
Exactly, right. It's going to
walk up and do the uncomfortable
It's
thing.
No, but
we
Lauren,
gonna get
actually,
no, but hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Hold on.
actually,
Let me
no,
finish.
he does that.
The thing is that it becomes guys that being on the field, he gonna pick that, all right. But you're gonna have all the different set of guys that they might be a little timid. You probably with your 2, 3 homegirls, Now he walking, only a seasoned nigga gonna walk out to you, you and your 2-3 friends. He don't give a fuck. Other guy, he just don't want to walk out with where you at once you get on the signal when you got 2-3 friends because he don't know what to expect. So it all depends. It's gonna come down to the guy, yo. Like if you're gonna pick it up or not. That's just what it is.
But at the same time,
it's going to be rare. It's going. Hold on one second. It's going to be rare. It's going to be rare for a female. Not necessarily rare, but it's going to be in the minimum scale. Most women gonna walk out to you like that unless they real ball.
Bro.
All right,
mean,
you gonna
I
tell
don't
me?
know.
Hold on,
I mean,
LA,
maybe
when it's
that's
my
just the
channel. Hold on. I'm sorry, Lady Zyrax. How are you doing? You still good?
Yes, I'm still good.
All right, jump in when you need to, honey. Continue.
All right, nah, because one of the most attractive qualities or characteristics that a woman can have is ambition. So if you're one of them chicks that think that wait for the finish line to cross her, like that should be a turnoff. If you want something, go get it. I mean, that's just the way I see it.
Masculine though.
Now, granted, if you're giving me an eye, hoping that that's gonna make me want you, keep in mind, you telling me that if you want to talk to me, just come talk to me like that. No, that's not considered masculine. That's considered ambitious. Trust me, I'll take over from there. I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let you punk me. I'm not gonna be a bitch. But at the same time, you know, if you want something, come get it. That's extremely attractive. You know?
I mean, I
get it.
Like, I'm just saying, I've been approached since I was a young teenager, and still to this day. Like, I don't know, maybe that's just my personality or whatever, that, you know, women are comfortable, you know, coming at me. And granted, it's also been women that have said, like, later on, hey, I didn't really feel comfortable approaching you. I didn't know what you would say or whatever. It might make me feel bad or some shit like that. I don't know, but hey, like, I didn't even have an inclination. Chances are, if you see me somewhere, I'm doing some shit. So I'm really not paying much attention to you. Anyway, I might notice you noticing me, but unless you make a move, I'm doing shit. You know, but make a move. I'll make some time.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, that's how it is because, like, but the majority of the time, women their way to approaching is looking at you. Like if I'm out somewhere, let's say the hookah lounge. Everybody, I think that's a common ground place for a lot of things. I catch LA looking at me 2 times. This third time, I'm blowing her a kiss or something. I'm gonna do something silly. I want her to smile and say, yo, as soon as I know she show me some teeth, I'm going there.
I get it. That's a different atmosphere. Now, if we're in the club and we keep catching eye contact like that, yeah, I'm gonna step over. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna walk over there. But at the same time, I done been pulled over I done had women 35, 40 miles an hour pull up next to me, asking for the number, stopping at red lights, all of that shit. So, that you want something, go get it. Go get it. You know?
Okay. Well, I'll be real with you, brother. One time when I was like 18 years old, I used to, of course, during teenage years, I used to flirt with girls and stuff like that, express their feelings, type thing, but I never chose to date. That's just a personal thing, though, anyway. And I think one time at 18, I told a girl she was my wife, literally wifey. I texted that, on one of her pics and stuff. I literally said she was wifey, though. Literally called the girl she was my wife. She was a friend, but it was more like a mutual type of thing.
I'm just saying, look,
it's that weird, though.
Things I used to go through when I used to bartend. I'm talking about, bro, women will put their phone number, you know what I'm saying, just leave that shit on napkins, put that shit on money and shit, you know what I'm saying, purposely leave their purses, come back without the dude they came with in the first place, come back later. Like all types of shit. I've been followed in the restroom. Like women need to be really aggressive, especially when there's alcohol involved.
Okay. I mean,
that's a fact.
In the story,
for real.
Approach me when it
and no, that shit is not a turn off. Not at all.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I basically told them no. I explained it in a way they understood. I, humbled my tone. I basically explained why I'm not doing it, explained the concept of the faith and what I believe in and everything. And I said, look, I feel what you feel, but at the same time, let's just be friends instead. I said, out of respect, let's just be friends. I could have been in a relationship a long time ago, but I chose not to, though. It's not because I didn't, because I didn't
Oh,
feel like I was
hold up,
ready.
though,
It
Riz.
was with-
Do
it was
you
clear
know?
from-
Do you know how like you're literally like grabbing a damn pump and inflating the fuck out of a dude's ego when there's all these niggas around and you just signaled him out and came up to him? Like, you're gonna inflate the fuck out of his ego, man. You know, and trust me, you're gonna get his attention. Especially if you're an attractive woman, yeah, you're gonna get his attention. You know, but just sitting there, a lot of times, especially nowadays, with the fucked up social skills that most people just have because they're stuck in their phones and shit, and then don't know how to communicate and shit. Man, you giving looks and shit, you be over there by yourself, catching eye contact with motherfuckers all night.
Okay, I apologize. I stepped away for a second. Thank you so much, 18th letter, for your Cash App. I really do appreciate it. Y'all the reason why I keep this going. So I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and celebrate you, babes. And then Zyrax, we're going to go ahead and ask you some questions if you don't mind, my lady.
We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle, and you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason, 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 you the reason. As a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle, and you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason, you the reason.
Thank y'all so much. I'm sorry for the delay.
Okay.
All right.
And
So
I done
Zyrax,
seen
I
about
want to get
7
her
dudes
into the
get kidnapped by
conversation.
chicks at my bar. Like right at my bar, bro. I'm talking about get kidnapped by chicks. For real.
Huh?
Motherfuckers get drunk, damn near pass out at the bar or some shit. Hey, next thing you know, motherfucker come back in 2 days later. This is new wifey. For real. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure he get home safe. Yep. Just snagged her a dude.
Okay.
I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Y'all might not want to hear this. Be them Caucasian women. They just be, you know what I'm saying? They be snatching drunk niggas at the bar. Just make sure, hey, I'll make sure you get home safe. I was like, no, I'll call him an Uber. Just make sure you get home safe. It's not a problem. Next thing you know, that's her new baby daddy.
Wow.
No,
Damn.
whatever. Nah, hey,
Zyrax, you still there,
hey,
right?
Blanco, you better tell him, hey, I don't like comparing the demographic, but when you talking about that type of come and approach a motherfucker, is there a difference between Caucasian women and black women that you know of? Blanco.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Wait, but I was gonna say, Ellie, you know the school that I actually went to.
Nah,
The
I had
second
asked Blanco.
high school I went to. Oh, sorry, I was gonna sorry.
Yeah.
Well, say the question one more time, bro. I'm like doing like 10 things
as far
at
as
the same
that, as far as like being aggressive and approaching dudes, do you see a difference between Caucasian women and black women? Like as far as the level of aggression,
bro.
When they
like
as
night
far
and
as
day.
approaching- yeah.
Like night and day, bro. White
saying.
girls, bro. Listen, white girls, they don't give a fuck. If they like you, they're gonna be in your grill.
For
and
real.
it's like it's crazy with the white girl because look, I'm on the west. I'm in Phoenix, which is part of the West Coast, right? It's a lot of snow bunnies out here. I'm not really into white girls like that, but don't get it twisted. It's a bunch of beautiful ass white girls, bro. And they come to your face. It's like they mesmerize with you. Oh my god, you are so hot, so handsome. I like your bum structure, and they start touching your skin and all that shit. Son.
But then
White
that'd be
girls,
a
they don't play.
conversation starter for them.
Don't let them
And
touch you without permission.
I know people gonna be like, yo, that's a fetish and all of that other shit. I'm just saying, just a conversation starter. enough to get somebody in the door, as opposed to somebody that's just sitting over there hoping, I hope he
That's
approaches
the
me.
fetish.
Yeah, that'll probably never happen. I'm just saying.
But I swear, like, don't let nobody don't let nobody touch you without permission, bro. Like,
No, I feel you on that. I'm just saying, trying to
hair,
communicate with somebody telepathically. You know what I'm saying? Telepathically and shit. And hoping that they just notice you, noticing them, and then they step over and approach you. Good luck with that shit, man. Especially in this day and age.
Yeah,
People are
they be mesmerized with your dreads, if you got dreads. They be like, oh my God, you so handsome. Oh my God. And one kid, white girls.
I'm sorry,
Huh?
real quick. What's up? What's up, Kay? Yeah. No, but long dreads are amazing. Long locks, or however you want to describe them, they are amazing. They are. Because like, how the fuck they don't expect black people to grow their hair that long.
Okay.
But when you don't manipulate it, when you don't touch it, it's the best. You know, it's crazy though, Blanco, because I've had conversations with black men before, and I'm just like, yo, like, to be completely honest, like, I sweat a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's more conducive for me to have locks or something like that. My father always wanted me to have those, you know what I'm saying? And he was like, the black man said, well, you should think about what other men like. Basically, you should do what I should make my hair look like however the fuck somebody else wants it to look like. And I just don't think that was right. I don't know. If I want to have locks, I don't see what's wrong with that.
A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman.
Okay. I respect that. I just get it.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that is what it is. Like, if as long as you wear whatever hairstyle you rock,
and wear it well,
a certain level of confidence, and you wear it well, you should be fine.
Man.
Yeah, and you ain't say no lie, bro. I always say the same thing, my nigga. Like, yo, a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. I just hate when they start saying, "Oh my God, they don't like me because I'm dark skinned or some shit." I'm like, "Oh my God, here we go with this loser,
bro." I'm like, just like you said, a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman,
like,
bro. Like, for real.
Do y'all understand that they have heard that negative rhetoric from men of their race, though? Like, I'm
but those are fuck niggas.
it's not coming from white men who saying you're too dark skinned. It's black men who saying you're pretty for a dark skinned girl, or something. You know,
you hear that. LA, you hear that, right? You hear that, right? But that's not the majority of your interactions with a man. And that's the point that I'm trying to say, right?
Country ass big
it's like this.
Try to insult me.
No, listen.
I don't give a damn.
Okay.
I'm just saying. You know how many country ass, big back, butchering up the English language ass chicks then tried to insult me. I could care less.
There you go. Exactly. But you know what it is, bro? And I study these things, bro. I pay attention to these things. You can post a picture, right? And everybody giving you compliments on that picture, right? Some way, somehow, that one person said one negative shit about that picture, your entire focus, you're gonna disregard the 35 other likes and compliments and focus on that one dislike and back comment. That's people nature right there, bro. They focus on the one back comment.
It's also like people with low self-esteem gonna try to put other people down, and I'm like, ain't nobody into no damn polyamorous lifestyle anyway. Most of these people aren't. So I'm like, you only trying to get with one person at a time any damn way. So if that person likes it, that's really all that matters. You know, it don't matter about a bunch of random ass niggas on the internet that you wouldn't fuck with anyway. They're shallow, they're stupid. So who gives a fuck what their opinion is? That's what I'm saying. So like all them chicks, they'd be like, "Oh, black men are filthy" and all of that. I don't give a fuck what they have to say. I don't fuck with them, or they're full of shit.
I don't hear females saying that they don't fuck with a dark skinned guy, and I always took it like, "Hey man, okay, cool, no problem." Simple as that. I don't think that's serious, man. Just keep it pushing.
Real fast, guys. I want to get Zyrax in there. If you have anything, you can jump in there if you have something to say. about interracial dating, marriages, unions, and then also welcome back Hustler and Muscular. I'm gonna call you H&M. Goddamn. Yeah. So
It's
Zyrax,
not a
do you have
tongue
anything?
twister, woman. Damn.
To me it is. I'm sorry. Huscular and Muscular.
Whatever, girl. Go ahead.
So Zyrax, do you have anything to add first, or are you still kind of hanging out?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm for multiculturalism. I like learning about all, all different kind of cultures, and I get um, I get that some people I get the whole race, preservation thing. Like, yeah, you want to date within, your own race. Like, I get that. I don't find anything wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that I don't like is when people tend to compare, compare them as in, oh, these type of women are better, these type of women are better. To me, I feel like,
Right.
I feel like we're all, I don't care what people say, oh, modern women. It's like modern women and men. Like, what are you saying? We're all modern. And so, for the most part, I think we are all, uh, like, if you're going to critique something, you critique, a person's behavior. Don't, just because you see one person, exhibit that kind of bad behavior, don't then say that, oh, it's all of them that are like that. That's what I don't like.
True.
Okay, so I want to ask. Hold on, I want to ask Zyrax a question real quick because, and I'm not trying to put you on blast, but you're an Asian woman, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Get your Chinese.
shut up. He says everybody Chinese that's Asian. Like, shut the fuck up. Respectfully.
Yeah.
That's why.
Anyway, I was wondering, since there are certain stereotypes that go with your demographic, right? Like, from my perspective, I hear that Asian women are very submissive. They don't talk back. They're totally opposite of Black women. Do you find anything that is contrary to those stereotypes that are kind of being put on you? And also, I want to ask if men in general see you as the kind of like the Asian woman is the most like docile and submissive. Do you feel like you're a little bit more vulnerable because
Yes.
of those stereotypes?
Yes. For them, I get that, they see Asian women as, docile, submissive. I say in this day and age, no, I don't think that applies, especially, so-called American, women. Um, all my sisters were like, we're, again, it's the behavior. It's not so much as like the race thing. When they say, oh, some are, some may be louder to others, but I think that's just because of your environment. Because there's loud Asian women. Like I said, my family,
I'm about
all
to say,
the women are
I've heard
loud. My
I've heard
brothers are
Asian
not.
women cuss their husbands the fuck out, man.
Yeah, I
Yes,
agree with
yes.
you on that.
My sisters, they do all the time.
I know, but Black women are the problem, though. Like,
Nah, but you listening to the wrong niggas.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm
Don't
just
be
saying
saying
anybody with a resume that's either dated different races of women or just understand people. Like, a lot of these issues are with, just like you said, it's a people issue. It's not a Black woman issue. You know what I'm saying? Dudes got it, women got it, but even if it's just like an issue that mostly women have, it's women in general. Like, for real, it's not just like dudes got issues across the board. Like, all this shit I be hearing motherfuckers complaining about Black men. Fucking white men got them goddamn issues. You know what I'm saying? Hispanic men got them issues. Indian men got them, like for real. It's a lot of issues.
people,
Like, 'cause these are people
it's a
issues.
people thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
It's like it's a comfort. It's when you're comfortable with a person, you tend to be more open to a person. So like family, any family, it's they're loud, right?
Watch your mouth, Bryce.
No, it's okay.
Watch your mouth.
You tend to be loud. You tend to be nicer, nicer to people that you don't know. And so if all if your environment is just with like the same like your own kind of your own like race, then yeah, when you interact with someone that's outside of your race, that person may come off as, oh, they're submissive and stuff like that. No, they're just submissive to you because like nobody wants to come off as they're mean or they're like that or loud or whatever, right? And so that's why, like, to me, I feel like it's not so much of a race issue.
Y'all do know that shit
Yeah.
is an illusion.
Thank
I'm
you.
talking about all over the world. Like there really is no race of men that even knows or has seen a submissive woman in their lifetime. Real shit. You know what I'm
Wait,
saying?
submit
Like, but
not
all
to
that all bullshit. Like, nah. It just like
It makes me
you got to
wonder
go
what
back like
the
3 or
definition
4
of submissive
generations to
is.
find a generation of women that won't cuss a motherfucker the fuck out. That won't cuss their man the fuck out when he's out of line or disrespecting them. Like that just is what the fuck it is. You know what I'm saying? And especially in America, like the fuck, like it's always been fucking men and women doing shit. Like it's always been like that. So I mean, it's never really been that whole patriarchal society that these motherfuckers talk about. Not in America. That shit was never a tradition. It wasn't.
And honestly, I feel like it's a lot of assimilation again to white men. You know what I'm saying? Like we only had one example. We were stripped of everything else. So what are we doing? On
I'm
both
just
sides.
like I'm
I'm
like
just saying.
most people, even if they go back to their grandmothers and great grandmothers, their grandmothers had 2-3 jobs, and ended up owning a house. Chances are had to bail out your cousin Ray and all of that other shit. Had to put up the house to bail his ass out. Y'all had to go to grandma, like real shit. So
Yeah,
stop
Yeah,
making
that's
it seem like
over now.
y'all do not know. I'm just saying these niggas do not know submissive women. They wouldn't know a submissive woman if she sat on their face. Real shit. Because
Yeah,
they never
I don't
seen
know
one. Their
about that,
mothers weren't submissive. Their grandmothers weren't submissive. Their aunties weren't submissive. Their third grade school teachers weren't submissive. They've never met or seen a submissive woman. So how in the hell, bro?
Okay.
Well, I have my grandma,
This is
and my
Western
aunties.
civilization and women. I'm just saying this is Western
Hold on.
civilization, and they haven't been submissive over here since the beginning of documented history.
All right, I would have passed the microphone around a little bit. Riaz, do you have something to put on to the conversation? You want to pass it?
No, I got something on. Yeah, I totally get you and what you mean. But basically, though, I'm basically a combination of both.
H&M, you next.
Sorry, what was that?
No, I'm saying H&M. He's next.
Oh, okay, never mind. No, it's good. Okay, so
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that that point on that though. Anyways, though, I mean, for me though, I'm more for. I don't mind the race part. I'm mostly for the faith. If I had to preserve something, I'm preserving faith though, because I just feel like I want my faith to basically remain in the family for a very long time. I don't mind the race. She can be whatever race though, and she can fit the criteria. As long as she's a good person, is practicing in the same faith as me, I'm cool with that. Of course, I can marry a Jew or Christian if I wanted to, though, but it's preferred to stay in the same faith. That's how it is. I'm basically, since I grew up multicultural, not just in London, but I grew up in multicultural in Saudi as well, so I just have more of a broad perspective on that type of thing, though.
Do you guys hear anything?
Wait, sorry, what's that, though? I'm here.
Oh, okay. Lauren, are you on mute? I'm not so sure. I don't hear Ant or Poppy.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
I just the submissive argument just makes no sense because a lot of people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Okay.
And what ends up happening most of the time, these dudes get what they think is a submissive woman, but what they really get is an actress that gets sick of acting, and then these niggas come on here crying about their feelings got hurt by a woman that just lied for the last X amount of years and blasted their ass for child support and some alimony and fucked up the credit score and all types of other shit. It's like, yeah, bro. Yeah, that's the submission you were looking for. She told you everything you wanted to hear. You know what I'm saying? And made you the sandwich you demanded, and then she cleaned your ass out in the middle of the motherfucking night.
Wow. Wait,
Just
but
like she
anyway,
was, nah, just like she was supposed to. Like I said, I don't feel bad for them niggas, man. They marks in the first place. You know, you're
okay.
trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, just like you were saying. If like you don't, somebody's gonna submit to you because they want to, because they know it's what's best for them, it's what's best for their mission. You're on the same page, like all of that shit. You can't just fit people into some box that you think they should be. That's what gets people disappointed.
Yeah, and a lot of times, in this space, they expect submission just because they so-called, pay the bills and stuff like that. It's like, in a way that's, I mean, if you are saying that you are the leader and that's your job, to provide, financially, I think for a person to submit, it has to, like, just, I don't know, to me, it's just like, if, how can you expect submission just because the house is paid? It's like you live in that house too. If I'm unhappy, then yeah, I'm not gonna just submit to you. I don't know. I just don't like the word
But
submission.
the thing is, like, it's like this. Like, okay, I believe in mutual respect, so that's something you can never hold over me. Like, I pay the bills, like I'll pay my own fucking bills. So I would assume a woman can do the same goddamn thing. If you're even the type of woman that I'm attracted to, you got enough ambition to get your shit straight. Like, you ain't gonna be out here homeless. You're not gonna downgrade your class of living and your style and shit just because I'm not paying a bill for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not even that type of chick. So chances are you just be like, I'll pay my own fucking bills. That's not some shit that's gonna make a woman submit. I'm sure she probably appreciate that, And if, as the man in the house or whatever, that's my privilege. That's not an obligation or a burden. But at the same time, like, I shouldn't be able to hold that shit over a woman's head, because she should be able to say at any time, "Motherfucker, I'll pay my own bills. I don't have to put up with this shit."
Okay. That's a thing though as well, though. The tone matters too, though.
I don't see how dudes could even respect a woman that's not in position to be able to do that. Like on some real shit.
Okay, I get it though. My perception.
It's just like women. How do you respect the dude that you have to tell to get a job, or you have to tell to get off the couch and stop playing video games and shit like that, and you got to keep paying his way? At some point, you're gonna lose respect for this motherfucker, right?
Okay,
And so a grown adult that can't do shit
That's
without
the thing. You shouldn't have to do that to no grown person. Yeah.
Nah, you shouldn't. But a lot of these dudes are demanding they have a woman that they can do that for, or that's her only means of survival, and that's how they get submission. They have to have something that they can hold over somebody's head, like indentured servitude.
Yeah, let's get H&M in there too.
I think that
You got
depends.
something to say?
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, some women don't mind being stay-at-home wives where the man pays most, if not all, the bills. So I guess that's more of a to each their own kind of thing. But if you're dealing with someone that's
No,
not
that's
going to
very
take care of
true.
their adult responsibility, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but that's
That is a bit of a problem. Till like a grown man or woman lays his ass and go get a goddamn job.
Somebody that's incapable.
One
Like,
mic, you
I
guys.
don't see how two grown adults get together and both of you aren't capable of maintaining your own lifestyle by yourself. Like, how do two grown adults get together? Like,
Yeah, I mean, being capable of like sustaining yourself is one thing, but also, like I said, having those tough conversations that a lot of people don't want to have, whether they be about their kinks, whether it be about their, the way they want the household to be run. We need to have these uncomfortable conversations.
Well, I was going to cut you off your mic.
Because that's where you're going to find the best results, when you find, the person who signs up for the same.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to be able to hold that over somebody's head. Like, oh, you owe me this because I pay all the bills.
Wait, sorry.
I mean, but the thing is that should come naturally. If you're doing whatever it is that
Y'all couldn't hear me?
if you're doing whatever it is that
Now we can.
A good woman's
It
gonna
sounds,
appreciate, hey, just
it
like you said,
sounds sad.
naturally, but a good woman's gonna appreciate it, and she's gonna show you that
I hear
you're
echo.
appreciated by making sure you don't have to worry about the other shit, you know, the other shit, because you're making sure that bills are paid. But if you're to the point where you have to wrestle with this woman, where you got to hold bills being paid over her head, and that's all you got, like that's all you got. What happens when this chick decide to get her own money or decide to go get another nigga that'll pay those fucking bills? What good are you? Like you got to have some substance as a man.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's all about managing expectations too, right? You have to have like realistic expectations. I mean, when you know, because when someone doesn't meet your expectation, and that's when things go awry. You start to feel a certain way, you start to treat them a certain way, and then, yeah, the relationship will fail. And so,
I'm just saying, I think that would trigger an insecurity in me if I just knew in the back of my mind that all it really costs is this woman $1 and she'll leave me. Like she can just go buy a lotto ticket and hit the lottery tomorrow, and then I'm no longer necessary because all I do is pay bills. And all she has to do is get money. And
Yeah, but I think when you, but that sounds crazy because when you meet this woman, it's a pretty safe assumption that this motherfucker was working before you even came in the picture. Like this is a grown person we're talking about. Then she gets with you. Then that's when she will have. Because I do believe that, especially, I mean, at least for me, if a woman gonna carry my baby, she gotta sit her ass. She gotta check her ass at home, at least for the first 4 years of that kid's life. Once the kid start going to school, then she can do what the fuck she want to do. You see what I'm saying? But like before I got into the picture, like I'm going to assume that she have to be taking care of herself at some point. So what are we talking about then?
Nah, hey, I'm telling you that most of these dudes in these spaces, they will tell you they don't want a woman that's self-sufficient because she might just leave them. Like these niggas are scary, bro. They would rather a woman that can't provide for herself. Pretty much they want a child. So that way she's dependent on them and scared.
Yeah, but that don't add up though.
That's some
because when they met, I'm pretty sure she was working somewhere. He was working.
These niggas talking about getting broads from third world fucking countries, bro, and shit, and getting them green cards and paying all their goddamn bills. These niggas talk about tricking the fuck off, bro.
Yeah, but that's the minimum of niggas, bro. That's not the majority. You talk about a very small minority.
What space you in? Come on, you be on
in the real world.
I know what you're saying in the real world. I'm talking about
but most people don't even got a passport to begin with, so that's not even possible.
Bro, these motherfuckers is ordering them chicks off the fucking internet, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm not saying you're lying, but that's a very small minority.
It's
Niggas
is it me or your computer going in and out?
Yeah, they watching 90 Day Fiance, thinking they can just do that shit. Just
no, I'm on my phone. I'll be back in a second.
Like me, so I'll just buy one. You know, I'll just buy one. You know, you from Colombia, so you know they'll make them to your specifications over there. They'll chisel her up. Just tell them the measurements. What it take about 6-7 months, and they'll send one right over to you. You know,
I feel like
all
you have to do that, Auntie.
Like 50,
but you're still talking about super minority, fam. That's not the majority of men, bro. Like that gotta be understood.
I agree, but it's a bunch of dudes that are never even gonna be able to live or touch that lifestyle that's still on here talking about it like it's the end all be all. That's what I mean. This is extremely dangerous rhetoric and content, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I feel you on that. So basically hearing them talk about that, so that's kind of everything.
I agree with them. Most of these dudes aren't gonna leave their mother's house, like ever. You know what I'm saying? They're probably gonna inherit it or some shit, and they're gonna be the ones with the dog dying alone. Real shit. I'm just being 100.
I just hope that they don't sell the property.
Of course, they're gonna sell the property. A lot of them are gonna
Yeah,
end
let
up
it
getting their
flip.
shit seized for not paying property taxes. They're gonna get into a fight over the shit with siblings. They're gonna fuck it up. I'm just saying. A lot of these dudes that talk all of that shit to y'all, you're not supposed to take them seriously because they're fuck ups. They're losers.
Okay, so I was gonna say.
But we hear that most men are decent.
Who said that?
Good men.
That's not true. No,
Most.
that's not fucking true.
Break it down.
That's not
and
true.
see.
Most men have
Break it
some
down.
decent. No, most men have some decency in
I
them.
do believe most
And
men are decent though.
no, most men
Man,
have.
I be
Hold up,
hearing
Punko. Most men
be
have
like, where?
decency in them, and for the right group of people, the right social circles, they will be decent human beings. But in most circles and with most other people, they're not going to be decent. Like people are fucked up by nature.
No, I
Like
disagree
it's
100%
what
with
it
that.
is. You know?
I think most men are this. Most men
You
want just
disagree
a
that most people
simple.
are fucked up by nature? You disagree
Yeah,
with
I
that?
mean,
No,
yeah.
most people they just want how can I call it very decent life, a simple life. They just want to do their 8 to 5, 9 to 5, however you want to call it. Come home, have a beer, fuck 2 3 times per week, whatever your schedule is, and keep it pushing. That's it. That's what most people do. That's like a safe, like a safe way to put it. It's only I don't think most people is fucked up. I don't see that
So
because if most people
willingly ignorant.
if most people was fucked up, hold on, bro, hold on. If most people was fucked up, shit, it would be World War III at this point, man. We would be killing it. The murder rate would be into 1,000 every other week, man. Come on, yo.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Laws and
Man, police
ridicule are
threat is
the
still
only.
real. They ain't gonna do that just because.
No, I was about to say laws and ridicule. That's what stops people from doing that. And a lot of people just do shit involuntarily. You know what I'm saying? They self sabotage. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are just so used to functioning in dysfunction that even when something's going good, they'll find a way to fuck it up because that's the only thing they're comfortable in. Like that's human nature, unfortunately, bro.
Yeah, but most humans don't want to hurt each other
No,
like that.
and I get what you're saying, bro. Hey, good intentions are cool, bro. Most people have good intentions. Just most people don't carry them out. You know, most people have good intentions, but bad shit happens as a result of their good intentions more often than not.
I think most people want to just get a little paycheck, 9 to 5, stay out the way, bro. It's only that's what you got a few people at the top, and then you got a lot of people in the middle, and then you got people at the bottom. But most of the people is going to be in the middle.
I actually agree with you too, Poppy. I think, most people are decent. I understand, yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of bad shit that goes on in this world, but I think for the most part, majority of people, I mean, I like to think that most people are decent and they try
Like
to
I
be
say,
decent.
most people are like most people are the heroes in their own story, and they are good people at their core. They're just not good for you and most other people. That's why
Right.
they say you got to find your tribe. That's what I'm saying. It's not as simple as, oh, you're a good person, I'm a good person, let's get together and we'll make a good couple. You know, it's a chemistry thing. You know, you can have two chemicals that are dormant by themselves, put them together and you get combustion. You know, that shit happens like that, man.
No, that's
So
very
even though
true. That's very true. So I'm just like, I don't understand like why the fuss, you know?
you know, I'm just
Yes,
saying I
like
can have good intentions, you can have good intentions, but if I'm wrong for you, we can ruin each other's lives.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
But does that have a look, or is that more characteristics? Because that sounds more like characteristics.
Characteristics, chemistry. Sometimes, a lot of times, people just aren't at the same, stages in their lives, or don't have a clear sight of a mission. You know.
I think a lot of time it has to do with
Clear
how
side of
we
admission.
grew
That's
up.
deep.
A
No,
lot
it's
of
like
us,
this. Yeah,
we don't
go ahead, my
develop like.
bad.
Sorry, Angie. I was just gonna say a lot of times we grow up with without the proper tools, right? Like how to manage ourselves, like our emotions and stuff like that, coping mechanisms. Um, a lot. No, I shouldn't say a lot of us, but then, I could. Yeah, I would say a lot of us. My God, yeah, we don't have those tools, and so that's why we get into relationships, and then it goes sideways. You know, and that's why therapy does help.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says.
There
So I'm
needs to
sorry,
be
Mark.
a
Go ahead.
structure.
I mean,
Definitely.
sometimes
For
you know
sure.
people like each other, and then it takes years to realize he's headed north, she's headed west, and you know what I'm saying? Y'all done drifted far apart, but y'all thought y'all were in this shit together. So that's why you need like clear
Right.
direction. That you both got to know like we're headed in the same direction here. You know that's where the leadership comes into play. That's when you can trust and submit to someone's leadership because you know where they're going, because they know where they're going. You know, and you trust them to get you. All you got to do is follow them. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but you got to have clear sight. If you don't trust somebody and you don't have faith in them, or they don't have faith in themselves, that's how you end up going one way and them going the other. Or you just staying, or them just staying in one spot while you're moving.
Yeah.
Or yeah, so
That communication, I mean, that's one thing that I keep hearing being repeated over and over again. And that's, I think, what it comes down to. We just need to talk. Like,
I think
whatever
there's
you
more
feel like
to it
you
than
need
that.
to do. Like, don't even think about, oh, am I going to sound too weird because I'm saying this too soon? I'm saying, oh, they don't have to keep running into the same type, like these problems. They seem so extreme. And I know some people like actually go through them, but like if you're in, like, I think that some people anticipate certain things to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
that's
self-sabotage,
problematic as well.
especially when things
You
are
know,
going good. It's like, yo, I know
like
something's got to
not
go
having
wrong
faith
now.
in, Mhm. Right. Or just being caught up in stereotypes or thinking that a certain gender or a certain, certain person is going to do a certain thing. Like, just pay attention to who you're dealing with. That's all that's important at the
But
end of
that's
the
why I
day.
would say I would say people are talking too damn much, and then not enough. Like people are talking a lot about just inconsequential bullshit, and not talking enough about important stuff. You know, map out a future. Let somebody
That's
know where,
facts
where
too.
your head is at. But at the same time, actions speak louder than words. That's why I said if somebody's telling me one thing, and I learned this shit just with life experience. If you're telling me one thing and you're doing another, or you're moving a totally different way other than what you're saying, I'm not going to believe anything else you say. Like I'm going to stop believing you after a while because you tend to say things and do the opposite. Like the best indication of future behavior is past behavior. So
Yeah.
Like,
You have to
somebody
really
just
know
playing.
yourself.
Yeah.
I gotta be held. I gotta hold myself accountable for being a bad judge of character, because
Yes, that's number one.
all it takes is one drop of piss in my pure spring water, and I can't drink it.
That's facts, though.
You know what I'm
The whole
saying?
thing's
So
poison. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
for real.
compromised. Like, the fuck? Like, hold on. I
No.
gotta look at the
So
whole
it's not
leader.
just
Like, the
yeah.
fuck? Like,
It's like I gotta be
yeah,
responsible. Like,
no,
because most people don't look in the mirror. Like most people look in the mirror, but they don't see what's actually staring back at them. So, people can have good intentions, but because they haven't dealt with whatever trauma, their coping mechanism, don't recognize their own triggers, don't know how to manage their own triggers and shit, they can end up dumping a lot of shit on you that you're not in position to deal with. And your whole shit can fall apart all because of that person's good intentions.
that's facts.
That's facts.
Oh.
That's like
And,
the
and
whole
then they'll ruin
slogan.
their shit and yours.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
So the question, who hurt you, shouldn't hurt that much. Like, who hurt you? Like, who I got to beat up? You feel me? Like, shit, who did this to you?
Man, our
But
experiences make us who we are.
instead, they be like, oh, you said that to diss me. I'm like, no, I'm ready to, put
Well, no,
knuckles,
we all heard
knuckles
that
to the eyes.
We all heard that one, but dude shouldn't even take that one personally. I'm like, whatever, whatever.
Guess it is what it is.
So everybody that got their feelings hurt at some point in their damn life. It is what it is. It's part of life.
That's why I was sharing mine, like, pretty girls get curved too. Like, that's the same sentiment. But people were like, oh, no, that don't happen. Like, okay. Like,
Well, shallow people won't say that. Shallow people don't know what it is to curve a pretty person, you know what I'm saying, or a good looking person, because usually they can't see past that. Most dudes are gonna have a story where they went on a date or they were with this fine ass chick that just annoyed the hell out of them. You know what I'm saying? And they had the exit stage left at some point. But these dudes can't even say that. Because they couldn't get past, oh, she looks like this, but she's annoying as hell. How long was that supposed to last? For real.
he's sitting there talking about 2 months. 2 months. How you let this shit go on for that long? Okay. Well, again, that's one thing that I like to just point out on my channel. This is more of character flaws that we deal with versus actual man versus woman, blah blah blah. Like, it's come on, man. We're people who have to deal with a whole bunch of different circumstances and have to process different information in different ways. And hopefully we're all doing our best to do that. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully. Instead
Of course
taking
not.
it
People
out on
spend
the
their time
next
on the
person.
internet. People spend their time on the internet.
Well, I encourage people to ask themselves questions, have them answer those questions. Might sound crazy, but it's not. So you know what you actually think. You know what I'm saying? About certain situations. Like, don't take this out on other people. It's not right. It's not right. It's not.
Most people
right.
don't want to fix their issues. They just want to find someone that will tolerate their bullshit.
I know, but
That's most people.
Saying
that's not cool. If
Because
that's what
you
you
hear
want,
it all
then
of
you
the
have to
time.
be willing to tolerate their bullshit too, then, right? If that's what you want. So it has to work both ways.
Yeah, to a certain degree. I mean, you have.
You need to also be trying to keep bullshit at a minimum. Like, everybody's human. Like, we're human. We're all gonna have some bullshit. We're gonna have some quirks or whatever. But if you're gonna be considerate of your significant other, you would want to keep the bullshit to a minimum. But some people are so addicted to just attention and toxicity that they will just stir bullshit up just to start arguments. For real. They'll find shit to complain about. And in relationships, a lot of people fuck up with that shit. I know dudes do it. I hear more dudes in these spaces complain about it just because it's predominantly dudes. But women fuck up with that shit too. You get a clingy dude or some shit, and it's like a little baby. Every time it whines, throws a temper tantrum. Here you are to pick it up. And what do? You get a spoiled fucking brat that knows all they got to do is whine, and they get you to do what they want you to do. Pick them up. Dudes deal with that shit too. And then all of a sudden, damn, I'm annoyed. I can't take this anymore. It's like, yo, you let this shit go on forever. Like, what did you expect? If somebody knows exactly what buttons to push and what happens when they push them, and you're just gonna keep going through this, hey, can you blame them? No.
No.
So
After a while, no.
That's what I mean. It's like, you know, it's easy to say a lot of shit. This person ain't shit, or you know, this person's even like the shit I be saying. I'm like, this person's just annoying as hell. But how long did I let somebody annoy me before I let them know like shit is annoying and I'm not gonna tolerate it anymore? You know?
Right. No, I feel.
Or just accept that. You know what? Yeah, it's annoying, but I like this person too much. I'll just get over it. You know, for real. Sometimes you got to decide. Hey, I'm either gonna go or I'm not. But you that 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Shit, it's not gonna work.
That struggle.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That struggle, man.
Because people
Shouts out to
overlook
Stan
shit.
Autry.
Yeah.
He be saying that shit all the time. He be like, man, y'all gotta pick a struggle. Like, I be feeling that shit 100%. But I am gonna go ahead and we've been going on for 6 hours. This has been fun. I didn't even get into Tasha K, but I did get a chance to shoot my shot. I'm gonna have to talk about that maybe the next time. But for this review in terms of interracial dating and things like that, does anybody have anything that they would like to say in terms of I don't know, the bigger picture? Let's think about the bigger pictures as elders in this space.
Nah, first you look in the mirror and decide whether or not you yourself are ready for a relationship. And at that point, hey, you pick what you like and what also likes you back. You know, which wants you back. And if that happens to be an interracial relationship, cool, yo, I'm happy for you. I wouldn't look down on anybody for having that, you know, finding that. So
that's what's up.
For me, you know, I'm in an interracial relationship, you know, and so I see nothing wrong with it. Yeah, you will face some, you know, difficulties, especially if you have you come from like different cultures. But I think that's, you know, if you love your person, then you're willing to overcome anything, right? If there's problems, then just tackle them, you know, head on together and, you know, and move forward. And so to me, I feel like, you know, if you it's because I understand divestors is usually when the person like hates their own race. That's why they're dating outside of their race. Of course, you should never want to do that. You should always embrace who you are, you know, because you want your kids to embrace who they are. And so if you're like hating on your own, then yeah, that's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna be a good look for your kids, because then your kids are gonna, you know, I mean, they're gonna you know, develop that hate, and you don't want your kids to be, you know, to go through what you went through. The whole point of you always want your kids to be better than you, right? Than the parents. You always want to do better than your parents. And so yeah, but you know, just love and promote, you know, promote happiness. And that's what I try to do when I come on these panels, you know, just promote marriage, promote, you know, yeah, a happy family. And yeah, that's all I gotta say, Lauren. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I
I'm
appreciate
back.
you every time that you come up, you know, just to give your opinion. Hold on just one second, H, and then we get in the final thoughts out, okay? But yeah,
Sure.
Zyrex, definitely thank you for you know, just sharing your opinion, you know, because I definitely value it. And I definitely want to have you included in some more shows. Not anything,
Absolutely.
not anything risky, but just, you know, y'all gotta, you know what I'm saying, people gotta stop thinking that everybody's lying all the time, but at the same time, people gotta stop lying. Okay, can we meet
Yep,
ourselves?
they really do.
Can we meet ourselves in the middle? Okay, like seriously, we trying to build something different. We trying to, you know, create different environments, because we grown, you know what I'm saying, we too old for this shit. And it's, you know, this club, it's like the internet is not the club. Like, let's stop. So I like the vibe that we got going on right now. Thank you so much, like I said, Zyrex, for joining us today. I know that you are very exclusive, of course, but definitely come back the next time. I'll try to hit you up if I have something planned. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you,
All right, thanks,
babes.
girl. Have a good
Shout
one.
out to you, Zyrax.
Oh
I
yes,
know,
hi
she's
H&M.
awesome.
So you
Yeah,
go.
my blazing Asian. We got her
Oh,
back, but she needs some saving.
see, but then I get blamed for making Blasian Asian. You know what I'm saying? Like I made Blasians. Like I ain't trying to do it to make y'all
Okay, that's
lust.
what I should have
They
said.
was like, damn.
Asian. Always got her back when she needs saving.
Hey, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
That's funny.
That's what I'm just like. It's so
and
funny. Like they.
blazing.
All right, H&M. You have. I know you kind of been in and out. You made your breakfast brunch. I hope that you got your
Breakfast brunch.
tummies.
It's new.
Yeah. Well, brunch, whatever. It's 6 o'clock. You talk about making bacon and eggs and
Well, for me,
okay.
it was damn near 2:30, so we in different time zones.
Okay, okay, never mind. I don't even want to know where you at. Never mind. We don't believe in doxing, so it's cool.
Of course.
I'm on the
Good luck
East
trying to
Coast.
find me with these AI avatars.
No, you good, man. Shit. I ain't trying to find you. Like, shoot, I ain't nefarious at all. You know what I'm saying? I just enjoy good conversation. But thank you so much for pulling up. Did you have anything to kind of like, is there anything that you wanted to say about interracial dating? People who just
Interracial dating. Like I said, like I said at the beginning, I don't discriminate. I appreciate. I don't care what race you are, as long as you're a good person. I mean, come on, we need to let go of this. So I mean, your own race should be your first preference, but should it be your only preference? No.
No.
I'm a black man. Black women will always be my first preference, but they're not gonna be my only fucking preference. That's a big difference there.
Mm-hmm.
If I can get traditional qualities out of an Asian woman, a Caucasian woman, a Mexican woman, Brazilian, Jamaican, British, whatever, I'm going for that.
Yeah. Yeah, ain't nobody mad at you, to be completely honest. Like I said, I just think it becomes a problem, in my opinion, when people are just like, oh, black men ain't this, that, or black women ain't. Oh, hey, like that sounds kind of weird because who was you birthed by? But, you can have your preference.
Maybe their mama was weird. Who knows?
You know what? You got a point. Who knows? We might have to get into that a little bit into a later date. It's interesting. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad that you're pretty much not, discriminatory about who people choose to love and such. Because I'm definitely not that one either. It was kind of just, it was rough. You know what I'm saying? To just literally be honest with my story. And it was just taken completely out of context, to where I was seen as a divester, a person who preferred somebody outside their race when, I love me some chocolate.
I always thought people
melanin, like seriously, like it just
melanated chocolate. Well, that's me.
Melanin, chocolate, whatever. See, we didn't know the word melanin back then. We just was like, oh yeah, he chocolate, girl. He chocolate. He Wesley Snipes, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? He played out this bitch. Yeah, we like that. But yeah, it just
Halle
happened
Berry
the
in
way
her
it happened.
heyday. Ooh, baby. Halle Berry in her heyday. Ooh, baby.
Child, I'm trying to tell you. Anyway, but at the same time, it's like how
You went out.
okay, sorry about that.
It's all good. Everybody having internet problems today. Damn.
No, my screen went black. Like it went to sleep.
Oh.
So yeah. So if you on the phone and you controlling your show through your phone, don't let your screen go to sleep. Okay? You gotta keep it away.
Man, I be doing that too. You're not supposed to do that when the phone is active, so I don't get it. That's why I stopped using my phone to do live panel.
This shit is like supposed to be live and running. Like like YouTube or anything else. I don't get it, but I really do appreciate you coming up. This is your first time on my show. I really do appreciate it. Because new perspectives are like, you know, I definitely like those. I'm gonna try to get you in there a little bit more. Don't ever feel like you can't cut in or you can't, you know, say what you need to say or how you feel. Because I usually run a pretty tight ship over here where people will let each other speak. So you don't have to wait for me to ever like call on you. You know what I'm saying? So if you have something that you have to say in the future, you know, don't hesitate to say it. You know, just cut in there. I feel like you're not going to be rude, but if you have to be assertive, that's different. Yeah, but thank you so much.
I try my best. Yes, of course. Shout out to you.
What made you hit the link today?
I just realized you had a channel. I remember you from Aunt T's panel. Been rocking with him for like going on 2 years now since he started this whole I don't know how long the purge been on, but I'm rocking with Aunt T for 2 years now. And I seen you on there a couple of times.
Well, I definitely wasn't on the purge. I've been online since November 2023, so just a little over. Yeah. But I was pretty exclusive. Only kind of stayed to certain channels, but I'm glad that, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep on networking. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep on building. I try to have pretty decent conversations over here. So, and yeah, we get some spicy characters every once in a while, but if it ever gets crazy, like I said, just let me know and I'll be like, all right. We gotta calm it down. We gotta calm it down. Because men, you know, y'all are different. You know what I'm saying? Y'all handle conflict different than women do. You know what I'm saying? So I don't ever want to step in there and be like, oh my gosh, like stop beating. Or like, no, like if y'all are dealing with the banter or whatever, do what you got to do. But if you ever feel
if you see two men going at it, just
let me know, and I will shut it the fuck down. 100%. 100%.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Roy. See,
absolutely.
I'm inspiring, and I gotta try to. Lord have mercy. See, Roy sent me something for me to review, and I'm just like, gosh, it's gonna make men look so bad, but okay, I'll do it. Sorry, no, it's something else. Yeah, so when it comes to interracial, I know that you gave your your final thoughts on that. Is there anything else that you want to drop? Any information? If you want to drop a
nope, that's everything.
Hold on.
That's everything. Just date who you're comfortable dating.
Do I have
everybody else?
Reese, can you do me a favor? Reese, are you still there? My moderator boo. Can you drop Hustler and Muscular's channel? I'm on my phone right now.
As a show later, I'm doing it in the next 2 hours.
Oh, let me get that. Hold on. No, because I know you follow me on Instagram, goddammit.
I do?
Yeah.
I got so many Instagram friends. I can't
look up the LA Project.
Okay.
It's been a while.
I probably did add you. Why you call yourself the LA Project?
Well, LA those are my initials. And I just believe that before you can require or ask anything of somebody else, you got to work on yourself. So I am my own personal project.
I'm following you
every day. Yeah, that's me. So go ahead. You know what? Because you got to.
I see you right here. Yep, we are.
Give me a second. Does anybody have?
Wow, you look good. Look at you.
Hey. I know. And I'm a sweetheart. Look at that. God damn it. I'm a unicorn. I'm a black unicorn. Around this bitch.
Wow.
Who's in here that's my moderators?
This Reese
Hold on.
person.
What? Oh, Reese, can you
My
please?
channel in the back chat.
Is it? Okay, give me a second. No, drop it in the back so I can copy and paste it real quick. If you don't mind.
Ooh.
Like I said, I'm not even monetized, so not my peoples. They just be, I don't know. I don't know. Like I be wanting y'all to help me out. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, I be needing y'all help. They just be wanting the wrenches for the wrenches.
Oh, here we go again.
Did you put it in the back?
And they start abusing it.
No,
I'm
not
doing it right now.
necessarily. Not necessarily.
There it is. There it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. No, they don't necessarily abuse it. I mean, maybe I never had a real. I mean, I just fuck with certain people. I appreciate their commentary. They always show up. You know what I'm saying? So I just reward them that way. Follow. I'm gonna just, like I said, call you H&M. I ain't got time. I ain't got time. Hold on. Where's the there we go. Bah. Need a muscle emoji. Okay. All right. Y'all make sure to go follow the homie. Okay. And I appreciate you for hanging out because I'm just like, damn. Like, surprising. That's what's up. It's always kind of cool with somebody who rocks out with me, you know what I'm saying, for an extended period of time.
Yep, you're damn right. All right, let me get up out of here. Nice to meet you. Formerly, LA Project.
You too. Don't be a stranger, hun.
I won't.
Okay. All right. And also tell Miss Mona I said hi. Yeah. Miss Mona is the whoa. You know what I'm saying? She a little different, you know what I'm saying? But that's the homie right there. Let Miss Mona, you know what I'm saying? Let her know I said what's up. All right, so we're getting ready to shut this down. This is a good 6.5 hour stream. Thank everybody for showing up. Miss Tyranny for first booty on duty. You understand me? First booty on duty was Tyranny. You understand me? She came out there, was like, boss, what you want me to do? I love it. And I appreciate you so much. Thank you everybody else for showing up for the panel. That's Blanco. That's Pam Mulatto. Hold on just 1 second. Young Riaz, Zyrax, Hustler. See, this is what I be fucking up. Hustler and Muscular. Thank you so much. Papi Blanco, of course. Thank you for showing up as well. Everything. Let me see. That's my British sister. Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. See, that's my homegirl too. I've been knowing her for a little over a year though. That's why I be like saying that's where I first found your name, to be completely honest. But yeah, thank y'all everybody that showed up for the panel. Anybody that missed it, just tune in next time. We're gonna have a great conversation. Thanks for everybody to show up in the chat. Let me see here. Ooh, we got one more.
What he said, what that mouth do? That mouth talk shit. Nigga. Let me tell you something. That mouth talk a bunch of cash money caca.
I don't care what no bitch said. I say on her mind, I got condos in that bitch head. She said she don't fuck with me. Who said that you can't hold? That nigga munching, he gon' eat me like a mango. Long ass feet, it be tickling my ass crack. Wonder what I do tomorrow that these hoes we mad at. Oh, y'all bitches sweet, and I always get my lick wet. I fight for my bitches and I'm fighting over dick too.
Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Stop day.
His name is Cheese. They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the girl everywhere. How you say it so
Shit, you would think I went to school for chiropractic, looking good.
Okay, I'm trapping all week. I do a pill and can't eat. Okay, I'm trapping all week. Okay, I'm trapping all week. Okay, I'm trapping all week. I put your bitch in free. Okay, I'm trapping all week. I do a pill and can't eat. Okay, I'm trapping all week. Okay, I'm trapping all week. Okay, I'm trapping all week. I put your bitch in free. Okay, I'm trapping all week. I do a pill and can't eat. Okay, I'm trapping all week.